So today we're going to be going ahead and jumping back into our Just Gary colony. Gotta spend your points at something? Absolutely. But this is a run that we set up a custom scenario. It's roughly naked brutality with a couple of exceptions. Those exceptions are we forcefully triggered to have the monolith over here for cloning people show up after 7 days. The one kind of mulligan scuff thing we did do is we do have our honor Garys. These are not actually Garys. They have unnatural healing. We keep them frozen. They're not allowed to contribute to the colony other than for the purposes of making the clones viable. Because we were getting stuck because RNG-wise, weirdly the game was just choosing Crumbling Mind again and again and again, which I can only resolve with Mech Healing Serum, Mech Resurrection Serum, Death Refusal, or Unnatural Healing, of which 2 of those are very rare items. 1 of those is a rare pawn with an ability, and then the last one is late game tech. But I had 6 out of 6 clones all got Crumbling Mind, so it was like, okay, do we abandon this run and just do something else? Because like literally, 6 or 7 hours of working on it and no progress because we're still sitting at like 2 functional pawns. Or do we, do we put our finger on the scale? Of which we put our finger on the scale. Why do you not have power? Some of the power is off, so it must be hanger limit. We do have a Revenant that was so kind as to brought us. We haven't done any research on it so far as, like, knowing its stuff. We had, like, the thing going on. We do actually have Death Refusal tech as being available here. We are doing the random research, no starting research mods, so it did assign Provoke Pit Gate. But the good news now is, unless we get another advanced research, we will get Death Refusal, and we do have 3 pawns here who do currently have... I thought we finished the Unnatural Corpse, right? Oh. No, we didn't. I thought we had already finished the Unnatural Corpse. That's fine. We're working on it. Gutworms as well. Okay. I was just trying to remember where the state of things were. So let's go ahead and I want you to haul that back in there. Alright, Nitro, you take it easy. But yeah, so we're trying to get the Unnatural Corpse studied so we can destroy it. Our Garys, we're starting to get researchers. So Gary here, that we've been cloning constantly, is a fairly moderate, like, just okay-ish pawn. Like, not a super amazing pawn one way or the other. They do have, if we look at their skills, they do have tough, which is nice. But otherwise their passion's just combat and plants. And so we are making Gary do everything. Psychic ability-wise, we are super juiced now, because we had 3 Garys with Crumbling Mind, who had literally nothing else they could contribute, because Crumbling Mind disables most tasks. And so we had them just sit there and pray to the tree all day, until literally everyone got psychic powers. Honest needs a rescue. Where did you go down, though? Everyone's getting upset. The reason I care about where they went down is they'll have dropped their weapon. There. Yeah, it's Gutworms plus food poisoning is knocking them all down. So what we're having to do to manage a lot of this... Yeah, you'll be fine when you wake up. Is what I have to do to manage a lot of this is I'm having to give each Gary like the one assignment they are, because they don't have a passion or fast learning or great memory or anything for it. And so it is a whole thing. Alright, I really need that food poisoning to back off so I can re-equip your weapon. You are going to manually refill this generator because I need it working. But yeah, so we need like a cleaning Gary, a hauling Gary, a crafting Gary. I cleaned up the workplace, but they must have made a lot of meals while it was really messy, because I had missed that someone had gotten sick in there. So unfortunately, it did penalize it pretty badly. Now, we are on the Grasslands map, so we don't actually have geothermal available, which is a pretty big struggle. Solar would be good, but not good for whenever we get anomaly stuff. Wind could certainly be decent. Bioferrite would be great late game. Right now we just have a wood fire generator, which is doing okay. I need more of that, but wood is actually not a super easy resource to do on this map. We are managing because I do have tree sowing, so we're taking advantage of that. But, like, realistically, if I wanted to push to, like, continue to expand that, that'd be good. If we're lucky, we'll be able to snag some unnatural power cores. Not unnatural, unstable power cores. Alright, your investigation of the unnatural corpse has revealed how to safely remove the Architect Shard. Doing this will stop physically tormenting Gary. However, it will prevent the corpse from study fire. That's absolutely okay. Smash that corpse. Because Gary is having a very rough time right now, and is very upset, and there'll be at least one less thing for Gary to be upset about. Okay. Dark visions, because of serious pain. Yeah, so right now I'm kind of letting a lot of these mood breaks just happen. As long as there's stuff that's not too bad, just like dark visions and all that. I don't like when you stand in the door. I did not design this well. Eventually we'll stop studying the Revenant, and we'll just keep it in there with the Bioferrite extraction. Do I actually have that yet? I do not. Insulting Spree because you're sick. So Insulting Spree is pretty terrible. So with that, go to sleep. Go to sleep, and come back when your attitude isn't the way it is. I also really like doing that because they do get their catharsis when you knock them out with Word Serenity, whether or not they finish whatever that was they were trying to accomplish. So quite often you can have like someone running over there to destroy something, intercept them, knock them unconscious, and still get the catharsis so that when they get back up, they're in good shape. We did build a thing for our people to recover their psychic powers here. We no longer have the schedule. It used to be like full of meditation for all people with crumbling mind. There's no need for that anymore, so they just go and deal with it. There you go. And you got insulted twice. But yeah, with any luck, what we'll be able to do here is relatively soon we will get the Provoke Pit Gate done, and then Death Refusal. And then we'll need to be able to do the Death Refusal stuff. Because what we can do then is for these three of Crumbling Mind, I give them Death Refusal, we murder them, we rip out their skull, and then we resurrect them, and then they won't have the Crumbled Mind anymore, so they'll be a fixed pawn. I am pretty confident when we do that they will lose all their psychic powers, since that is technically part of their brain and we are going to be removing their brain. But, you know. I personally see losing psychic powers and gaining a fully functional brain as being an acceptable loss. Because then I can always just go over here and be like, okay, go back to meditating to the tree over here as a means to get them powered back up. And that'll be good, because we do spend a lot of time meditating. Because with these three having Crumbled Mind, they don't fight nearly as well. Those two are in the fridge. So if we think about this here, out of my, what is this number of pawns we have here? 12 pawns. I have 5 who are either not contributing to combat or are very limited contributions due to Crumbling Mind. Which is pretty bad to have a bit over a third of your entire colony who doesn't really fight well. It's like when you're doing a run and you bring on, like, in a colony of 10, you've got, like, 3 pacifists. And just it becomes very difficult to win the fights without cheesing, like, trap mazes or making ridiculous kill boxes and all that. It's that same kind of issue. What's the second honorary, Gary? It was, so we had the one here that we triggered an unnatural, we triggered a creepy joiner who had unnatural healing. And then we randomly had another one show up, like, shortly after. So it's 2 of them. So both of them are in the fridge, but they're both there to be our pocket healer for when we get a new clone, to make sure the clone survives. But, it's a backup. Because we haven't seen what either of these 2 have wrong yet. They haven't quit, they haven't turned hostile, they don't have organ decay or crumbling. Actually, did one of them have Crumbling Mind? I think you did have Crumbling Mind over here. Regardless, but it's just one of those things that they can abandon us. And just in case, because I've had bad luck where, like, I'll have a creepy joiner, unnatural healer, like, near the edge of the map and then decide it's time to leave and just too far away to prevent it. And until they go and attempt to leave, you can't force them to stay. Like, if you arrest them and you recruit them and they come back in, it'll still eventually trigger that. Once they've tried to leave, if you capture them and go through the process of recruiting them, then they'll stay forever. But just as a precaution to have a backup. Plus the one's like 80 years old, so might die of old age relatively soon. So once we get like chronophagy, we'll want to go through. I mean, all the Garys actually will probably need to be de-aged as well. It's around 40 where you could start potentially having the more nasty things. Pretty low odds, but you are eligible for the nastier things. Alright, clean up the kitchen. You're getting it all dirty again with all the vomit and everything. Okay. Well, we got about 1 in-game day, not even, like half an in-game day. And then we'll do another Gary clone. And I do think with the Gary cloning, once we reach the point, like, I have spare ones, I'll start having the unnatural healers heal each other back and forth. Please stop standing in the door when you do that. I should have had the doors on the ends here. Because I put the doors on... Well, no, because they'll still be the problem. It's fine. As long as I don't stand in the door. Okay, so with that, Death Refusal is now officially being trained. So now that's locked in. It's just a matter of getting the research points from the anomaly, which is still that, and then the actual monolith. And then once we get those settled, then we're just good. And then we start Death Refusaling at least the ones with Crumbling Mind. Alright, Gutworms is almost treated, like almost gone. Yeah, and your mood is collapsing because Crumbling, or Gutworms is pretty terrible. Let's see, Impressive Rec Room, quite comfortable. Insulted, so you don't have nice bedrooms. That's one of those things that we probably need to be working on. Alright. So let's give Gary just a moment. I'm hoping we'll get this tend. And that with this tend we can get rid of the Gutworms. Awesome, that's perfect. Because getting rid of the Gutworms will improve their mood dramatically because they're not in serious pain anymore. Let's see, the last creepy joiner you had leave was a Hussar. Dude took a Go Juice and made a run for it. Yup. I haven't had a Hussar creepy joiner before. most of my creepy joiners end up being baseliners. I think I have had like a pigment or whatever, but it's not very often I get like other xenotypes. Okay, so you should be good. So trigger your duplication. Alright, we got a brand new Gary. So we're gonna open the queue. So exclamation mark join if you want to be our brand new Gary. We do not know what is wrong with you. There will be something wrong with you. Just be ready for that. I'm gonna go ahead and give you another submachine gun. That's apparently bio-coded, which means all these shells are terrible. Let's link these shells. And link those shells. Storage. And we can go to important, clear, weapons, and apparel. And no bio-coded. And no tainted. You go down here, no tainted, no bio-coded. Alright. Let's look at all the names of the hat, see what we get. And I'll let that run for a minute. Then we'll get you added in. And meanwhile, let's go ahead and get your schedule sorted out. You're going to do recreation. Alright, so in this case, this Gary is going to be focused on cleaning. And if they're not needed for cleaning, I mean, honestly, at this point, they can kind of do everything. But yeah, so the new Garys are focused on cleaning person because the cleaning's been falling behind. And food poisoning's bad, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and for our brand new Gary, let's get in here. And we have DenMTL. And if you'd like a Gary pun of a name, just gotta let me know what your Gary pun name is going to be. And I believe that's our 12th. I don't think I've ever written the word 12. I'm blanking on how the heck I even... Gary Tank? Gary Tank works for me. Well, it's one of those things that had to stop me like, wait a second, have I ever written this word in my entire life? Like, I've said it. Alright, we're going to slide you over here because you have a medium range weapon. And generally speaking, it's short range all the way up to long range. Alright. So we're waiting to see the, Scottish comedy character, Gary Tank Commander. Gotcha. Yeah, and I wouldn't be able to type the commander part and make the name too long. We got a bunch more uranium for more containment. Yeah, I definitely should have designed this different. It's fine. Yeah, so with that, we got a Gary dedicated to just cleaning, a Gary dedicated to just hauling, a Gary for crafting, a Gary for research, a Gary for plants. I actually think I have 2 Gary for plants. A Gary for construction, a Gary for mining, and just doing the best we can. A curiosity I have, so when this fully activates, it'll go on a cloning spree that it can clone up to 30 times depending on wealth and a bunch of stuff. And normally, creepy joiners are ineligible for cloning. It will only attack pawns, it won't clone animals or anything like that. It does make me wonder, in the circumstances that you had these pawns that are ineligible for cloning normally, if that, when it fails, can target them. Because either A... Okay, so organ decay on Gary Tank. So that's not too bad for us to deal with. So what we'll do is we'll run down here. And you're going to let out our unnatural healers to deal with your stuff. So just like that, unnatural healing. Now I have to wait for that blood loss to recover, otherwise they'll just heal the blood loss. So you are our second tentacled Gary. Congratulations. But once the blood loss disappears, you pop out the second unnatural healer, you get your next organ decay dealt with. I might leave you unfrozen for right now, and in the event that it starts to get advanced, I'll freeze you again. We just don't want to wait till it's too late, because when I pop you out, you have cryo sickness for like 4 in-game hours, so you do need enough time for that cryo sickness to fall off and the person be able to use unnatural healing. I have accidentally cured cryogenic freezing and blood loss and other completely trivial, and like hypothermia and other utterly non-threatening things. I do wish we had more control over what unnatural healing and mech healing serum did, because the number of times where you're like, oh, let me just heal this injury and it's slightly cold outside and they get like trivial amounts of hypothermia, and then you cure that with the mech healing serum and you're like, what the... So yeah, make sure everything's perfect, that you don't have to worry about it. So I'm leaning towards potentially getting the pain benefit stuff, but we'll see. I'm kind of waffling if I want to do something that's benefiting around pain or something like that, so, because that makes it just so much easier to handle mood, because then you get gut worms and everyone's happy because they hurt. Which is pretty messed up, actually. Okay, so your blood loss is back to normal, so you can go ahead and run down here, and you can do a second unnatural healing. Okay. And now you're down to just only one failing organ, so in 6 days we could do it again. If it does look like in 6 days that's going to become dangerous, which is very likely, we'll put you in the freezer and just wait for the unnatural healing to come up again. That should be available on the 13th of August. But yeah, I'm not even using it for, like, if any of our people get a bunch of scars on them, I'm not even going to use it for dealing with the scars or anything like that. The idea is I'm only using these just for making it so the Garys are viable. Right, solar flare, that's why all the power's out. But yeah, the Gary population continues to grow. You should be getting pretty close to being sorted. Probably 2 more 10s unless we get a good one. Our medicine is doing really well. We have tons of sites. You actually do have a mech healing serum that I'm just keeping in the back that I can use. Like, if someone's dying of plague, I can just be like, never mind. Are you putting the chunks down here? Did I get this one wrong? No, you just happen to have... Or wait. I see. Stop putting those down there. Same with all that junk. I was like, why are we getting such a concentration of chunks down by our meat-eating trees? An incorrect zone down there. Let's make sure home zone. I'm gonna put that in our home zone as well. Even though it's not sealed off, we'll get there. Drought I don't care about. There's not really a play-counterplay I do with that. It happens. We endure it. That's what. Don't want those to rot out there. Considering we're out of components. I haven't been paying attention. What anomaly, like not the advanced, what basic anomaly tech do we have? So you don't have the proximity detector. We don't have any of the things around entity containment and all that. I see. So not much for me to do there. Our research has been, like, horrifically slow this run. Because early on, where I had 3 crumbled mines and only 2 Garys able to work, they basically had to spend their entire time just managing food. Alright, so we do have an attack coming from down there. Let's go ahead and get the Garys in position. Grab our long range, put them in the back. I know Garys are outside, where they're going to get caught in trouble. It's relatively minor. Oh, just a second. Wait, that's still not that bad. I was worried about, like, the really big splitting ones. You get a handful of those, and it can turn what should be a relatively minor fight into a total mess. Let's move you both over here. Okay. Oh, we shot at our own light, as you do. Oh, I see. Those aren't considered in the home zone, so when I break these lights, they don't rebuild them. There you go. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Yes, that was not a particularly large attack for the amount of wealth and all that we have in the game. Especially considering we've already done, you could tell we did, like, the Flesh Beast pit and everything like that. Yep, no injuries. Thank you for getting that sorted. A major break risk on you because you are ravenously hungry and have gutworms. So, you know, live that life, I guess. One thing we should probably do, grab one of these small shelves. We could put it in here for right now. Go furniture. What cloth do I have to spare? Okay, so I got tons of spare cloth. There. Like 1,200 cotton, but I'll give some really nice seats in there, so I'll hopefully deal with that. I'm going to put a little shelf here and tell them to critical put meals on that shelf. That way, for people looking for their food, they just go there, they sit on their chair, and we'll stop having 8 without table because of people running over here grabbing their food and not going back. And I'm kind of hoping we'll get a P.E.K.K.A. for better wool. But that's fine. We're getting a bunch of Devil Strand now, which should go great. I have queued up for them to only make the capes out of Devil Strand for a while. And I do want to slowly shift things over to being mostly just Devil Strand clothes. Got a War Merchant. That's an ally of ours. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, let's go ahead and see what we can do over here. Alright, so trade-wise, I have enough psychic stuff to bury them alive. We can go ahead and trade away some of the crap weapons we've collected, which is apparently not much. Get rid of the poor quality shirt. Get rid of those spare clothes because I don't need them. Alright, so you don't have anything else I want. So what we can do is bump that up to whatever amount gives me most of their money. It doesn't need to be all. That's good enough. Alright, so accept that. And then grab you again. Just make sure, yes, there's no weapons or anything you want. You just had random clothes. Alright, so the gift. So we can get up to 20 reputation with them. If we chuck all the side T, that's 9. I don't want to give up the medicine right now, so boom. Just giving ourselves as much reputation as possible, continuing to like clear out our stuff. Hey, Undead Baron. How's it going? It was a good lurking the other day as you were playing some Project Zomboid. If we get a shout out for Undead Baron, another fantastic content creator on the platform. Does a lot like Project Zomboid, like Twitch integration, community, RP, that kind of stuff. A lot of good times over there. Highly, highly, highly recommend. Yeah, I also saw you had your new avatar with like the smoke mask thing going on, which is kind of cool to see that you've done like a number of different iterations of your avatar and whatnot. But definitely good times over there. Just waiting until the mods work with Zomboid again. Oh, a bunch of mods stopped working? Or do you mean still from Build 42 that they never caught up? I honestly wonder what mods are going to get left behind with Build 42. Because I definitely know Build 42, as far as reception, has been a lot more mixed bag than Build 41. And just with the long Project Zomboids come on, that I know a number of people who were developing mods for it have, you know, since moved on to other games. Which is fine. That's not like any type of assessment call on Project Zomboid or whatever. I need another light there. You've not been able to have any mods in our server on Build 42 since it launched? The server's always corrupt? Oh, that sucks. Yeah, no, I know I played some multiplayer when Build 42 multiplayer came out. Alright, so I can't actually do that quest. I don't have a room that's valid for them because our rooms here are just okay. Yeah, no, it sucks real bad. Okay, so what we want to do is I'm not using slate for walls. We've got that room figured out. Let's start to try and slowly get these rooms to be nicer. We are going to be putting down expensive floors. This draw system punishes the lurkers at work. I mean, well, the previous way I had it, Sick, was the open at the beginning and keep it open the whole stream. And it was definitely giving a very strong, like, benefit bias, whatever you want to say, towards people who joined the stream early. I don't think there's ever going to be a perfect solution, but it's also a thing to kind of reward, like, people who are actively here in the moment to make sure that people who are present in the stream have the chance of seeing their name get added. Because it's also a thing I've noticed since I've started doing this, the frequency I have someone who gets their name drawn, but, you know, it's well after they had gone to bed for the night or gone to work or whatever. I've not had that thing where the next day people, like, add themselves to the queue and then realize they're already in. But yeah. No, it's a thing. Yeah, no, that's a thing. I feel like the two choices you have with your queue is either one, you open the queue at the beginning of stream and you just leave it open, which is what we've done a lot in the past, or you open the queue as needed, and I think there's just more benefits to adding the queue as needed versus the other way. Because, like, I started out as the as needed, and just that was before we really had mods, like moderators in the channel on any real level. That was like early channel, and it became way too logistically involved because I had to like constantly juggle and all that. But nowadays, with everything else going on, like, it's a lot easier to manage for me. And I do think it's good to have it this way. Because like I said, there was definitely a very strong bias towards... Okay. So we haven't had anyone who has joined our colony from, like, a joiner or whatever. Because we got Grey Flesh. It is unfortunately in a central location that could be literally anyone who's done it. So we don't have any clue whatsoever at all who is the one with Grey Flesh. So like genuinely don't even have any like, these are our primary suspects. So for right now, there are no doctors, and there are no cooks. It's Gary, obviously. I mean, you're not wrong. There's no doctors, there are no cooks for right now. Okay, because we got the lab here. But like I said, anyone... The ones most likely not involved... Well, I mean, Rongori, with the break room right there, they literally all walk by there. So there's just there's no discerning who is and isn't, because anyone grabbing food and then walking over to the break room will pass that point, which is the whole colony. The only ones we know aren't it is our honor Garys, which technically could be used to figure out who did it, but that does feel like that would be going against our rules. So what we could do is just put it out until we have like a refugee group or something come through, and then they could go, you got it from a trader. I actually don't think that's a path, because I believe the path for you to get it is technically getting hit by a it'll, because like when it flags, to be clear, when it flags, it chooses a thing that causes it. And so it could be that Joe's, okay, someone got hit and, you know, they got it. That's who gets it, which means it leaned towards the melee, but we have had some messy fights that could have been it. Anyone who comes off from the side of the map and joins you can have it. Creepy joiners, especially when they come off of the side of the map and they have it, they're your prime suspects. But both of them are frozen and haven't been on that side of the map for like the whole time, so I feel like 100% safe with them. Let's see, Rongori has finished analyzing the Grey Flesh sample. This sample carried the biosignature Plasmocyst C6. Rongori has made progress learning the identity of this biosignature in living subjects, but needs more samples to complete the work. Until then, your surgical inspections will not detect it. Collect and analyze the Grey Flesh samples. We do not have the ability to make paste, so before everyone's like, make paste, then you don't have to worry about food contamination. I can't do it. Could be one of the frozen Garys had it and gave to one of yours. No, so unnatural healing can't spread it. Yeah, so it's nice and slow moving. And thank you, Nate, for the 90 stream streak. I do appreciate that. Yes, we don't know which Gary is the compromised Gary. The interesting thing is if I think I clone a compromised Gary, I believe the new Gary will also be compromised. I haven't tested that in theory, but considering it takes all the statuses whatsoever, I would like it would just make sense, because it will like confirm, like bring over if someone has the flu and you clone them, you get a pawn with the flu. But right now I can't do anything about it one way or the other, so we carry on as if everything's fine, except we have restricted where we're not allowed to cook and we're not allowed to doctor for right now. So psychic powers are cloned as well? Yes, they are. That's where, early on when we started the run and I was explaining all the negatives and people were like, oh, well, it sounds like cloning's terrible. It's like, well, no, there's a side effect. But if you get, like, a pawn that's got, like, super duper good traits and all that kind of stuff, it can be broken strong. Can you copy the save and put it online? When you get back, you could test it? I'm probably not going to take the time to do that because I'd need to, like, kind of stop what I'm doing, back up the save and all that stuff. Well, I've certainly done that in the past. I don't remember where half that stuff's located. If you wanted to test, like, the cloning anomaly kind of stuff, all you need to do is get a creepy joiner, choose the one that gives you a metal horror, deliberately have them infect another person, and then clone that person using the obelisk. And you could test it. You can clone someone with the anomaly ending superpower? Yes, you can. It's pretty big shenanigans. They have, like, ghoul-like healing, a bunch of cool psychic abilities and all that. With our run, because we have all these Garys and we're just getting a new Gary every 30 days, I don't feel a need to kind of go through that hassle. I do wonder if you used unnatural healing on someone with the metal horror, if it would cure the status of the metal horror. I don't think it would. I think that's one of those things that's, like, immune to healing. But it's also a thing I've never tried. If I knew who done it, we could try hitting it with the mech healing serum, because it won't let me use it unless there's a viable thing. But fortunately, right now, we have no idea who done it. The thing we'd be hoping for example, is having it show up here would be a good one. Having it show up in here would be a good one. Those two rooms, if we see it in those two rooms, we have a certain level of confidence as to who it might be. Take those off. Narrow it down even more. If we go into a bedroom and we see it in a bedroom, that's a strong indicator, because then it'll only be either a cleaning person or the individual who sleeps in that room, with the person who sleeps in that room being the prime suspect. And all that would potentially help. Now, granted, I got a lot of people assigned to cleaning, which is still a little dodgy. That would maybe imply that you could figure it out by mousing over suspects with unnatural healing, which you certainly hope is impossible. Yeah, I don't think that would be a thing. Where is our mech healing serum? Yeah, because my assumption is it'll be like Crumbling Mind, where it is an uncurable thing. I'm just checking. I'm 99%. Oh, right, you have organ decay. So yeah, you'll be making sense that you have access to it. Yeah, okay. So yeah, so the only one. I mean, I wonder if the clone can have it like just on the cloning thing, because I've never run into that. We really don't have other opportunities. Alright. You did have Flesh Beast. Nobody got hit during the Flesh Beast attack. Well, they got really close to one of the melee, but they didn't actually get a hit in on my melee. Nothing we want. That's fine. So they got right up to, I think it was Nexio, but they didn't actually hit Nexio before they got killed. Interestingly enough, if we did the, we could actually rule out these three pretty easily. If we get the death refusal, I could take them out here, give them the death refusal, kill them for the purposes of decapitating to get rid of their crumbled mind, and if they're the one with the mech horror in them, the mech horror will pop out when we kill them. So weirdly, that could be a way that we can get ourselves 3 safe pawns, and then once we do that, we know we have people who can do surgery on everyone. Unfortunately, it's going to take a little while to research that, I believe. Oh no, we're already most of the way done. Weirdly, that's our way we can approach this. I can literally murder people to verify they're safe, and then have them take over surgery and all that. RimWorld's a weird game, man. I gotta remember what you need for the death refusal ritual. I remember it not being cheap. Then everyone's gonna start getting mad because they're eating raw food. Okay, so at the end of the day, we can pop them out. How's your organ decay? It's only 18%. Sorry about that. Okay, so we've still got one spare bed. After that, we need more beds for Gary. One thing we can do here. Oh, that's been like our prison, hasn't it? Yeah, I'll just leave that as a prison. It's fine. Okay. Death refusal. Alright, lost refugees on top of that. That's some good news. So bring in the lost refugees. We do not need to disarm this group of refugees because there is children among them. So go ahead and do the recreation here. You two can have full schedule recreation. You are children. None of them can do doctoring worth anything. But hopefully the adults can do... Actually, you can do cooking. Alright. So with that, I'm actually going to go to your schedule. And you cook. And you two stay in the home zone. Alright. So weirdly, that should actually work out where you can cook us meals. Because you're safe, you're a guest. So now we want to go over here. So Nexio is our first contestant. So imbue death refusal. And then the target is going to be Nexio. And then every one of these people here, you actually have a big... Oh. Apparently I can't have temporary faction lead members do that. Okay, well everyone's basically the same here. All target skill will be reduced by 27%, and it costs me 1 shard. That's okay. I'm not super fussed by that. They've been mind crumbled since the beginning, so they can't do anything really. So Nexio's gonna get death refusal. Then we're gonna tell Nexio to strip naked, and then we're gonna murder them. And then we're going to rip their skull out of their head. And then they're going to get back up and it'll be fresh as a bright, you know, bright sunshiny day. Oh my god, they're all slowly getting angrier and angrier and angrier because they're getting hungry because of how long the ritual takes. The good news, the cost is only 1 shard, which is a bargain. I thought it was more expensive than that. We'll worry about what science we got next in a minute. Imbued Death Refusal. You lost almost 100,000 skill points. So we're gonna go get your food. What do we get research-wise? Oh, good. That checks out. We got Wake Up Production, and now we have Psychite Refining as the next research it chose. Because it's RimWorld, and of course it did. Yeah, so you only got one use of it. I'm totally fine with that. So, like, if you go eat something, that would be great. Nope. Go eat some food. Because then I need to murder you and rip your skull out. Okay, so gear. Drop your belt. Drop your weapon. Drop your helmet. Drop your face mask. Drop your shirt. Drop your pants. Drop your cape. And then health, operations, euthanize by cut, go to bed. Actually, can any of you do medical? You're literally killing someone. You don't need to be good at it. Okay. Alright. And so they were just euthanized by cut. We're going to extract their skull. And so now you'll notice no more crumbled mind. And then they're going to go ahead and wake back up. And it's like nothing ever happened. Oh, actually, they keep their psychic things. I genuinely expected those to go away with their brain. And the first of our crumbled minds have all been cured. So you are now the doctor, because you should be 100% without question safe. I guess you will clean, or you'll grow stuff. I don't know. Oh, wait. Yeah. I guess you're also our cook for right now. And then orders. Allow. Okay, so we got quite a long time till I can debut the next one. But basically we gave up, like, a bunch of our skill points, to decrumble mind them. Now, I'm curious... Yeah, so we still do take the penalty for euthanizing a colonist. But yeah. Meanwhile, go schedule, recreation, the entire schedule. There you go. And they put all their clothes back on. They grab their weapon. I am sorry, guest. Nexio gets to keep their bed. Okay. Got limestone blocks. There's a daze because you ate raw food. I'd like to make more rooms. I have no idea where we'd even do that though right now. Major break risk on Nexio. Because you're upset that you died. So let's go ahead and have Ronger have a talk to Nexio. Have you ever considered just getting over it? They did not like me trying to tell them to get over it. We basically told them, have you considered just not being upset? And they got upset about that. So, you know, I guess that's fair. Insane Ramblings next. Honestly, Insane Ramblings is fine. You just do your thing. Insulting Spree, on the other hand, is not fine. Go sleep. You go to sleep as well. Okay. And we need them to be sorted. The reason why we're running around having just raw food eaten is we are dealing with gray flesh. And at this stage, the only ones we know are safe is the refugees, the 2 frozen people, and Nexio. Those 3 we know do not have it. Penny-Oxalin is nice. I'll definitely want that. I do wish they would reliably re-equip themselves. Okay. So got Nexio cooking up a whole bunch of food for us. Because they were dead, if they had a metal horror, it would have burst out of them the moment they died. That's just the way metal horrors work. And if you ever want to test that, you can genuinely test it where you just have someone get to the point where you know who's infected, kill them, it'll burst out. You can also banish them when they reach the edge of the map, it'll also burst out. That kind of thing. Now, it won't burst out if you caravan them. You have to, like, banish them to where they're going to leave, and it'll burst out, I believe, when they hit the edge of the map. I.e., when you've effectively lost the colonist. Trade's good. Okay. So let's see here. We can go ahead and get these trace amounts of leather that we're not going to use. Those we can get rid of. Not bar, getting rid of that. And get rid of that book that we no longer need. Guess that's all pretty good shape. They don't have any materials I particularly want. We'll just take the cash. Alright. Gore Hulk Assault. This should actually work out okay because that's a whole lot of them in the way. You shouldn't go around. Let's go ahead and get into position. I'm getting a little leery about... They do seem to be going much farther up than I'd be expecting them to. They should, in theory, fight with the trade caravan there. But they're going awfully far north. Okay, here we go. They're engaging. I also have people in position just in case they went around. Well, the caravan's getting absolutely wrecked because they're only halfway defending themselves. And it's foggy rain, so the accuracy goes the other way. Extreme break risk on you. Because you're ravenously hungry. That feels like a life decision. Do you have food poisoning? No, what is your deal? Move full speed. I don't really know where you're going. I'm honestly surprised they haven't started running. They really do need them to finish that fight out pretty soon before we start dealing with mood breaks. They've only got 2 people standing. That's honestly surprising they haven't quit. 1 person standing. So, I mean, credit to them for, like, not being scared. That they were just like, you know what? We will not quit the field until literally every one of us is dead. Okay, so I can probably save the top one. The bottom one's probably a no. Get in here. Everyone's getting really pissy. Oh, you're hurt? Oh, social fight. You go over here, and you actually, while things are dicey, rescue them. Okay. Yeah, you two just run up and deal with that one. You two are all about to melt, or you are all about to melt down, so go forth and deal with your needs. Okay, there you go. You did your job. Well, you tried. Okay, so with that, we can go to you. Because you're my only safe doctor right now. Oh, you're back up. Hey, Nexio, go stab it. Alright. And then schedule on restrict all of you. You need to be in the home zone. Cool, so we did rescue one of them. We've got tons of food and all that that's out here for some reason. Definitely nothing dire happened out there to anyone. I was partially hoping they would hit the Muffalo, because it's really fun when you have a trade caravan and some random thing takes down the Muffalo and you don't catch the blame for it. And you just suddenly get this giant influx of materials. And thank you to the follows. Welcome to stream. Especially when you consider, like, if you trade away a bunch of valuables to get that knocked out. You are pissed because... Alright. So I need more psi focus than that. Gotcha, so no one's got high enough psi focus to deal with it. It's fine. I'm a little worried if I use that on... Oh, no, that's the refugee. That's fine. If they want to ramble up there, that's okay. You just have bruises from social fighting, so that's whatever. I definitely need more cooks. We just can't do it till Great Flesh is resolved, because if we accidentally have a person with the metal horror cooking, the colony basically dies. Psychite binge on Gary. Have a good time, Gary. We only keep Psi T, so you know. Just have some mild hallucinations. Maybe become an addict. Corpse obsession on Boo. Don't you dig them up? Surprisingly, that corpse is staying fresh. Which surprised me so much, considering that corpse is like 4 years old now. So we do get a mech resurrection serum. I could bring the only fallen Gary back. Oh, right, you need to get that sorted. So as soon as these bruises go away, we need Gary here to pop out and get their organ decay fixed so that they're good to survive. Okay, so you run down here. Open the cryopod. Hey, Cliche, how's it going? What I'm going to go ahead and do in this case, I'm going to let them both out for a minute. Because we do have the spare one. And the reason I'm doing this is I'm going to give the first Onigiri the chance to have cryosleep drop off. Then we're going to have the second Onigiri do a cure on them, and then we're going to put them back in the fridge. So that we slowly do fix up their injuries and all that. Not because I even care about it. But because, you know, why not? Onigiri departure. Where are you? You, sir, do not get to leave. All other Garys be ready to respond in case Onagari does not come willingly. Do not fire at will. Wait, can I knock you out with the word Serenity? Probably not, right? No. It's not a mental break, they're just choosing not to. Done. That does mean when I recruit them, they're here forever. They won't try and leave again. In that case, you go back in the fridge. Okay, so who has word trust? One of you has word trust. There you go. And welcome back, Onagari. Just remember, Gary is forever. Okay. So, we need more bedrooms. And the most likely place to put them would be to expand this area over here and open this up and make like another set of bedrooms over there. We could also certainly put like another row here, but I'm leaning towards this one since I already have it only one wall thick. So I can go there. And honestly, I'll put a door over here. And I'll double thick that later. And then once I have that, I can start putting like a set of bedrooms in this area and probably clean that up. Because we can like open up this area a bit. Okay, so we did rescue one of the people that attacked us. We are getting all the corpses handled little by little. We're taking their bits of food and their drugs and all that stuff and claiming it. Alright, so we got Psychophagy, so Ghoul Infusion is next. I'm looking forward to the Penioxylin. Let's go here and go to Production. This means I can make... I'll deal with that in a moment. A drug bench. So Sight Stealer. Okay, so you're coming from here. You two get ready to block those doors. I didn't think about that design choice. Do not grab Ray for right now. Grab all the other range and pile them in. There's a good chance Ray gets through this door before that gets on him. Not quite fast enough. The hope had been that I would have gone through that door and had it closed behind. Okay, so Sight Stealer, Screech. You two run up and start stabbing. You all just undraft. Except for you. You're close enough, you'll be able to hit it without friendly fire. There we go. So undraft you, schedule safe zone. So walk through those doors to get them closed. Okay, don't have a door in the far end there, that's fine. So basically we got Sight Stealer showing up. we can have everyone securely inside our perimeter and not have to fuss with it. You get scratched a bunch and everyone's ignoring you, per the usual. Despite doctoring one. Okay. Well, they're not Gary. Why bother tending? Someone has to be the one to go and reveal the site stealers. I mean, what? No, we can still get rewards. If we get the rewards from them leaving, we can get, like, a Gary with cataphract armor or something like that. But, for the moment, the issue is we have Grey Flesh going on. And we don't know who's got it. It was one of those ones where it dropped in a place that literally everyone in the colony goes by. So it does us no good. So these three joined after the fact, so they're clean. And then this one died and resurrected, so that's fine. It's not the Onagaries. Yeah, so the ones we know are clean is Nexio is clean because we murdered Nexio. The Onagaries are clean, but we're trying to not use them per our rules. And then the refugees are clean because they joined after the Grey Flesh started. So we do have people we know are safe. So what we're basically waiting on now is we are waiting on getting enough of the Grey Flesh research that we can reveal them. Are we on Metal Horror event? Yes. So we're basically waiting for a metal, like we're waiting for the Grey Flesh to show up enough times that we can identify it. We also have the Site Stealers going on. So I keep zooming in. Alright, Grey Flesh. So we got our second instance of it. Who is our research again? Wrong, Gary? Go check it. For right now, you should not be part of the safe zone. So will that be enough to identify the Metal Horror? Analysis complete. While analyzing the Grey Flesh sample, Rongari finally isolated the biosignature for Plasmocyst C6. The signature emerges from, metal stuff going into people, yada yada. So with that said, we will start the process of going through our various contestants to see who in fact is the one with the Metal Horror. So operations add, surgical inspection, contestant number 1. Is it Dutch? We probably have way too many people for a prediction. Let me see how many people I can put on the list for a prediction. We could do a prediction onto who we think has it, so that way you can all get your Gamba on. Let's see. Who has the Metal Horror? Or who started? Who was the first Metal Horror? And the reason I'm doing that is we could have multiple people infected. We'll have Dutch, Will, Magalo, Wrong Gary, Jesty, Gary Tank, Earth Rush, Gary, someone else. Alright. So we've got 10 possible ones on there. I'll let the prediction run for 5 minutes real fast. 5 minutes is probably too long? Yeah, it's fine. Okay, got it. So we got a really long list of people it could be. A really, really long list of people it could be. To be clear, this is whoever the first infected person is. This is not like if they infected 5 others and you voted for one of the 5 others, doesn't count. It's only the very first infected one. The information we have is nothing of any use, because looking at our long list of Garys, Gary Tank had been cloned recently. All the other Garys have been here for at least 30 days. None of them that I could think had been hit recently. I could be wrong with that. We had a flesh beast attack directly before this showed up, but no one got injured that I'm aware of. So it's not entirely clear who done it. Hey, welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for the raid, So Everdream. I hope you had fun with your Satisfactory today and all that good stuff. For those who don't know, So Everdream, absolutely fantastic content creator, someone I highly recommend checking out. Been doing some Satisfactory recently and all that stuff, but does a lot of similar games to what we do here, so if you like the content here, you'll probably like it there. If you want to get into the Gamba, we did just get a Grey Flesh event, so we don't know who done it yet. And the things we do know is we know Nexio is safe, our refugees are safe, and our honor Garys are safe. But all of our other Garys, one of them is infected with Metal Horror, and is not our friend right now. So we're trying to predict who it is. For those who want to weigh in, the information we have is Gary Tank had just been cloned a little bit before this. Otherwise, I have no farther information that's probably of use. I don't think anyone took an anomaly hit recently with them. So we're doing that prediction going on. If you want a Gamba, it is kind of a crapshoot Gamba, but there's all that fun. But with all that said, popping in, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to have a world record in that game. But that said, I do play a whole variety of games. Today we're playing some RimWorld, where the gimmick behind this run is every single one of these colonists you see on the left here in the blue, all of them are a clone of this person right down here, which apparently has someone stacked. But they're all Gary, who is a pretty generically okay pawn. They're tough, they have a couple of passions, they're not that good, but we have cloned them very aggressively using the obelisk that comes with Anomaly. And then we do have 2 honor Garys. They're not Garys, but they're honor Garys that we keep frozen in the fridge just so they can heal the Garys of the things that would make them die as a clone automatically. So we just do that to make them viable, but they're not allowed to contribute to the colony other than making the Garys functional. Is that one of the vault from Fallout with just Garys guy? Yes, so this is a reference to Fallout 3, where there's the vault of just Garys, where all the Garys been cloned a bajillion times and have all gone absolutely bonkers and trying to kill everyone. So we are referencing that heavily. And then these 3 are refugees who are just visiting temporarily. We did just get, and the reason I'm paused is we did just get where we can know who did it. And I've got my first contestant we're going to be cutting into to see if they're infected or not. And so the moment I do that, that potentially fudges the odds. But right now, let's see who people are voting for. So it seems like the bulk of people are voting for Gary over here. That we have a good 69%, nice, are going for that one. The next highest one would be Magalo over here, as 13%. We got 11% for Gary Tank, 4% for Chesty, and no points on almost any of them, except someone put a nice tiny little 10 points on someone else, which means any of the people not here. But we got about 23 seconds, so that's done. Ooh, Someone dropping a lot of points on Megalo. And all that stuff. I think, well, the percent isn't the number of people, it's a percentage of points. Yeah, so it can be one person going hard, because we can't see how many people voted for what until the poll's done. Yeah, you're throwing Gary really hard because 25th day. Yeah, and this is definitely big gamble. Alright, so the predictions are over. Let's see our first contestant. Let's go ahead and get Nexio in here to operate on Dutch Psycho. You're the sole voter for Megalo. It happens. This is definitely one that is 100% gamble. Both times they found the gray flesh, they were in an area that literally every single Gary passes. And we haven't had any obvious things like infection routes that have come up. I should not have you standing there alone. Alright. Everyone, I want you to watch the surgery carefully. That way, if a metal horror does pop out, we can fill it with lots of bullets. Nope, the Sight Stealers are here. And is Dutch our contestant? Alright. Dutch is clear. So as soon as Dutch is no longer under aesthetic, we will deal with the Sight Stealers chilling outside. But with one of our melee pawns currently down, we're going to want to wait till they're back up and running, because more than likely it's going to be a pretty sizable raid of Sight Stealers. And that's where I got myself in a lot of trouble the last time, is I was cycling through our people doing this surgical inspection very rapidly, and I had been mistaken about who was safe. Which definitely, like, being wrong about that I could have recovered from, except I rushed the surgeries, which caused me to get wrecked by a flesh pit, where no one died, but everyone was hurt. And then the metal horrors popped out when they took a majority of our people. And yeah, the stacking of all that made it an unmanageable situation. Alright. So honestly, while it looks like you're very heavily affected, you're not really. Oh no, you're not one of my crumbling mine, that's fine. Oh yeah, and we do have 2 Garys left with crumbling mine. We had 3, but we got them all cured. So their brain had been badly damaged as part of the cloning process, but we got them fixed. We just gave them death refusal, and then we murdered them, and then we ripped the skull out of their body, and then have them resurrect. And we got rid of that no good brain that they had. Got a fresh, brand new one. That does mean I can put Dutch on for this. And you can both help cook for a minute. Okay, so you're mostly at full capacity now. The children visiting are in a permanent state of being upset because we are not really prepared for children here. Now, normally I don't fight from within my hospital where we potentially trash this place. But in this particular case, with what we're dealing with, we're just going to go ahead and do that. So everyone's going to pile in here. Get ready for a proper fight. And unfortunately, we don't have flares or anything to reveal them. But they should find their way in here after a couple of seconds. They're probably right now zigzagging through this maze. Sightstealers are relatively fast. Let's actually put you two back here. They should be on their way in here by now. I was gonna say, that can't be all of them. I do wonder why they keep getting stuck there. Excuse me. There are rules. Okay, I think we might be in the clear. There is a chance we'll have more pop in here. But the fact that we had the shard drop, we don't see anything immediately following. We're gonna take our chances. Schedule, unrestrict all of you, and you're now restricted to home. I don't believe necessarily. You can have the, where are you going? Oh, you're going for pemmican, rather than getting your shredded bloody body sorted out. Okay. So once everyone's all patched up, then we will go and inspect our next Gary. Please stop sweeping up the corpses. Here are the corpses, then sweep. Same deal. Please get that out of there. There you go. At least they're out of the hospital. Okay, so pretty minor injuries. The good news is the sightseers don't tend to do a lot of damage per hit. The danger you run into is someone being out here and then getting swarmed. Because, you know, the classic death by 1,000 cuts. Entity Slayer because of awful barracks. Have a good time, small child. Nicely done. And it's back. Okay, so next contestant, you. Operations add surgical inspection. So it is time for Will to be surgically inspected. And let's get everyone else here. So Dutch, get into position. All the rest of you get into position. Gotta love the Revenant punching bag for grumpy children. There's a reason why, like, of the anomalies, the Revenants are my favorite ones to keep. For a whole range of reasons, but, like, I love the Entity Slayer going in there, killing the Revenant, it drops as a spine, you just put it back. It's just a free mood break and getting catharsis for it. And is Will our contestant? Clean results. It's dinner time. Please enjoy the definitely not sure not murder. No problem. You have yourself a good dinner and all that good stuff. I do appreciate it. But thank you again so much for that raid. We'll in probably about 20 minutes, I'll be taking about a 5-minute break myself to welcome my wife home for our own dinner stuff. But that's just a little 5-minute break kind of thing. We'll worry about that when we get there. So once Will's up, we'll get the next one in here. And you get the idea. Let's go cycle on through it. Because that's the way I'm going to do it. As soon as one gets up, the next one goes under the knife. I don't care if you're binging food, that's fine. This also means Will actually can't do a whole lot because crumbling mind, but that's fine. Alright, so Will's up and good, so we have Megalo as our next contestant. This is one of the ones that people put a bunch of points on. Let's see if Megalo's ready to, pass it on. Let's go ahead and have you deal with it, because you're the better doctor. Then meanwhile, Dutch here, you'll be in position to support. And the rest of you get into position to shoot the living crap out of the metal whore if it bursts out of their chest. What? Did that kid just, like, get in the way and cause it to cancel the inspection? Just like they pushed Nexio over by trying to path over to grab something. And is it Megalo? And they are clean. So next contestant will be Rongor once Megalo's good to go. Which would be good, because Rongor's actually our best doctor. But I am deliberately having Nexio do all the surgery so that if one person's infected, we're trying our best to make it so we don't spread the infection. How long till cloning? So 16 days left in cloning, and then 8 days left until we can do our next inspection. Or not our next inspection, our next, death refusal. And you should be getting up relatively soon. Alright, Rongor, it's your turn. Surgical inspection. Okay. And Nexio, it is time to take a little peeky peek. Get Dutch in position to support in case things go messy. And have all the ranged and ready. So is it wrong, Gary? I bet someone with a non-Gary name. Well, all the non-Gary people should be clear. So how many gone through the test so far? Not that many. We started on the left side and we're working our way right. But all these last 5 should be clear. Okay. So wrong Gary does not appear to be our contestant. Yeah, no, everyone here is a Gary. Those 11 people are Garys. These 2 are honorary Garys, and these 3 are guests. Oh, that suddenly reminds me. You need to have your name changed to Tempo Gary is not Gary. Then there's you. Tempo Gary is not Gary. All right. And you. Tempo Gary is not Gary. Okay. Like, obviously should have been that one. My guess is Gary Tank. Personally, I didn't want to say it while the predictions were going in. I've not seen the Obelisk cause mech horror, but that's the only one that wasn't like just chilling here, not getting hurt. Unless we've had a long delay between the person getting infected and actually being, you know, revealed that was a thing, which is possible. Okay. The wrong Gary should be up any second now. There you go. Alright, Chesty LaRue, it is your time for surgical inspection. I'm gonna need you to show up at the hospital. Let's get everyone else ready to react. Okay. Oh, do you have food poisoning? Alright, hang on. Alright, you have food poisoning, so... It's fine, you do it. Oh, never mind, you can't. Let's see. Guess it'll be you who'll do it. So there's no mechanic for watching the medical procedure. Oh yeah, watching a medical procedure and getting like a tiny boost in medical for like spectating. Okay. And it would appear that you are in the clear. So I can go to your stats. I have no idea who our actual cook is. You, mine. So you'll get back to doing that. That's fine. Yeah, so it looks like you'll be able to have roughly 3 Garys under some level of anesthetic at a time rushing it this fast. So the next Cantist is going to be Gary Tank, who is the one I would guess would be it. Alright. So surgical inspection. Okay, are you still food poisoning? Yes, you are. So you will do the surgery. You'll just be in a defensive position. Grab the rest of you. Metal horror is emerging. Okay. Oh. Unnatural healing can do it. It's an upset. It's actually the second Honor Gary has been having that in them the whole time. All this time. So that is new information, that it can be spread on unnatural healing. Okay. Well, that's gonna upset people on their points. So, prediction. It is a not Gary. So, choose outcome. Someone else, and just double checking. Honor Gary implanted before arrival at your colony, who then implanted it into Gary Tank as the next one. So, it is one of the Honor Garys who was the culprit. So, there's the upset. I did not think it would be someone else. I'm glad I put that, because originally I wasn't going to put that as an option, because I just figured it wasn't going to be a thing. But then I was like, you know, you never know when it's going to be. Alright, so unfortunately, I'm not sure how that works with them being in the freezer, but I guess we'll figure that. Yeah, so, Serpentipity getting themselves 53,000 points. Among, let's see. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Nice. Okay, so I got you done. So it marks you as downed, with the metal horror emerging, and that you're supposedly bleeding out, but you're also in the fridge. So I'm not really sure how that ends up working. To get you there, in the meantime, you start tending to this person. Wow, actually, normally when they burst out, they practically take your arms off and everything. In this particular case, they barely scratch them. New research available, blood, the metal blood serum. Alright, meanwhile, none of you need to be restricted for any reason. So my assumption is what's going to happen is I'm going to open this door. And then once I let them out, immediately we're getting hit with the metal horror. And where I have designed this with the intention of making it in relatively good shape for dealing with, good shape for dealing with, other situations. Okay. Cool. So all of you get out of here. You go ahead and just start patching them up right where they are. So with that, that does mean both of the onagaris should be good to go. I don't need to worry about them ducking out of here or whatever. Okay, what I am going to do is open this and let you out, because I'm going to have them patch each other up for a minute. And then once they're all patched up, we're going to put them back in the freezer. Alright, just checking one thing real fast. Okay, chat. So, my wife has just gone home, so I'm going to quickly run downstairs, welcome my wife home. It's going to be about a 5-minute break real fast. It's my, quote-unquote long break for the stream. But just 5 minutes. Then we'll get back to RimWorld, and thank you again so much for tuning in, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Alright, and we are back. And yeah, and I won that fight in the clip. Like, the clip doesn't have the fight. That's actually one of the bummers, is I tried to take a clip of how that fight went, with all the war queens and all that, and I won it, but it was just one of those things that was too long for a clip, because there's so much kiting around and all that, because things turned sour pretty early on. And I just had to, like, keep kiting them around and line of sighting them again and again. Yeah, so good news is now everyone should get back up in business. My plan right now is we're gonna have these two heal each other back and forth. That way I can get a couple of these injuries sorted out. I don't want to put them back in the fridge with a bunch of things badly damaged. I want them to be functional. So we got a little while till we can clone again anyways. We'll have them trade a heal and then get back in the fridge. Alright, all in all, things are in good shape again. Food is good. Oh, schedule. This is something I gotta fix. Get everyone back allowed to do medical again. And figure out who the heck were our actual cooks. So, grower, researcher, crafter, mining person. You two, one of the two of you is the cook and the other is the cleaning person, or both. So you could be a cook. We have two more people here who can grow / research. I know I had two people set to cooking. Oh, that's right. You were also set to cooking. And then you grew as a secondary priority. That's what I'm missing there. Okay, cool. Because we do need multiple cooks if we're going to possibly keep the food going. Tank was the cleaner, I think? I think you're right. Which, amusingly enough, they're slightly better at cooking than Earthrush, so Earthrush, I guess, is our cleaner. It's fine. Disease infection on Honor Gary. That's kind of annoying. Disease infection on Honor Gary. Just best doctor, please do it. How goes the Garys? They're going pretty good. We just did a metal horror event and come to find that one of our honor Garys had been infected this whole time. So when he unnaturally healed a Gary clone, that's how he got the gray flesh into the colony, which granted it was only the 2 of them that had it. But it was a little bit of an upset just because that honor Gary had been like in the freezer for multiple years at this point. And only now that they've had the gray flesh this whole time, the metal horror, did it kind of reveal itself. Man, what is your ideology that you two are perpetually pissed off? Ah, that'll do it. Transhumanist. Wait, do I have sandstone on this tile? I don't think we do. I think it was granite, limestone, and slate. Yeah, so we actually don't... Oh, we are disassembling ruins. That's right. I was like, where the heck are we getting sandstone from? Okay, so you're staying plenty ahead of your infections for now. Okay. So you're gonna go... and deal with that. Stop trying to recolor your apparel. It's not that big of a priority. You're slowly dying of infection. You're like, no, my clothes are the wrong color. They're not my favorite. Okay, meanwhile, we'll have Ryu run up here real fast. And you now have one of your eyes back. Where's the original Gary? The original Gary is Gary. Right there. Now once you're healed up, we'll have the unnatural healing go the other way, and then you can all get in the freezer. Don't recolor your apparel. You're dying of infection. It's not the time. Okay, so you're through your infections. And like I said, I'm gonna have them trade off their unnatural healings, so we can slowly fix the Onagaris, whom the ideas are not supposed to contribute to the colony outside of using their unnatural healing on new Garys. I'm kind of making an exception for them healing each other since they're just Onagaris. But because you got messed up real bad by the metal horror bursting out of them, it's going to take a minute for them to recover. Okay, and how are we doing on our cloth? You should name the 17th Gary Mickey 17. Well, we give out, each time we get a new Gary, we do roll for it. I mean, people could ask to have the Gary named a specific Gary, as long as it's not like, you know, a political or controversial figure or something like that. It's fine. But yeah, so you see, like, most of the names here are actually puns on the name Gary. We do have some that are not Gary names, that they're just, you know, people's usernames. But, like, you know, we got Wrong Gary, Chesty Gary, Gary Tank, Gary, and all that. We're actually getting more and more names that are not Gary themed names, which is fine. Because after a while, it's going to be a big hassle to try and come up with yet another Gary name. Okay. You should be getting pretty close to fully healed. Actually, you're still mixing 16 health in the torso. You got a ways to recover yet, unfortunately. Gary is a name? Yes, it is. How long till the refugees go? 9 days, so quite a while, actually. And our food's finally getting situated. The big problem right now is power. If we get batteries, I'll probably set up some wind power to help with things. But, right now we don't have batteries, so depending on wind power is going to be just a bad time. And then we're waiting for the Penioxylin to go. Honestly, this is going to be a hard colony to take advantage of Penioxylin. Oh, I guess one thing we ought to do, even if I don't end up doing grav ship stuff, this will make more mission objectives and all that appear. Who is our researcher? Yeah, so you inspect it, and then we'll have you haul that home. I don't plan on building the grav ship in this one. Or at least not primarily doing grav ship stuff. And who is our constructing person? That's you. And haul that home. But it is a thing that I could potentially take advantage of that later. Where we could do, like, the anchor down here for ensuring the world has to deal with Gary. Because then I could potentially go and have a small deployment ship that's not really meant to do a whole lot long term. Just goes, drops a bunch of colonists on a place to get another grav core and then bring it back. And then use those grav cores as a power source for the station. Tempo Gary courted Chesty Gary by joking half complimenting her grandparents. Chesty Gary has become aroused and agreed to become Tempo Gary's lover. Chesty Gary was also confronted with the existential crisis of knowing that they're a clone, and therefore their grandparents aren't actually their grandparents, but the grandparents are the grandparents of the person that is effectively their parent through the cloning process, and is really not sure how the hierarchical standings of familiar relationships work in this particular context. Gary's family tree is a wreath. Like, if you're a clone, do you consider yourself, like, a brother or sister? I mean, you know, a sibling or a child of, or, like, how does one navigate that? Because they're kind of your parent in that you only exist because you're a clone of them, but, like, genetically speaking, you know, your genes were still put together from the people above. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, are you an identical twin? Are you a child of? Kind of yes, kind of no to all the above. We can all agree that your grandparents aren't the same grandparents, though. It might feel like they're your grandparents, but it's definitely more complicated than that. Alright, so you've almost got your last injury healed. And then we have the two Onagaris heal. Well, the one heal the other one's already done it. And then they go back in the fridge. They're their own grandfather. That we can establish is not the case, though. They're definitely not their own grandfather. Like, if anything, the whole thing with the I'm my own grandpa is the fact that they have this whole convoluted family hierarchy. And in this particular case, it's not a complicated family hierarchy. It's quite the opposite of the family hierarchy is like... It's very simple in a horizontal manner, which should not normally occur. Versus the I'm my own grandpa has to do with, like, you know, people hooking up with younger people and all that kind of nonsense. You don't think it's complicated genetically. Where they get their original as parents vibe is if they're a clone, they don't have the memories of the original. So the game implies they do have the exact same memories as the original up until the point of cloning. So they, like, the whole thing is they, like, literally argue that they are the same person. It'd honestly kind of be an interesting one here if there was, like, a predisposition of having a minor negative mood or a minor negative social thing with who you're the clone with at the beginning. Just because you're kind of arguing over who's the original. You know, make it a temporary thing so eventually they work through it. That, like, you know, since they started the same common ground and they separated, if you're getting along past that, you would kind of get over it in time, because you would start to become your own distinct persons, even if you have the same baseline. There should be a slow, persistent degradation. It would be an interesting idea that when you copy someone, like, as an alternative to the anomaly one, 36 is a lot of rep. It's for a good while, though. I'm gonna skip it because standing's easy to come by. Because I was gonna say, I could definitely take one of the crumbled mine people and send them away for a while. But, actually... So both Will and Magello are that. And, yeah, no, Magello can go. We're not gonna be ready to do anything to help you out for a while. Let's go ahead and do... accept a big pile of goodwill. And then Magello could go for a while. It's just one, right? Oh, 7. Reading comprehension matters, chat. Is this 500%? No. I've done 500% plenty of times in the past before streaming. I do find 500% is very limiting in how you play the game. Well, we accepted the quest, and now I have the problem where I have to send 7 people for over a season. Which is not something I actually want to do. Which it helps. I was wondering, it's like, why is it a difficulty 3? It's for a whole season. And it's 7. Zemps? Well, I can't send them. 1, they're kids, and 2, they're refugees. I can only send them. I could send the Onagaris, but very genuinely the ones old enough they could die from a heart attack while they're away. And it also means I won't be able to deal with the next Gary clone. And I could send a ton of them, but we're going to have an even larger number of Garys I can't fight. I genuinely think the answer here is that we're just going to upset them by not actually sending anyone. And just letting this time out, because I assume... Yeah, if I delete the quest, it doesn't go away. So, they're just gonna get mad because I have the shuttle sitting here with no one going on it. So we're gonna take a faction hit. But I definitely don't want to deal with. Because, like, if we look at our Garys, these are the ones who can actually fight. We've got 11. which means if I send them, I end up having only 4 Garys here who can remain being productive and fighting. And that's gonna be a real hard send. And that's because I just didn't read carefully that was 7 people. I just went, oh, 23 days a person? Yeah, it's fine. Which is not even remotely correct. So this is the punishment for not paying attention. Alright, so we're gonna go here and go penioxylin, do forever. And now we're going to go to assignments. We need to manage our drug policy, go here, make a copy. I'll have drug policy 5, we'll rename this to colonist. We'll just go Gary. And with that, we're going to go down to penioxylin every 5 days. And then go to all of our people here. And for all of our actual colonists, they get Gary. And then I guess the other thing we can do, we can go to our Gary policy, and we will say they can do Go Juice every other day if their mood is below 50%. And I don't have any other drugs yet being made in the colony, so we won't worry about the others. So if the recreation starts to dip, and sorry, if their mood starts to dip, they can take a hit of the side tea we're making. Did I put it on Go Juice? That'd be terrifying. No, it's on the right line. It's here. It's on the tea, because that'd have been real bad if they were just every other day taking a hit of Go Juice. I wouldn't have the Go Juice, so I wouldn't do anything, but like someone would drop. Oh, I said Go Juice? If I did, I meant side tea. I don't want my people binging Go Juice at any point in time. Like, it's one thing if we're doing, like, Hussars and they've got a Go Juice dependency. I wish I could tell you to go away. This looks like a pretty cool game. You heard that over 1 million copies sold. How would you describe the game and how many hours do you have in it? To remind you of Project Zomboid for colonies. So I have a bit over, like, I have around 4,000 hours in the game. It is a colony building game. And kind of the big thing that makes it sick, and the marketing is it is a story generator. But ultimately it's kind of a survival colony builder. Less focus on, like, you're building your buildings, like, you know, getting your hunting building and getting your wood chopper and all these things like most. Oh, I didn't hear you. Enjoy. Thank you. I love you. Yeah. But, so way less focus on, like, building the right buildings and that kind of things. And instead it's got more of a focus on there is a storyteller in the background. So think of, like, you're having yourselves a dungeon master in the background. They hate you, and they actively want you to fail. So what's happening is as the game's going on, every so often, you see these little red dots appear. That's the stuff where the storyteller's done something bad to me. But, like, the game is actively trying to cause you problems. And it's definitely something you can overcome, to be clear. So there's, like, endings and all that. But, oh, good. Did I not take a penalty for it? Okay, by not doing it, I didn't take a penalty. That's surprising. I've never just utterly ignored the shuttle on the worker one. I was expecting to take, like, a 15 or 20 reputation hit for promising us sending workers. I'm guessing they do that in the event you ask for, like, them to come by, and then between the time you accept it, you take a loss, and now you physically can't do it. I could see that being unexpectedly, like, particularly punishing. Alright, we got mad boom rats. So, like, that's an example that did trigger for one of those things to be hostile. That's a big ol', or sorry, boom-a-lope. That's a big ol' nothing burger in my story, my circumstances. I'm just gonna run everyone over here. Because Wrong Gary's in a little bit of trouble because they're pretty close. Do not go that way. I don't need you to go run and get yourself hurt real bad, because you should be out there with plenty of time that you don't have to worry about that. So move this way, then move that way. But yeah, so I just told one of the wild animals to attack us. That's a nothing burger. I'm going to dispatch it almost instantly. Versus you'll have attacks, and the attacks could be pretty big scale and all that. But no, it's definitely a game that has a lot of depth. It can be a little daunting when you play it. One of my recommendations when you first play the game, don't like go to the hardest difficulty settings. Don't grab mods early. Like learn the game, then look at getting mods. And then on top of that, don't start with the DLC. The DLC all adds cool stuff that I'd actually recommend getting in the long term, but in the short term, it is kind of one of those things that every DLC adds like an extra layer, and that can be overwhelming when you first start playing. But this is definitely a game that you do not need any of the DLC to have a good time. Like you're not going to play without the DLC and be like, oh man, it feels like there's a piece missing that really is intended on being here. Like, genuinely, this is a game that turning on and off your DLC is a perfectly normal thing that people do. But yeah, it's basically around that. The other thing that this game does is all your colonists kind of matter. They have their moods and all that make them happy and mad and all that sort of stuff. And so it's a lot more about taking a handful of colonists, you know, trying to make them live reasonably well. The game takes a morally gray stance on things. It'll let you do some truly awful things, but it also doesn't force you to do any of those things either. So it's like up to the player to decide what they are and are not okay with. And just for a reason, that suddenly reminded me I need to get more of these rooms going. It is a game that you can absolutely, like, you can go through and 100% ruin your game by just trying to be super focused on optimization and all that. Let's say a couple of the DLCs would feel weird to stop having, but you won't realize, yeah, no, exactly. Like, it's definitely one of those things that when you get used to doing the DLCs, I would agree there's a certain point where you get in there and you're like, oh, like, I kind of don't want to give up this thing. Like, I've just been doing this for a while. I'd rather keep it. But at least from when you first start playing, like I said, you don't feel like there's some big thing missing from the game. Alright, so I'm starting to try and build a bunch of these rooms, because we're continuing to expand our Garys. That's the thing. Let's see, can you go hunt and eat those animals? Can you milk them? You saw someone milk them? Yes. So I can go through and I can hunt all the animals in the area. Some animals have a chance of defending them. Some of them will just run away. So like the boomalope here, there's a 10% chance when I attack them that they might turn manhunter and come after me. And some of them you gotta be careful, because like I can cause that one to go manhunter, and it can potentially bring the whole group with it. That's kind of one of the risks, is you can attack a herd of some animals. But most of them will just run away when you shoot at them. But yeah, some animals will give you eggs, some of them will give you milk, some of them will give you wool, some of them will carry stuff for you. You can train some of them to attack your enemies, that kind of thing. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do there. Did I weirdly miss a tile there? That's fine. You like to describe it as The Sims with combat? I could see the argument. It is kind of its own thing. Like, at this point we have other games similar to it that have kind of, they saw this game and then went from there. So like Going Medieval, for example, that is a game that came out way after this one, but like very, very heavily borrows from the ideas. And I don't mean that in a bad way, to be clear. Like 100% it makes sense if other games in your genre are doing something and it's working. why not do it as well? Alright, Scourge Cluster. So we can get a really good stack of Glitter World or Rep. This will have 2 things. We have an Auto Mortar, which sucks. So, like, the mechs themselves are not that bad. Like, a Lancer, you can have the risk of getting 1 pumped by it. The Centipede Gunner, if you let it run loose, will absolutely decimate. The Auto Mortar is the thing that's a big problem. The Auto Mortar, if it sits back there, and I don't have a good angle for attacking, it will just hammer away at my base the whole time. That said, I do really want a big pile of Glitter World. Granted, I actually have a lot of Glitter World, don't I? Yeah, these we can disable with the smoke thing. We don't know what the Mech Birther is going to do to us. Like, this is the problem with this one and the hesitation here is most of this map is wide open. So if, for example, it lands here, and there's just nothing around it, then I have no choice but to fight through its guns, where I could use the smoke grenades to prevent the auto turrets from shooting at me, but then I'm dealing with a Lancer and a Centipede just popping off, and we don't have Sentry, or we don't have the mortars ourselves. I'm gonna actually pass on it. We got a pretty good pile of Glitter World already, I don't really think. Yeah, that, it did sound like Firebot dropped. It is saying it's connected, though. Yeah, no, I did hear the sound as well. But it does look like it's connected, so... we'll see. If the alerts don't work, then we'll deal with it. Alright, how long until we can crumble mine? Okay, cool. So we've got our next contestant to cure them of crumbled mine. So we'll look at Will here. So we're going to go here. Imbue Death Refusal. That's going to go on Will as the target. And it doesn't matter who I use for all the rest of the things, because they're all the same. Yeah, no, it is. And it could be that something's scuff on Firebot. We'll wait and see. So what I'm doing here is Will here has a negative effect called Crumbled Mind that we got from cloning them early on. And that is a permanent, incurable thing. So you can't use the Healing Mech Serum, Unnatural Healing, or any of these things to cure it. But there's kind of a workaround for it, where if Will dies, and we rip their skull out of their head, their brain goes with it, which has Crumbled Mind. And if I give them the ability to resurrect once, then we just get that brain, we get a brand new brain. We rip it out of their skull, they resurrect, no fuss, no muss. They do take a penalty of like 20-something percentage of their skill experience by giving them this thing. No, I thought it was going to take away their psychic powers, but it apparently doesn't. Which is really surprising. Alright, so we're going to tell them to, first of all, go in here. I would like you to drop all your things. Okay, and health, operation, euthanize by cut, okay. We'll have you get up over here. And where did you go? Get into bed. Okay, you do have death refusal, right? Cool. Alright, so with that, prioritize operating on Will. Will is now dead. We're going to rip Will's skull out of their body. And with that, Will no longer has a defective brain. And now Will's going to self-resurrect using the magic power we gave them. And just like that, Will no longer has a crumbled mind. And after all this time, Will is now a fully functional pawn once more. I don't even know what I'm going to have you do around here. I could have you be another researcher. Let's have you be a low priority. Well, I mean, that just means they'll grow stuff. We'll have you... You should still be good at guns? Oh, yeah, the combat stuff, that's fine. I'm thinking about, like, your day-to-day work. I'm leaning towards making you an additional researcher is probably where you're going. Right now, you have terrible researching skill. How many researching benches do I have? I have 2. Yeah, because you can be another 100% dedicated researcher. Or we can leave you on the hauling side of things, which honestly wouldn't be terrible. I'm going to leave you a researcher. We're going to make you a researcher is what you're going to do here. It's going to take you a little while to get back up from being formerly dead. And then the means we only have one last person who's incapable of stuff. Okay, so Will's back up. So you go grab your gun. Then get your clothes back on. But yeah, so what'll happen is you will have probably lost a level or 2 on shooting, but that's fine. You can get that back. Having a level or 2 lost in shooting, but having full consciousness is going to go way farther than having higher shooting and like 60% consciousness. And we are a good couple of days so we can do that again. How are we doing on this nonsense? So we have 3 more advanced anomalies till we can use that again. So I need them to keep working on this. In the meantime, we can go here and go floors. Just a plain old boring wood floor. We're gonna chuck that down. Don't have problems with that. I'll end up wanting power in here. Actually bring it this way. I'll end up wanting power down this way. Okay, we definitely need batteries to show up. Yeah, so don't care about this stuff. This is for, like, ghouls and all that. We need to get the entity containment happening. But that's okay, we'll get there. Yeah, so the research we've got left here, I don't care about anything here too much. The smithing will be important. We'll probably want that sooner rather than later. Batteries are a big one. Batteries are probably the one I need the most right now. Biofuel refining will also potentially work. Heat stroke, oh, on all the Tempagaries? Well, they should figure their stuff out. I'm gonna need them to cut a lot more brick. That might actually be something we need to do in the immediate future. Is go and queue up for go and get another crafter set up, and then set them up to also do brick. And unfortunately, no matter which Gary I put on, that's gonna be a problem. So our next Gary, I think, is gonna be a second crafter. Kind of just out of necessity. That's fine. How much longer till they're out of here? Should be soon. Yeah, 2 days and then the refugees get out of here. I'll definitely want to put a light in this room. Because we're getting to the point in the game where we're going to start potentially facing stuff like the Noctil event and all that. And that's just kind of, you need lights everywhere. So the good news is like one advanced light here should cover most, if not all that. Another advanced light should be able to cover that. Chuck another light or two around here and that'll be good. The big problem we have right now is a matter of power. So we got a bed available for them. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll definitely want to get this flipped over. Make that into a prison again. So we're getting all the wires run. I forgot, this thing emits its own light, but I'll still want a light or two in this area. Okay. And next up we have recurve bow. We don't need that. It's fine. They'll research it real fast and it'll go away. We got a bunch of uranium. Let's go ahead and plan for the next one of these. So 1, 2, 3. Skip. Over here. Put this there. Give you a uranium door. Give you a light. All right. Got a slate meteor. Don't really care about that. I also have a bunch of ship chunks all over the map for them to disassemble and grab the bits from. And you already grabbed all this junk up here. Oh, you know what? I bet you I don't have a production spot to destroy the mechs, do I? I'm betting I destroyed that at some point. Interesting. I didn't realize you could make the harp at the crafting spot. I thought you had to make it at the smith. That's fine. Yeah, that's what I think our next Gary is going to be a second crafter, is I think the plan. That way we can more consistently have people cutting the brick and all that. Are you able to choose their skills? I don't know what you mean in that regard. I could choose their assignments, which will like give them better skills. When you start the game, you choose pawns and they'll have random skills, and you just choose like of those pawns which one are going. When awakening a new Gary? Oh no, when I clone a Gary, it's a literal copy. So they get the same skills and everything. So if I were to clone this Gary right now, all of this would be the exact same. It is a literal copy. Like, it's such a significant copy. If this Gary was sick with the flu, the copy would also be sick with the flu. So it's not like cloning like in real life where they take DNA, they find a match, you know, and take it for one animal, take the exact copy and make a new animal with it. It's literally like someone just photocopied right in that exact moment that you did the cloning and got everything about them. Okay, so you... Alright, so we're starting to get ones with nothing else to do, which is a whole thing. I can give them low priority research. Going for the anomaly ending? We haven't decided the ending. I'm only ending up going the direction of the anomaly ending because we needed the death refusal to fix some of the Garys, which means by that nature. And also, anomaly ending is one of those ones, if you do literally nothing but wake up the monolith, you will get gradual progress towards the anomaly ending. You still have to click this to, like, awaken and go the next tile, or the next tier up. But, you know, for the actual anomaly ending itself, once we've seen enough, I can literally hit the button and get going. So it's kind of one of those things that, like, the ship to the stars, I have to pack everything and walk across the entire world. Building the ship, I have to actually dedicate to build the ship. A royalty, I need to slowly work my way up on the faction. Arco Nexus, I need to get allied. The wealth of the colony will go up towards that progress by itself. Odyssey, you have to go out of your way to do. But Anomaly is one of the only endings that kind of just slowly works its way forward. Hey, anyway, thank you so much for the 20 stream streak. I do appreciate it. So, like, if you're not going for an ending, you kind of end up going for Anomaly by doing nothing, and it just kind of happens. It's got the recurve bow, so AC's next. I still don't have a really good power source unless we want, because, like, even the wood, I don't have that much wood to float around. They switch that over to prison cells. Alright, and the refugees are now leaving. So all the colonists here are our actual colonists. There's no quests or guests at the moment. But yeah, I'm thinking the reality of how we're going to have to do our power for the short to mid-term is a whole bunch of batteries and some windmills here and there. And then maybe some chem fuel generators or something. If we're lucky, we might be able to snag some unstable power cores, but we haven't had a mech cluster with an unstable power core come up yet. Please don't stand directly in the door doing that. Will. Thank you. In the future, I need to not do that. I've made that mistake before. Domesticate the boomalopes? I mean, I can. They won't produce enough chem fuel to be worth mentioning. I'll need the chem fuel production. Because I think it takes, like, what? 2 boomalopes to keep a chem fuel generator going? Is either, like, 2 or 3 or something like that? Because you can milk them for it, but it's pretty inefficient and pretty slow. Versus if you get the chem fuel processing. 1 is 2 generators? Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not too fussed by it. When we get to the point I need the extra power, we can do it. Because then that becomes a problem if I need to get an area for them to be able to eat. Which right now, the struggle here is getting the stone cut to build stuff because I don't have enough crafters. Which is why I said the next area, which will be cloning in 2 days, is probably going to be a dedicated crafter. Because then, if I get enough of that, we could start opening up an area here. Or, like, either there, probably actually up here. Like, make a big area there. And then just put a bunch of the animals in it. And then it could be, like, boomalope just eating the grass, or alpaca, or whatever, to put them to use. Also, trees don't explode. This is true. Do I have a dedicated handling one? No, I just have all of my colonists set up to be allowed to handle. And that could even be what we do, is the next Gary, we could specialize them in handling and crafting. So actually take you all off handling for right now. And then we'll make another clone that we can then specialize in handling the animals. And this doesn't matter, there's no water here, so we can just untag that. Yeah, so 1.7 days, and then we can do another clone. Mysterious cargo. Alright, you are willing to give me a Masterwork Harp and a Legendary Nerve Spiker. I believe I actually already... Oh, no, it's a Masterwork. I'm sorry. So we're able to get a slightly better Nerve Spiker, which is honestly not that bad of a deal. The artistic one I don't care about. The Power Claw and the thing there I'm not super fussed. Let's go ahead and accept it and see what we get. Alright. It appears to be a human corpse. Cool. So haul that inside, get it researching. Okay, and our best researcher is Dutch. Gonna prioritize having you study it so that our best researcher sticks to it. Alright, in that case, you go ahead and grab the legendary Nerve Spiker. It's better than what you got. And I guess have a second harp? I don't know. Make our break room even faster. Okay, and then we'll have to put down more wood floors because I don't actually have the materials to make nicer. We are getting some granite brick cut. Alright, the good news, we have just over a day, and then we can go ahead and get ourselves a handling Gary / crafting Gary to help it so we can get more crafters going on. Now, in that particular case, I'm probably better off cloning wrong Gary as opposed to Gary. Because wrong Gary does have the crafting skill already. So I think that's going to be what we're doing. So we're doing a copy of a copy. Also, that suddenly reminds me, it's been a very long time. Let's go ahead and do our lantern party here. Because we should try to reform our ideology at some point to see, you know, how we want to expand our whole thing. The last one ended up being terrible. Beautiful celebration and friendly visitors who are going to leave us a gift. It also boosted our relationship with our neighbors slightly, but we're already allies, so that's not too big either way. Okay, so you can have the seeds. I don't need those. I'll take your little bit of medicine. And I guess you really don't want much of what I have. Take the great bow. Take these random crappy bows from me. And go haul that inside. Okay, that's fine. So I'm curious what their gift will be. Oh yeah, we should also be working on our reliquary stuff. So that could be the next thing we do here. Is I could expand this room to make room for a pair of reliquaries so we can get our artifacts of Gary. I'll end up needing to wait. I got too many projects queued up and we're still waiting on the brick to come in. We got a sandstone brick I need to use somewhere. We can do this. Floors. Sandstone's tile. Basically make it so we can run across that floor a little faster. Okay. Incendiary launcher and a short bow. I don't really care about either of those, that's fine. They've got way too much food for the moment. Then I could go in here and tell them, like, after you made all your side tea and all that, make fancier food. Which will boost our moods. But I'm not actually sure they'll have time to do that, but we'll see. Grasslands, incendiary launcher, what could go wrong? Probably not much. Alright, so we said we're going to make Gary do the clone this time. Because we want our craftsperson, and Gary's been our craftsperson this whole time, so we should be able to get a little extra nudge. Alright, so we got our brand new Gary to be named. So let's meanwhile, while everyone gets their name in, !Q if you'd like to be our brand new crafting / handling Gary, who also happens to be competent as a doctor. So we got you all sorted there. What weapon are you going to get? Go ahead and have you grab one of the bolt actions. Alright, so give that just a minute for people to get their hats in the ring and all that. But you are a brand new crafter. You know, we were renamed. Let's see, did you turn off natural sex and reproduction to turn on cloning for your colony as an option? I didn't need to turn off natural sex or anything like that. Because we're cloning one thing, that means we have only presence of one gender in the colony, so they're incapable of having children, because who are they going to have them with? We have got a couple people who forcefully joined. When that happens, we name them Not Gary and banish them. Which is not common enough. I think there's only like 2, maybe 3 Not Garys running around the world. But yeah, so you don't have to worry about having kids, because, like, that's all women. It's a gay guy who tried making babies. It didn't work, but it was good fun. Exactly, they could have fun. They're all straight in this particular case. I did try to see, because I've never tried it, using word love, and it's just like, you can't. Like, they just, you know, they have their preferences, you can't override it. It's like, fair enough. Even psychic powers can't change that. Alright, so let's go ahead and get you... Our brand new crafter is going to be Teddy FL. So Teddy FL, so we'll put that name in there. If you have a Gary pun you would like to have instead, that's fine, just let us know, but no pressure. And this would be our 13th Gary. Welcome to the colony. Honestly, at this point, I think we expand our lab. I don't have stone, never mind. When I'm done building that, we'll expand our lab. And thanks, LexRay. I keep forgetting to close it because I'm not used to doing so. Unnatural corpse progress. Your investigation in the unnatural corpse has revealed more about the body. An archetype shard at its core physically links it to Megalo. It will rebuild itself if destroyed and teleport any distance to be near Megalo. Dutch Psycho thinks they'll be able to find a way to permanently destroy the corpse, but will need time to study it farther. No, Luxury is doing the right thing. We put up the naming queue, we name the person, and we tear down the naming queue again. We started doing that for about the last week-ish. Organ Decay on Teddy. That's totally fine. Because what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to run down here. Because I got 2 people with unnatural healing that we keep in stasis. One which we kind of nudged the game to get the creepy joiner to show up so we could get. And the other one just occurred on its own. You know, El Natural. But it is a thing that they're the only ones other than the Garys allowed to be here. Congratulations, Teddy, you are our 3rd person with the tentacle. And that, what you end up doing here is you're basically there just to make sure the Garys, after cloning, are viable. We didn't have them at the beginning. Well, I cured the blood loss from getting the tentacle instead of the thing. It's fine. Are you set to home because you don't seem to be cleaning that? Or repairing it, even. It's fine. Hey, Nexio. Yeah, no, over the weekend we were doing some Vintage Story. I'm planning on doing more Vintage Story. Like, I'm going to be splitting our time between that a little bit. Just because the whole thing where I am a variety content creator, and I do play RimWorld a lot. It is my most played game on the channel for the last couple years. But at the same time, I do variety games as well. And thank you to follow, welcome to the stream. So, it was the thing of starting to feel a little itch about playing quite so much RimWorld. And like I said, I do think over the next couple weeks or whatever, we'll be kind of hopping between games a little bit here and there. Because I could definitely like binge RimWorld until I'm kind of looking for something else to do. It does happen. It's a great game, but there's definitely one of the beauty of having so many games out there is there's lots of different things to play. All right. Having a second Gary able to craft should mean we are consistently cutting brick for making more building. I probably shouldn't bother with a second one of these. But I'm going to go ahead and put down a second stone cutting bench. Yeah, well that's the thing, like you've got the summer sale going on, which is certainly awesome. But it's also those things that like, at least for me, I already own most of the games that, you know, I've been interested in, you know, playing, streaming, whatever. Like, there's definitely more I could grab, but considering how many games I play on the channel, I haven't felt the need to pick up, like, actually, like, the last 2 Steam summer sales, I think between, like, the last 2 or 3, I've only picked up 1 or 2 games. Yeah, and Fractal is a channel sponsor. They do make, like, computer cases, headsets, chairs, air cooling, water cooling, all that kind of stuff. They're definitely a premium brand where they try and do, like, the highest quality they can. Ooh, inside the perimeter flesh beasts. Not a big fan of that. So drop everyone back here. We'll get their positioning fixed in a minute. Okay, so we got flesh beasts appearing underneath my tree farm. The good news is they didn't appear on the wall, because I've had them like appear on the edge of the wall where it collapses the wall and just makes a big hole in your base. That particularly could be pretty annoying. Where are you going? Don't trash my beds. I'm right here picking a fight with you. Also, before I forget, critical, clear, and then meals. Okay. So next up, move over here. Get into position down there. Start trying to run in position here as fast as you can. You'd be a little late to the punch, but that's what it is. Oh, you're my long range now. I know I've got the one back here trashing my room, and I'll have to deal with them. So you get undrafted. You go deal with that one's crap attitude. The rest of you just go about your business. Stop breaking my stuff! Okay, that's fine. Alright, so furniture. We should have access to the chessboard, which is a bit better. Oh, it's under recreation, that's right. Or not. Sure, make it out of slate this time. And I do have some spare slate. So I can go into one of these rooms and go floors, slate, put down 2 strips of slate flooring there. I'm just trying to make the room slightly nicer, so I'm using the slate for, like, room improvement and whatnot. You're going to be here for a little while. We'll have actual Gary capture the tough spike. Meanwhile, like, every Gary here has medical set. You know, that'd be cool if they actually did it. Alright. You, not gonna treat him? Just gonna leave it. Okay. An entity. Yeah, I guess we can leave it on study. Wait till it's recovered, and then we can go ahead and start pulling bioferrite from it. It looks like we're about to get air conditioning, which is just another thing that requires power that I don't really have the power to spare. Cargo pods, that's fine. Synth thread. It's been a long time since I've gotten a bunch of synth thread. Okay, and you're leveling up fast in your research. We've almost got that fully enclosed, so that'll be good news. We are starting to burn down on wood a little bit, flooring more and more places and doing all that. That's fine. Okay, we got air conditioning, toxifier generator. Technically, I could use the toxifier generator as my way of doing this. It would slowly destroy the tile, but weirdly enough, it could allow the tile's population to slowly get worse and worse until we start getting the the, what is it, not defoliator, the trees that prevent toxic or absorb toxic waste. I don't know what the production rate of the toxic generator is so far as pollution, but I'm willing to bet if we get 3 of those trees, they will outrun it. I haven't used one of those almost ever. Ooh, you only do 1400 watts though. That's pretty crap, actually. For gradually, slowly killing your map. Blade Sales Borderlands 3 all DLC $3. Oh yeah, no, there's good deal. Like, to be clear, there's excellent deals on the summer sale. My comment was more. Oh, you don't need to worry about the Lorax. I'm literally planting more trees than this map had to start with. If anything, the Lorax should appreciate me. But yeah, no, there's definitely really good sales. It's just most of the games that went on like the really, really good sales that I'm interested in, I already own. If I wasn't interested in it, I didn't already buy it. Not that there isn't like any like indie games that I hadn't really heard about that are on good sales or whatever. Like, no, there certainly is. Like all that. I did not pay attention to, when did we? Okay, so the 7th. Alright, so then on the 13th, I believe, we can do our next round of unnatural healing to get the other 2 things fixed up for Teddy here. Which you should be good, because that's only at 9%. We should have plenty of time. That is one nice thing about the organ decay, is it is a very, very slow burn. So it does give you time to try and figure things out. We also have enough to spare to go ahead and put a more fancy floor there. Like I said, I'm kind of going each of these rooms. I'm just starting with putting like strips on the sides for the fancy stone flooring. I will slowly fill them in as we get spare brick. But like, we're cutting stone as fast as we can, and we're just using it as fast as we're getting it. But I need to start getting these rooms nicer so we get the bonus from having a nice bedroom. We're slowly getting little bits of granite to finish off the exterior wall. Okay. They also have like a really big plasteel meteor down here. I'm just leaving it there. What's the Gary count up to? We have had 13 Garys total. Only 1 Gary has died. They died to flu fairly early in the run. Corpse obsession because the unnatural corpse. That's not super surprising. And if you could just put that back, that'd be lovely. Guarding the hammer. We'll have someone who stays here for 13 days with blood rot. And they're willing to give me a bunch of stuff. I already have all my people psychicked out, so we're not going to do that. A marine helmet is really good. It'll give you a bunch of defense and all that. So let's go ahead and get the marine helmet. I do want the goodwill as well. So we can go ahead and grab you. What's blood rot? It's a disease in the game that will slowly, like, you kind of just stalemate, you can't cure it. But it will mess with things that'll get, like, worse and worse. And so pretty much what this is telling me is I need to stay on top of tending them. Get that done. Alright. So we've got a supplier showing up and a mech cluster showing up. Almost next to each other. If they go up, they'll engage each other and I won't have to worry about this. Alright, so we have an EMI Dynamo that comes up. Blood rot is cancer. I mean, maybe like of a type. So we have the choices here. That don't wait. Do I still have the sniper rifle, or was that the other run? No. All right. Teddy's gonna run over here real fast while those still sorting themselves out and try and engage this group. It's a little dangerous. You're going to get shot at in a big way right when you kick this off. Okay, run. And close those doors behind you. Schedule. Everyone stays in the safe zone. And my hope had been that they would aggro over. But that does mean we now know what's in there, which is a bunch of bad news. Yeah, so that's pretty rough. So they got an EMI Dynamo. Unfortunately, I don't have mortars or anything I can just sit back here and harass it with. I'm also not too fussed about that. The biggest thing that'll hurt me is just the, we have an electric stove to go with our wood fire stove. Right now, honestly, while this isn't really a safe zone, I'm going to include that, this, and that in the safe zone. So they can keep working. Okay. Do you have anything I want? Not looking particularly promising. So I actually have I already have a Masterwork Harp, so that's a spare. We do have a Zeus Hammer and a Mono Sword, which I could definitely get behind those. Let's actually... Probably the Mono Sword if I can make it happen, which I can. If I give you all of my Sight T, can I also make the Zeus Hammer happen? I can. Alright. Minor weapon upgrades. So we're going from Steel Spear to Mono Sword. Plasteel Spear to... Where'd the Zeus Hammer go? To Zeus Hammer. Little baby upgrades. Little teeny tiny ones. Yeah, so they've got a lot of significant ranged attack. These I could take out easy using the smoke grenade launchers to get up to them. But they got a lot of pikemen and all that stuff running around. That's going to probably cause us some pretty significant grief. If we're lucky, this caravan will walk back over and try and go up here. It's pretty unlikely. But if they do, they probably won't win, but they'll probably thin out a lot of the pikemen and all that. And that would honestly be enough. that going in there and mopping up wouldn't be too bad. Because then I could drop some smoke grenades here, aggro them. Oh, it's about to be a bad day for Nag and Boyle. Alright, thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. If we're lucky, they might get a kill or two. But honestly, they're probably just going to get throttled. Alright, first one of the people's down. Second one's down, third one's down. Will they press their attack, though? Alright, let's get people in position. I expect them to back off before they get this far, but I would love it if that's not the case. I'll fix that in a minute. Because we could shred the Scyther. And when we start getting the ranged ones, we could fall back over here. I probably should have someone grab the EMPs. Grab your EMPs real quick. Oh, nope, looks like they're leashing. That was the big question, is if I was going to be able to have them bait out here and be able to grab them. Honestly, probably should have come from the side here. We might still be able to do that, because you're pretty injured. Grab all of you. Run this door. I'm going to be too little too late. It's fine. I'm going to try and see if I can take out the Scyther at least. It's fine. The three of them fighting there did manage to put some hits in, which is better than nothing. Hey, Boyle? It's not the place to chill, friend. Okay, they're going to the right. I kind of figured that was going to be the case. Did you ever get a chance to buy Skip? No, I have not had the chance to buy Skip. If you can, you could just yoink a single mech till they're all gone. Yeah, no, I've got Chaos Skip, but I don't have Skip. The other thing is I gotta get in range to use it. And if I go to get in range to use it, I gotta do so under fire. Because that's the big problem here, is that is all wide open. Which is the reason we didn't accept the mech cluster earlier, is this exact situation where you got a nice range of mechs with range, and then some defenses with range. That there's not really a way to shut them down without running up into it. If I have mortars, I could sit back here and just fire mortars at them, but we don't, so we can't. Okay. So, some of the things we technically could do is I technically could do the Psychic Ritual and Void Provocate to try and have something hostile show up to fight them. That has more opportunity to backfire than help. And the reason I say that is I could use it, and then we get the Hate Occultists showing up, you know, just out of range over here or whatever, and now I've got to try and not aggro them and all that. We can also run into problems where, like, I'm dealing with a Revenant coming in and out, you know, knocking our people down one by one. We'd be able to handle Revenant pretty well by now, but it'd be an annoying thing. We could have the Heart show up. I honestly wonder with the mechs, like, if we had a Heart show up here and it started spreading out, would the mechs attack the Heart? I assume they would. At least attack the random junk around the Heart. But that could get into a point where if these, say like they kill the mechs, but the gun stays online, it might just keep firing and triggering it to make more stuff. And what I'd probably need to do is seal my doors and just hope they take each other out, which would probably happen. There's just a lot of opportunities for it to go bad. Or we get Shambler Assault going on, and sure, some of the Shamblers would attack that. A lot of them would just hit my stuff and all that. So that a bunch of holes Swiss cheesed in my base. Yep, nope, every 30 days we get a new Gary. And you should be coming up pretty close to due to get our last crumbling mine fixed. Fair of Justice is not one of our main ideology things, so I don't care about it. That's all fine. Waiting leadership speech. Yeah, I was trying to think. Gray flesh should be real bad right now. The Nociosphere could be a whole thing. Like, if it appears over here where I can grab it, it'd be good. If the Nociosphere, for example, appeared dormant there, I would just have to hope we can wait for it. If we have, like, an obelisk drop over here, we'd be a real bad time. Because it'd be, like, racing the clock on it to deal with that. On the plus side of it showed up there, I might be able to get lucky and, like, run using it for cover. And, like, pop to aggro them and then drag them towards me to fight them. Part of the reason I'm being also careful is we don't have armor on a real level in our colony. Bliss Lobotomy, that's fine. Wait, which quest did I accept that had the marine helmet? Do we already get that? No, that's the guarding hammer. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's 11 more days. How are you doing, by the way? You're doing great. And we're slowly sealing off this part of the area. Make sure none of these are assigned to Honor Gary. That's fine. Okay. Yep, so we should have enough material to go in here. Put in our stripe of nice floor to slowly make these bedrooms nicer. Because this, if we compare these rooms, this one is considered a decent impressiveness, but that's a mediocre impressiveness. We are slowly making the bedrooms nicer too. Meanwhile, I can go to Entity, start extracting Bioferrite out of it. Okay, we are getting Chronophagy, which is interesting, getting Chronophagy before any type of real containment stuff. But that's fine. That does mean we can occasionally take like a prisoner and Chronophagy our way back to youth. Yeah, honestly, it's the Lancer and the Pikeman I'm most worried about. The Centipedals scatter us, and the Cyclops is annoying. The good news about Cyclops is got a really long windup and a fairly short range. So it's very, very easy to kite the Cyclops. I don't care about that. It's very, very easy to kite them. But the Pikemen shoot relatively quick. They have very long range. They can actually do pretty good damage. And the Lancer does a ton of damage, but it's a slower shot rate, but an extremely long range. So it's kind of tricky to mess with Lancers if you can't manage to drag them away. One thing I could potentially do, if things get where I have to deal with it, I might be able to get the charge rifle shooting from up there. We can check the range real fast. Oh, no, it's not even close. The range would be here. 33. Yeah, I was going to say we could potentially aggro them and then pull them around the corner and just hit the EMPs down here and just drag them back that way. So we could dispatch them by stunning them and just dumping damage into them. But yeah, no, they're like 50 to 60 tiles away, so that won't work. We'd have to fully expose ourselves. Corpse obsession due to an unnatural corpse. That's fine. Where are you going with it? Where are you going with that corpse? Okay, you're just putting it out in the open. That's acceptable. When I saw them running, I'm like, don't you take that corpse and, you know, chuck it under the meat-eating trees. Okay. If you set a fire graph, mechs are immune to fire. It might burn the 2 steel barricades down, but all the rest of it, it's immune to fire. It's one of the things that kind of messes with you have... Alright, so we got the unnatural corpse site complete, so destroy it. We'll let Gary do it. It's fine. Alright, so we got the corpse shard, and that's gone. But yeah, so mechs are immune for fire, which is one of the big bummers because you do have, like, the big flamethrower from Anomaly. And it's a really fun weapon to use, but it is a weapon where it goes from being very effective to just some stuff are straight out immune to it. I.e. the mechs. Which really makes it something that you can't just keep a bunch of them in your group and, like, abuse that for fun. It's also the same reason why when people do burn boxes, they get so worried about mechs and all that, because the mechs just roll in and kill them because the mechs just don't care. This is like max comfortable temperature is several hundred. I think you can technically get a room hot enough to damage them, but it's really hot. It's also one of the reasons why a lot of people don't like the mechs, is because you'll have people who lean on stuff like burn boxes and all that. And the mechs, that's kind of the thing they counters a lot of that. On the same hand, mechs also have a lot of vulnerabilities. I can use smoke grenades, and these two won't fire at all at us. And we can just walk up and just deal with them. These will fire, but if we get close enough to use EMPs, I can shut them down for a pretty good amount of time. But the problem is they're way too spread out, and the EMP's range is only about that far. Which means running up the entire time while getting shot at and catching only 1 or 2 of them with an EMP and then getting just murdered. The mechs also hit pretty hard. All these pikemen and the lancer could easily kill a couple people I'm trying to run in. Which is why I'm choosing to ignore it, because ultimately it's going to turn off my power, and that's going to suck because it's going to limit my ability to cook meals. But we're already in a situation where our power is pretty terrible anyways. So I'm not too fussed about the power going out. Versus if we get lucky and we get any like raids coming on or manhunter pack, there's a good chance that they'll tangle with each other. Especially now I think about it, we should close these doors. That way if a raid shows up, they don't have a path to get in here. Which should make them very likely to target the mechs. Alright, so we've got our last person here, with Crumbling Mind, which is Magaro. We're gonna go here, imbue death, Magaro, or death refusal, there, and then go through on everyone else. and get that done. And then once that's done, we'll have every last bit of our crumbling mind cured in the colony. And all of the Garys will be fully functional. I haven't decided yet what that other Gary's going to do. They could be another crafter. Because we will hit the point where I'm going to end up getting to the point of making components. And when that happens, they could also be an extra researcher, but the problem is I need to make my lab bigger. Actually, we can make our lab bigger. I've got extra limestone now. So let's make the lab bigger. Right now, I'll leave that wall wood. Okay, so Death Refusal is complete. So with that, you're going to get drafted. Run on in here. You can drop all your stuff. And you're going to go to Health. You have your Death Refusal. Euthanize by cut. Do that. Go to bed. And we're going to now murder them. And then we're going to rip their skull out of their body. And they're going to self-resurrect. And they're all better. Operation Euthanized, rest until healed. Yep, and so with this, no one in the colony has crumbling mind anymore. Okay, so what the heck am I making you do? Probably not another crafter. You have very little skill in that. Researcher would be good once I've got more researching benches. Right now I don't have enough to facilitate everybody. Let's put you on plant grow and all that. Actually, you know what? You can help out with construction. Okay, so you're back at it. So grab your stuff there. Orders allow. Make sure you're still restricted. Good news. Okay. Everyone's all re-equipped. No one has crumbling mind in the entire colony, and we are good to go. I was just thinking, is there any psychic powers we can use to help with this? Because the lightning won't help. Yeah, drawing lightning on it won't help. The Vertigo won't do anything. Like, we could choose to, like, chaos skip, but that's gonna require me to run in there. The smoke pop won't do any good for us. The berserk is too short of a range. I can use the shield, which is an interesting consideration. That we could potentially run out here, drop the shield, drop another shield way farther up, and then kind of hit stuff from the side of it. But I don't think the shield's going to last long enough, and it is a you can't shoot in or out type shield. So they'll have to like peek around the sides of the shield to shoot, which potentially exposes them to risk. There's no cover to speak of over here. And while I could certainly put the shield over top of them, the incineration like hitting there isn't going to do anything. I also believe the Cyclops will shoot through it, if I remember correctly. Okay, so good news here. Orders deconstruct. And when I don't have a prisoner, I'll replace that wall with limestone as well. start going with that. I definitely need more wood. Okay, so we're at the point with this. Clear, double strand, details, clear, double strand, details, clear, double strand, and details, clear, double strand. Let's check where it says unfinished, make sure we don't have anything that's never going to get finished or whatever. Okay, they're both double strand, that's fine. Alright, masterwork cloth armchair, that's fine. Go to floors. Fancy floor, get the next one going. If you go from the north, you could skip shield enough to Berserker Pulse. Drop the shield close enough to Pulse, use it to block. Maybe. Like, I could definitely drop the shield somewhere like here. And might be able to get close enough to Berserk them. And then try and retreat real fast. Let them fight their own. I'm not too fussed about it yet, because like I said, even if the EMI goes off, it'll limit our ability to cook a little bit, but I'm not super worried about it. The big thing is if we have a threat go out that I've got to need to run out and not deal with them. I've been tempted to hit the Psychic Ritual and see if I can't get lucky and have Shamblers or something run across them. But it is a risk. We definitely don't want Provoke Pitgate. That's absolutely definitely not one we want. It's just a matter of if we look at the possible outcomes from our book. Death Paul would probably be fine. They just keep resurrecting and fighting and resurrecting and fighting. Sight Stealers would attack them. Flesh Beast would attack him. Gore Hulk. All of these ones would attack him. That would be the Pit Gate. That does us no good. The Chimera would attack him. The Devourer would attack him. The Metal Horror, not really relevant. That'd be inside our base. The Revenant wouldn't do anything to him. The Obelisks would, and the Golden Cube would probably be our worst possible outcomes. The Unnatural Corpse. Let's see, taking a pause from Vintage Story or scheduled play. We are playing both games on the channel. I'm not a one-game channel. So we had, this run was already ongoing when I switched to do some Vintage Story. It was kind of like this run went on pause for a minute. But I am planning on doing more Vintage Story, just to be clear. It is like literally in the title that I'm even mentioning maybe partway through stream we switch. We'll see. Technically, if I could Manhunter Pack that group, they could run over. They just wouldn't do much damage, I don't think. They'd probably just explode on each other and sort each other out. I do think we might Void Provocate. There's a bit of risk there, but waiting for a raid or something like that that may or may not even address that is the whole thing. It just really depends on what we get and how strenuous this situation gets. Okay. Let's do it. Let's make spicy choices. So we'll do Void Provocation, and it doesn't really matter who does it, because at this point, every one of our people are fully functional. We're going to Void Provocate, which will trigger us to be attacked. And then the catch is, we have our base enclosed, so a lot of the threats should dump onto them. The things we don't want, we do not want an obelisk to drop over here. That's probably our worst case scenario. The golden cube over there would also be a really bad situation. That's a bad one. That's a real bad one. How long do you have? 7 days. So what we just triggered here, turn this thing off so our lights come on. What we just triggered here is where the darkness will hurt us. I do not have flare packs yet. Nor do I have advanced lights. That should be okay there. I'm just gonna have to deal with this by just spamming lights everywhere. Okay, and that should cover that. So basically what's going to end up happening here is after a little bit, the lights are going to go off. And when they do, darkness will hurt us. Yeah, I mean, this isn't a wipe, but this is definitely going to be messy, because what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to, like, have them run and put down torches to daisy chain over to the monoliths. Or we take the other route of just chilling in here. No, I'm not inviting another attack. Now, a good thing we can potentially have, if we have one of them appear up here, I could potentially shoot at them, run inside, and let the Noctils dump over there. And let our problems take care of each other kind of deal. But for the moment, I need them to be building these lights as fast as they can. Chronophagy, that's fine. Okay, when it says darkness soon, we will tell them to toggle off studying this. In fact, that's probably enough. Toggle off studying this. And like I said, we just kind of need to get as many of these lights around the perimeter as possible. I did tell them to turn off the table here. Oh man, I did not realize how many lights he built. Okay, so they're 30 watts each. Ooh, I don't think we can get away with a second wood fire generator. But I think it's going to be necessary. Who is our construction person? Get on that immediately. You can sneak out to get a boomalope? I mean, I would still have to wait for it to produce chem fuel. And we're already going into unnatural darkness now. I would have needed to do that earlier. Keep trying to build it. Okay, so get that fueled so our lights stay on. Okay. One Gary being Chesney Gary amused me because they're all female. They're all clones, so what could be something reasoning for her name? Does she prefer push-up bras or wear for sports? Yeah, no, it's just a meme. Alright, so as far as our other ones can do construction. You're not assigned to construction? Oh, you're construction. Build it, build it, build it, build it. Build as fast as you can. Medical emergency on Grump. Oh. I don't know if we'll get a chance to deal with that. We're doing our best to try and get lights on. That'll do. Just doing our best to get the lights on in as much of this area before it gets dark. Okay, unnatural darkness. Alright. That did drop. Oh, you absolute monster. It dropped 2 of them directly in the defensive range where they can be covered by that. Which is going to be very difficult to work around. And we also can't just wait it out, because in 6 days the power goes out, which will basically kill us. We got one way down there too, but that's fine. Alright, so grab everyone. This is going to be a bit of a mess to deal with. Alright, so you... I suppose it'd be too convenient if you had been cloning Solar Pinhole. Yeah, sadly I don't have Solar Pinhole, I don't believe. I do. I do have Solar Pinhole. Go as fast as you can to our side here. Go, 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 go. Okay. We'll take our melee pawns and put them on our side of us. Love to see it. Alright, so we're getting the last one now. So we need to retreat for just a moment. Hold these doors open. Retreat there, retreat, retreat, get back. Because we do have aggro. If we're lucky, they'll follow us over. Okay, they have stopped leashing. All right. And thank you, Uko, for the 7-stream streak. I do appreciate that. Alright, same deal. Melee here. Grab a ranged. So deliberately trying to aggro more Noctils over to them. I mean, let's grab all our shorter range ones that can't reach that. You keep working on that one. Okay, next wave. Cool, so they're going to keep doing their thing. Right now, we will stay on this. Okay, the darkness is wavering. All right. Let's back off. It looks like they're coming for us. Okay, meanwhile, we need someone to treat you, so really fast. You tend to them really quickly. They might actually get in here this time. So the rest of you, get in position here. So we could hopefully tag that Scyther to keep them aggroed over. Okay, no luck there. Alright, so for the rest of you, I'm going to need to make a new zone. Manage zones, new. Darkness. Expand. A little pocket there that we're just gonna have to cross. It is what it is. Okay, so schedule, darkness. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab all of you and you're gonna be unrestricted. So I can have you shoot at that thing till it's destroyed. Don't aggro over to me. Got a problem? So you're trained, so everyone but Rongor. The Scyther is aggroed back over. It seems to be committed. Okay, well, we got the kill on the Scyther. That's not really what I was going for. Let's back off again, because that's probably going to aggro them over. What I wanted to do is go over there and take that out, which is why I grabbed our longest range ones. So how long do we have left till that kicks off? 6 days. Okay, it looks like they're coming in for real this time. Rongor, get in here. It's all hands on deck. It's going to be a mess because I did not stop to grab any type of, like, EMP. Oh, no, wait, they're de-aggroing. We're good. We're clear. Alright, so everyone, drop off. How are you doing? We gave you a ridiculous 10. Let's hope that takes care of business. Like I said, just need to go over there and finish that thing off, so we just need the range. Okay. Once that's killed, we can drop back and use solar pinholes to get down to the other one. It won't tell me how much longer is left in that solar pinhole, but that's okay. So it's definitely one of the more dangerous events he could have had happen. Luckily, it's just far enough away I can hit it without having to put myself under here. Okay, so I'll have them destroy that. Cool. And run back down here. Then we can undraft them, let everyone sleep, eat, do the recreation, all that stuff. And they should have a set of doors. Oh, wait. Close these doors behind you. Okay, so do your self-care, all that stuff. And then when everyone's recouped, they've eaten, they've recreationed, all that kind of garbage, we pop out below here. We start making our way down to that one. Where are you going? What do you know that I don't know? Why are you attacking me? I want you to attack me so many times and you would refuse to, and now you're going for it. I don't know what changed, but I'm not the biggest fan. I don't have any of my walls open. And you're hitting my back area here, and I can't sit here and repair it while you're doing that. Yeah, they can only attack random walls. There's nothing else. I mean, they could attack the lights in here. I'm okay if they want to start that. It's fine. You've got two of them fighting their way into our perimeter. The rest are all hitting random spots in the wall, so they are going to breach our defenses and cause us grief. Yeah, you took a hit. How bad? Just a minor leg hit? Okay, so we've got that one, and the other three are hitting. The Scorcher is inside the perimeter, so start closing in on the Scorcher. This is going to be one of those ones we're just going to have to scramble as they breach holes into my walls in various places. Just pack in here. You two get ready to jump on the Centipede. Alright. Get you two into position for the next fight. Okay, so Lancer's breached down there. Oh, that's not ideal. Get on him. Get on him now. Get on him now. Okay, get back out. Okay, get you in here. You go for the Lancer, go for the Lancer. Okay, who's still left? Okay, we've got the Cyclops down there. Go for that. Yeah, because what they're doing is they're taking out my lights. Because they're one of the only things exposed that they can get at. Oh, that you're going to be late into that party. Alright, so Dutch took a lot of hits to the face. You need to be closer. Okay, we still have a Militar up. So you two go after the Militar. You'll get ready to support. Okay, so everyone undraft. We only lost 1 or 2 lights. And then got some holes knocked into our walls. So how bad? A couple of scratches and a minor burn. We're honestly in pretty good shape so far as injuries go. We did take 1 solid needle gun hit. But all things considered with everything going on, taking 1 needle gun hit is a pretty nothing burger. Surprisingly, I haven't had like any... Like, I don't think any of our pawns have had a permanent injury as of yet. Surprisingly enough. I say that, which means we're almost certainly going to get one in the immediate future. But thus far, we've managed to avoid any permanent injuries. You did get treated, right? Everyone's treated? Cool, cool. So good news, I got 1 more Noctil event to go on. I also just realized we can't use our psychic thing. If everyone's had a chance to eat real fast, they have. Gather everyone around. How are you doing? Lacking sleep? Okay, everyone needs to eat and all that. How much longer till this thing kicks off? 5 days. Well, 6 days. And it's got to get down here, so I can pop the doors down here. Door, singular. Down here. Pinhole, pinhole, wrap it. But the issue we're going to run into is whoever has our pinholes, we are slowly draining our psychic ability right now. And I need to make sure I have enough to do that because we don't have flare packs unlocked yet, let alone built. And the good news, we did burn a glitter world on this person, which has brought their blood rot down from the brink where they're going to die. Sleep, hunger. You're kind of all over the board because of how long we're out there fighting. Quest expires. I'm not going to deal with that. I'm actively dealing with 2 separate threats at the same time right now. Don't worry about fire. No. Yeah, okay. Like, don't worry about the fire right now. I just need enough time for everyone to get their sleep and hunger and all that managed. Okay, so it looks like just Gary needs to eat, and as soon as Gary eats... Alright, all of you, draft, do not fire at will, punch Grump in the face. They don't have a lot of skill here. Let's also grab you, just so we don't get damaged too much by things here. Knock him down. Don't kill him, just knock him down. Knock him down. You've got way more combat. Okay, cool. So all of you, draft, run down here. For the moment, you can capture this person. They're not bleeding, so we're not treating them right now. We gotta move. Because the EMI turns on, we got the unnatural darkness. The only things I could do is this 1 or 2 pinholes, and we have to hope for the best. Where'd the pinhole go? Okay, we got the pinhole here. Pinhole here. And pinhole here. Get everyone into position. Same plan as last time. Spread the melee out to the extremities. And open fire. Okay, you switch positions over here. Okay, and then all the ranged, finish the job. Why we're underground? We are not underground. We are dealing with the Unnatural Darkness event, which basically makes the whole map super duper dark. So like this is our same base we had before. It just makes the map super duper dark, and then the darkness hurts us. So with that we could turn the light back on. But we did just finish it. So the lights should be coming back up. Do I want to capture you? Yeah, we'll capture you. Rongor, you can jump on that. Alright, schedule, you are all unrestricted now. Well, this works out pretty okay. Yeah, get it, Noctil. Well, you did a good-ish job. Oh, right, actually stay in the safe area for a minute. Yeah, with just that left, as soon as these two are healed up, we've got a shield belt. We can just walk over and thwack it with the Zeus hammer. Are you leaving that bleeding out? Is that what's happening here again? The tried and true tradition of being on medical and then not actually medicaling. You know, Gary... Okay, Gary got patched up. You're already patched up. So it's just Nexio is the only one who's injured who needs to be patched up. Okay, so that went alright. Honestly, considering with this thing up, like the reason we are pushing so hard is 5 days the lights would all turn out and then it would just be death. I guess right now all our outdoor lights, we can turn those off. I'll deal with that in a minute. And normally instead of putting a bajillion tiny little outdoor lights, I want the big, like, advanced floodlights. Just because the area they cover is so much bigger. But, you know, we don't have those. So, just turn off all the outdoor lights. Let's see if I can get a hold of this one. There we go. So we turn all those off, we'll be good. Oh. They destroyed your stuff, and because technically that wasn't in the home zone yet, because I didn't fix my home zone. go. Put you back in the home zone. Alright. So we just gotta destroy that. It's already at half health. Oh, you are basically good to go. Yep, so go smack it. The reason I feel fine with this is they have a shield belt that's of decent quality. It's also raining, which will hurt their accuracy. So they can absorb a hit or two without too much of a problem. And even if it explodes with the shield belt, it'll protect him from the explosion. And done. And so we're having Dutch just wrap this up. Everyone else is free to do whatever now. Okay. And on draft, orders allow all. Okay, and we're good. We got all our little solar pinholes everywhere. Which solar pinholes, one of those like abilities you get, and you're like, oh man, it's solar pinhole. They're so much better, but low key, it does have its utility. It also makes the area a little bit warmer. So in a pinch, say we're freezing to death in a room, we can tell them to be like, hey, go solar pinhole that. You know, whatever. For right now, let's close that door. Yeah, solar pinhole has some strong utility. Chunk skip is the worst? I agree. Bills add 2 granite. So you have 1,000. Move it up. Why are you not researching? What do I even have you on research? What do I have you on? So Will here. Yes, you're not researching. Oh, that's because you're doing the psychic powers. We use quite a few psychic powers during there, so you're like doing your meditation to recover your psychic energy. It's actually one of the low-key things. The amount I could get done if I took them all off the psychic stuff would honestly be a thing. You've got a lot of utility out of Serenity. Oh yeah, no, we have tons of Serenity in this colony. Like, more than half of the colony has Serenity. Who was the other crafter? It was Teddy was the other one. So you're making a cape, and you are meditating right now. So hopefully pretty soon that'll get done. Because I really need you to focus on cutting brick if you don't mind. Because we really need to get in here and start getting all this stuff fixed. Because I got several holes in my walls right now. But I don't have the bricks cut to make it better. Also go in here, floors, more slate floors. What's the other one? Season skip? Season skip would be a mod, I think. Hydroponics. So entity containment we're working on, which is good. Oh, you're reading a book. That's fine. Checking our power. Alright, so you would send the hives over there, that would give me specialized limbs and all that. The hives would hit down here, either inside this space, most likely in here, or in that space. There's technically a couple areas now I imagine it could hit, and the way we could check is you check roof. Anywhere you see that dark green is a valid target. So, be in the cave up there, it could be inside the Ancient Danger. I believe technically if there's nowhere eligible, it could still hit other places. But it's almost certainly going to hit down here. Which we could do. And quest-wise, a Masterwork Assault Rifle is certainly not anything to be upset about. The Specialized Limbs thing is a nice one. We could always just trade for that. The Research Book is also fine. Right now, we're going to just sit on that for a couple of days. I'd rather they focus on trying to get this done. Because if I keep delaying to do other fights, I will eventually run into the problem where we just don't have what we need. Like right now we're in danger where a random attack could just come into our base without hitting any type of defensive point, because we got a hole here, there, and up here. That's not even counting having to repair walls and all that as well. And we are running out of wood. So I'm expanding the tree grow zone to be a little bit larger. And then the plan was to also expand our lab to have more research desks in it. Right now, it's just not the priority. We started that process when, you know, we didn't have a billion holes in our base. I think we already pulled up all the ruins on the map. I guess if you don't find... Well, actually, let's leave it alone. So they'll repair stuff. If I start queuing up more, they won't. Okay, so we're getting some granite. So the first thing we want to do here is intervene. Don't let them choose the priority. You choose that spot. You choose this spot. Oh, there's granite way down there. Okay, that's not what I expected, but fine. Okay, one hole sealed. So now I need to wait for the next set of bricks to get cut. They can seal up the next hole. And once all that's done, we can let them just cut loose and build per. Oh, and you can go back to researching that. And how's Grump doing? They're doing fine. And we have 14 days to the next clone, and I don't need to deal with imbuing death refusal on anyone. Do they not distinguish between brick making and rock cutting? There's no brick making in the game. Rock cutting is like what you make bricks out of. Like there's no, like you take a chunk and it becomes the bricks. If you mean like mining, then mining is a separate skill. Did you already run out of wood again? I guess it is because I do not have any spare wood. So power is just going to be a mess for a while. Because technically we can go over here for right now and say, hey, I have need for more wood. Cool, that hole is closed. I got one more to fix there. And then at least our defenses will be enclosed again. Meanwhile, toggle that door just so stuff actually will come through there. Okay. Go down there. Build that, please. And then with that done, we have our defenses sealed up again. Cool. So our walls are damaged and all that still, which is a problem. But at least we don't have like a wide open path for enemies to just walk into the base. We can also secure that door open now because this area is fully enclosed. Oh, and turn that light off. Plant. Yeah, you're not joking that those pinhole lights last a long time. It's those things they almost never have a need for. Okay, that'll help pad out our wood a little bit. Until I have some to spare, we're gonna leave it for fuel. Okay, so we're getting entity containment, phylophagy. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom for a minute, so I'm gonna quickly do that, and I'll be back in just a minute, but thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back in a minute. Alright, and we're good. Let's see, who ended up having the Metal Horror? Yeah, one of the Honor Garys. We had frozen them so early that they had been in there literal years with the Metal Horror in them. And it was apparently unnatural healing is a valid path for them to spread it. So they did unnaturally heal someone who then had it, and that's when we saw it. Now let's get Grump out of here. And pods arrived for a good quality marine helmet. And for right now, we'll just haul that over the shelf, and whoever grabs it, grabs it. And we're slowly finishing doubling up our wall. They did only destroy the, yeah, they only destroyed that shelf that got built. Okay, so we still have a ways to grow. We're out of fabric for right now, that's fine. Combat supplier. I have questions. I have questions how this works. Keeping in mind, Will Shipley is a clone and has never existed out of this colony, has never had a romantic relationship. We've literally had them here the entire time. So I have a question. How do you have a son? I'm gonna call BS on that. Because genuinely, you've lived your entire existence in this colony, you are a clone of someone. You've never shared a bed with anyone, had romantic interests, or anything. Yet supposedly you not only have a child, but you have an adult child. And again, the colony is only 6 years old. So, there is a lot wrong with that. Pen pal son? I mean, it could be adopted. It'd be weird for you to have an adopted son that's never been in the colony at any point, or that you've met, but you know. It's, you know, a whole thing. Keep the bolt action. Willing to sell me some black stuff. We did deplete our funds pretty badly back there, but that's okay. Alright. It's like adopt an animal, mail order bride, mail order child, something like that. Basic grav tech. Now again, right now the plan isn't really to go and take off and do Odyssey things. I do like the idea that we will make like a small deployment grav ship and put a grav anchor here, so that we might go out and seek resources to bring home. So when you have like the unique enemy or whatever, we can send an away mission to go get it. The shuttle would be better suited for that, but we are using the semi-random research, so I don't control my research. And then the shuttle's way over there. So if we do get it, it's gonna be a whole thing. I'm also low-key hoping, if we're lucky with the GravTech stuff, we'll get basic GravTech, then standard GravTech, and then manage to research advanced GravTech, and then we can kind of use the ship as its own, like, power generation, and just get a bunch of the GravTech cores. So kind of a fun, weird thing you can actually do in the game is I could build a ship here, and then have a separate place where I've got like the plating down here and a bunch of the power stuff. And I can move the grav core, plunk it down here, build that out, then pick up the grav core and move it back over here. And this will stay. It won't be a functional ship, but for just using it for power generation, it's fine. So the uranium is good. I'm not too fussed about the books one way or the other. The Masterwork of Sulfrightful is definitely something worth considering as well. Yeah, because Teddy could use it. We'll go and accept it. Now, most likely it's going to trigger in this room. It could trigger up here, but this is the strongest candidate, is this room down here, which is why I've got this all walled off weird. In hindsight, I probably should... Yep. I was saying, in hindsight, I probably should have gone and made a hole in the wall there so that the infestations would pop out that way. We can always take corrective action. So there's going to be a 4-hiver, so this is not a small infestation. I was about to say, it's supposed to be a 4-hiver, and then I didn't see that many. Okay. So I do think the plan here, because I don't have enough room to mash them there. So one thing you could always do, let's actually change this up. You two get over here. The rest of you pile in over there. And what we're going to do is we're going to smash a hole in that wall and just unleash hell on them. And then in the future, I'm just going to put a door here so we can do this without having to smash a hole in the wall. Okay, so start smashing the wall. Okay, everyone open fire on that spot on the wall. There's only a couple big ones. You're taking quite a few hits. Oh, no, actually, you're not taking that many hits. It looked like you were taking a lot of hits. Alright, so with that, melee, get out of here. Range team, get in. And sorted. Okay, so you're going to go ahead and build this here. And replace a chunk of wall missing there. Oh, did I not claim this already? And just leave that destroyed. Okay, so do not allow the insect jelly. Disassemble those at some point. It's fine. Alright, so we got pods arrived. Get yourself that. And then we can get the shield, so in a pinch we can just drop the shield and deal with it. But yeah, so you get the idea here. It'll have a door here, so in the future, when that gets targeted with infestation, I can just open the door, unleash hell in there. Basically the same idea I did, except not destroying the walls part of it. I don't even remember what the trade caravan was offering, but that's fine. And check out the ints. Doing some Baldur's Gate 3 recently, but also does like Tales of Sequoia, Stardew Valley, Coral Island, you know, your slice of life, life sim kind of games. Good times are there. As a heads up, does stream in German, which is fine, just making it clear. Does understand English, so you can type in English in their chat, and they can, you know, they'll respond to you in German and all that. Just, you know, with all that, we have a lot of people here who do speak German. But I do try and mention it since there is a language barrier there. And the reason I'm saying no to the insect jelly is you have a high chance of getting food poisoning from it, and I just don't want to deal with it. Okay, with that, let's go ahead and shift you back up. So we just do any stone. And keep this all going. We desperately need way more wood. That's fine. You're always in the door. We're likely going to let that thing out sooner or later. So we're getting pretty close to entity containment and phylophagy. And now it's all the power out because I've completely depleted my wood supply. Okay. Is there people we take off of meditation so that they can keep up? Is the real question. Because everyone has psychic powers, and it's certainly powerful to have them. Is there people we drop? So Vertigo, Pulse, and Berserk are really good. You have a bunch of the calming stuff. You have invisibility in the calming stuff. Vertigo, Pulse. You've got Word Joy. And all of you have the same abilities. And like, don't get me wrong, I could see abusing the fact that we can stack those. but is proving to be a problem that everyone is meditating constantly every day trying to keep this going. I do wonder, because people mentioned we can get multiple of these natural things to boost stuff. I do wonder if it's in a thing that we can get more of those built to stack and help us out. Like, if I go and put one here and one there, the big question would be, would those stack to make a big difference? Try adding that there. And shrink this zone, enough that we know it won't get, like, knocked down or anything as part of the process. Because you're giving me what percent? We are getting 50% psychic power gain. We'll try building a second one here and see if that helps. If it does, maybe we build a third one. If it doesn't, then we don't. Pretty straightforward. But anything we can do to reduce how long they need to sit here to keep their psychic powers up, the better. Okay, so we did manage to put a small amount of wood in here to bring the power back online temporarily. Okay, and it should be enough to make that thing. Yeah, everyone's getting 50% per day. Because I figure if I can boost it enough, that'll make our lives easier. Because that just means we get more time having our people actually work on stuff. Okay. Cool, and you already got that rebuilt. Got more components down there we can grab. Components over there, that's kind of a dangerous spot, though. A bunch of steel we can grab when we've got time, but we won't worry about that. I've got 2,000 in storage. We'll wait till it starts getting low. Alright, so you're up to decent bedrooms, so that's a mood bonus. When we do get entity containment, what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to kill the tough spike. Because I believe that's our least valuable one. Then we'll destroy that, make it into a proper thing, move the Revenant over, switch it over, move that over, switch it over. You get the idea. We will want to expand to allow for even more. It actually might be the better way of dealing with this. As I go up here and I say, hey, mine that out. I mean, actually, alright, basic grav tech. Fertility procedures we don't care about. Alright, so maybe we don't tear up that, because it looks like the loose brick is better. So there's 3, 4. I go here and go 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and uranium door. Does Gary have a second type of psi focus? Art would probably work better if you set up. No. Unless something's changed, which I don't think it has, Gary has only had the nature psi focus. Because that's got 900 health versus the 750 from the uranium. But that's just because it's unmined. Phylophagy. So Brain Wipe is the next one we've unlocked. Like I said, if this doesn't work, we can always get rid of it. Oh, they consider this whole area a rec room because it's got the telescope in it. One thing that might also help now is we can move you over to the corner. So you're bothered by the conduit and the other stuff around here. We can move the telescope and that'll be at least one thing not bothering. And then we have like this big wall down here. I don't think we realistically get rid of any of that. Because the possibility I could make a giant spot up here for the animals and plunk that thing down in the middle of it. Which wouldn't even be the worst decision. But, that'd probably be a way later thing. Because right now, I'm just taking advantage of the fact that it's a very central location. Versus if I put it way up here, they've got to walk out to it. But it's also a possibility that'll work much faster if it doesn't have the other stuff interfering with it. Alright, there goes the power again. We are getting more trees planted, which will help. Honestly, for right now, stop fueling that campfire. That's for like when we go to do our ritual and all that, but I don't really need to, well, our celebration, whatever. I don't really need to do that. Okay, almost done. Then, like I said, we'll see if these have any type of stacking effect, or that's just it. Yep, so it still says 50% per day. So it looks like that did Bumpkus. Well, take it back apart. Looks like there might be a hard cap at 50% per day. That's okay. We'll just keep getting Garys. It could also be a thing that we go on the schedule, we start giving them each their own like little meditation time. Alright, go ahead and fill that spot back in. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Buildings reduce their focus, but I'm not going to be able to work around that. We do have this way down here, but it's the same thing. That's what making the comment. I could do something in the nature of building something like this way up here. And then making a giant area for, like, you know, like a field for animals to eat, which is not the worst decision. But that would be a much later thing. Actually sit there. If we were to place it like this, it'd be one tile from the bottom up there. Let's go to the plan here. Okay, proximity center. We have that be part of it. And then... be something like that. Oh, not quite wide enough. That's how big the area would have to be to accommodate it. Which you can see doing. I could see just dumping some animals in here, and then just having it sit in the middle, and just let the... Yeah, no, it would definitely need to reinstall it, but like I said, we'd need to enclose that way we can do that safely without getting murdered. I don't think we do that anytime soon. If I end up with a bunch of extra granite, we can go ahead and get on that. I don't think it's that urgent of a problem. Right now, the urgency is getting our wood and all that sorted. And pretty soon we'll get this enclosed. And once that's enclosed, we can lock that door open and this door open to make traversing inside here easier. Meanwhile, we can go in here. I was actually expected to see the bioferrite tile here. Not sure what we need to do that. It's fine. Anomaly. Holding platform. We'll reinstall the light over there. Then we move the Revenant over, get this fixed, then move the next one over, get that fixed. It's interesting to me, we used to have, I'm just not seeing it, but it used to have a special floor that was bioferrite floor. And then the whole gimmick behind bioferrite floor was it did increase the containment in an area, but at the expense of it made it way uglier. And it was flammable. But almost nobody used it, so I wonder if they either got rid of it or what. It could just be it's locked behind some tech I don't have. Okay. I've got almost a... Alright, mechanoid cluster. Almost the exact same spot as the last one. We do have an unstable power core that is nice and clear of everything else. And once again, it's basically an EMI dynamo that started with almost the exact amount of time left that we left off. They do have a lot of firepower, so let's see. So they got their militaires. I don't see a drop beacon. They do have a high shield. We've got 2 lancers and a pikeman. So way, way, way less stuff running around here with normal damage. The challenge is again going to be getting on top of this. What I could probably do for this one... Are you using ideology? Yes. What we can probably do for this one is run up here, come on down, aggro a bunch of the little trashy enemies, kill all the little trashy enemies here, go back up, out, and around. Because you should be blocked for most of it. Go back up and around. Get our smoke grenade launcher and just systematically kill each of these things. We should be good to go. Because the high shield is for aerial projectiles, so won't protect them at all against our normal stuff. The big danger is going to be those lancers. So for this fight... I mean, I got both of these, which should help a lot. I think we just go with what we got. Alright, let's grab everyone and start running them up here. Because the idea is going to basically be dispatch the loose enemies first, and once we do that, we get a smoke grenade and clean the rest up pretty easily. The biggest danger is those 2 lancers, because they don't have anything that spits fire, So we don't have to worry about, like, getting chased around with fire as long as I don't get out into this garbage. Okay, oh, who's falling behind? Teddy's behind. Get Teddy up here. We also do have a low shield we can use in a pinch. And I believe Vertigo Pulse does work on the mechs. If they do scatter in both ways, I can pop one of my shields to protect. That's also the thing I can also do is I can drop a shield over here if we just want to run by it. Okay, we got a Shoot Frenzy, which is nice to have. Okay, so you got the shield belt. You get over to this edge. You can be ready to respond to this edge as well. Moosh everyone up against the wall here as best you can. Okay, so we just need to aggro them now. So, you go give the wall a little plink. Nicely done. So now we're just waiting for any of them to step past. Which I was not anticipating being a whole thing. You can see me. Come get it. I don't think we can berserk without line of sight, can we? No. Who's got... Let's make sure we didn't just queue that up. Alright. Who's got berserk handy? What I might be able to do is run over here. If one of them gets up to the edge, I can berserk them over, maybe. Could probably take advantage of that. Okay, you did your job. Get back. It's not oh, you are just going for it? Alright, get over there and start doing your work. Alright, well, we killed all the crap except for the Lancer. So what we need to do now is, unfortunately, gotta retreat out. Actually, do we have to retreat out? Yes, because we've been long enough in my psychic powers. We got our, level too low. What's your range? Oh, good, you've gotten confused. I'm not sure what you're doing. Okay, change of plan. Cool, let's run over here and meet it. Okay, so that didn't go as planned, but it is going to go smoothly. Jump on him. Okay, nicely done. So everyone on draft and go to safety real fast. Meanwhile, you go ahead and grab the smoke grenades. Because I should be able to go in here and clear up without risking that. That should be plenty far enough away it doesn't hurt it at all. So, like, all the rest of this I should be able to destroy without risking any of this. What are you running from? Oh, there's a Militar right there. Crap, I didn't realize there's a Militar up. So you just keep running for right now. No, keep running. Keep running, Teddy. Keep running, Teddy. Okay, drop in on here. Okay, how badly you get hit? Okay. I forgot we hadn't finished treating Teddy's organ failing stuff, so that is good that that happened. Okay, so Teddy, you stay right there. Gary, OG, let them out. Because their unnatural healing should be up. We just gotta wait for this to clear off. It's only 5 damage, so you should have plenty of time to deal with that. I'm honestly surprised it isn't, like, over here being like, hey, by the way, you know, you got someone about to die, so, like, mayhaps you get on top of that. Okay, so you, my best doctor, jump on that. And then preach health them, because he does want you to get healed up as fast as you possibly can. In the meantime, the other Garys, go do what we were about to do a minute ago, which is grab the smoke grenade launcher. And the rest of you, who aren't Teddy, run over here. Because we still need to clear this thing before it starts killing our power. Alright, so the smoke grenade. How far out can you shoot? Okay. So get over here. Move on up. Take like 2 or 3 shots to make sure we're covered. Right, again, slightly less terrible. Move on up. Don't explode it. You should be plenty out of range. Nice. Okay, so now... drop a smoke grenade over here. Okay. Cool. And for now, you can go back. There's nothing more for you to shoot. And the rest of you shoot that thing. And once that's done, we got ourselves our first unstable power core, which I'm going to seal way back here in the wall. Let's go until power, conduit. Okay, so that's done, so go grab your gun back. And how are you doing so far as getting your recovery? Okay, right about to be good to go. So, flame, reinstall. Put it back there. I'll have you jump on that immediately. Schedule on restrict. You jump on that immediately, and then we can just take apart all the rest of the crap. Okay, orders. Deconstruct all of you. And allow all. Cool. So that'll be an unstable power core. We can just bury it in the wall. That'll be fine. That way no one can tantrum and kick it. It should be relatively safe. Meanwhile, you should be almost cured. Okay, so with that, unnatural healing on Teddy. To deal with that first organ issue. Okay, Teddy, I'm gonna need you to not run away from the people trying to save your life. Don't tentacle. I don't want to have the blood loss. Okay. And second unnatural healing. Meanwhile, you need to get back in the fridge. Alright, and you need to get back in the fridge. And we will say you are unassigned, and you are unassigned. Because you aren't staying there, you're on a Gary's. You just get to stay in the fridge. You only came out because Teddy had an immediate medical need due to cloning issues. Why am I putting him in the fridge? Just the nature of the way we're doing challenge is supposed to be Gary's only. And those two are technically not Gary's. They're random joiners that have unnatural healing. So creepy joiners. So the idea is they're not supposed to help out with the colony other than helping make sure the clones are viable. So it's a self-inflicted challenge thing. Because, yeah, otherwise I'd probably let them be out and about. Okay, so let's go structure. Putting a uranium wall there. Actually, should that be uranium wall? It doesn't need to be uranium wall. I think it'd be the limestone wall. We're not too fussed about the wall type. The big point is that we want to seal it on the wall so no one just tantruming knocks it and blows it up. Because once we get that cabled in, that'll be 400 power running perpetually. Also, floors. Remove floor there. Oh, do not remove the floor in here, please. Okay. Bunch of stuff if people have nothing better to do. Okay, so we're getting pretty close to getting enough slate to that. We have a bunch of limestone for our construction. That does remind me. Queue for them to replace this building with limestone. Alright. And then with that, we now have the unstable power cord sealed in the wall. Mad Wild Boar, is it just the one? Yep. Alright, all done. Cool, cool. So we got 6 days till our next Gary. If we can get some spare wood, we can make ourselves another set of research benches. Another nice thing we can do is we can hopefully get the invisibility detection soon. At which point, what we'll want to do is put like tuck one in the wall down here, tuck one in the wall, like tuck one down here. You get the idea. Like choose a couple different places throughout the base, so that we've got cover over major entrances. So that way, if a revenant shows up, we see the warning being like, "Hey, there's something invisible over here," and we can just grab everyone and rally before we even know what our threat is. Or just same thing over here, detect them before they're inside the base. Because like for that one, I'd probably tuck it like right up here for one, to cover that entrance. Probably tuck one in this area because I could probably get both of those entrances covered. The one down here, that's fine, cover that entrance. You use multiple days in a row in a game? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. It is a game that can be a complete and utter total time vampire. Okay, the drought is over. Medium cyclotron on the women, which is going to be great because that is every single one of our colonists. There are literally no men in this entire colony because the initial Gary was a woman and both the creepy joiners happen to be women. It's fine. I mean, they've been holding up fine, and, like, they definitely got the skills to pay the bills. The only trait they have is tough, and they've definitely made it work anyways. The one that's going to get awkward for this one is if we start getting the xenogenetic stuff. I'm certainly not against abusing that, but it's going to be tricky because we are going to have to go through and bring in prisoners, like when we get attacked, to try and get traits to help out with all that. Or trade for it or whatever. Okay, we got another 100 slate. So begin the next set of floors. Right, I mentioned potentially expanding this room for the reliquaries. I probably should do that. Sure. Or like a Beja, that's fine. Yeah, someone's already on it. Incompetent cook. I mean, both my cooks are like 12 or something, so deal with it, I guess. Oh, and I got you set up here, so let's go ahead and copy. Paste. Alright. So I don't really have much more I want to put on there right now, because we don't have reliable power. We got the 400 here, but otherwise I am running on 2 generators that are dependent on wood, which we're doing okay with, but I need more. Did I set you up to take? Yeah, get the bioferrite out of that. Okay, and how goes all this? So the anomaly stuff is going pretty fine. We still are, like, really waiting on a lot of the better stuff for us. Surprisingly, they still haven't gotten that built despite having over 2,000 steel just in standby, but that's okay. If I keep getting more and more limestone, I might start filling in the middle of these rooms with a fancy limestone. Because I don't think I want to keep endlessly building more and more buildings. I mean, granted, for each time we get a new Gary, I need a new bedroom. But we do have 4 bedrooms unoccupied by Garys right now. Cargo pods. Okay, and we'll be expanding this room, and then we need to put down more fancy slate floor. And then it'll be time to start making reliquaries. Okay, so transfer Revenant there. Okay, and destroy that. Duplicate this. Yeah, because that's got almost 50 more containment. So that should help a lot. Oh, and we got more slate. But before we get too hung up on the slate, let's wait, let them finish tearing down this wall. And then we want to go in here and tell them to put down the fine slate floors, which is going to eat up a lot of slate. But we'll want to make sure that this room is in, you know, as good of order as it can be. And like I said, I'll put a reliquary here and a reliquary there. At which point, it'll be time to pursue our artifacts just because we can. Granted, unfortunately, a lot of those are going to places. Yeah, so work on getting the Cup of Gary. Yeah, so I have like a tribal colony. We'll have that one. And it takes, I believe, 3 of these to get access to the main building where stuff is. And then usually you need to spend a pretty good caravan over because there'll be a bunch of mechs in there. Kinda stinks that we're dealing with the mech situation. And we still don't have, like, flak armor or anything. Research is happening, little by little. Okay, so we're about to get our giant influx of Devil Strand, which is going to explode our wealth. And be a potential major problem. It might be those things that we get the first batch and we switch it over to being trees as well. Actually, I've got 400 wood, so let's go in here. So at least we're not taking penalties. Drop some wood floors in there. gonna take a while. Okay. Little by little, we're getting that all done. I guess at this point we can also do this. Because you're about to have a bunch more cut down here. We could potentially get more research benches available. Luckily, we haven't actually been seeing people go idle over here. But that's just a matter of time. And then ultimately, when we get the microelectronics, we'll tear up all of those benches. We'll get our better benches. Solar flare, nothing I can do about it. Let's move the Noctil from one room to the other. Cool. Okay. And if we were to push the anomaly ending, I literally only... What ending are we going for? I haven't decided yet. Technically, we can do the anomaly ending very soon if we wanted to. That doesn't seem like the best play for me right now. Like, I mean, that would be the easiest win for us to go. For that event, I would definitely want at least the flare packs. We do have the solar pinhole, which, you know, can be used similarly. Quest available, Arco Nexus. We need to be allied and all that. Definitely not doing Arco Nexus. We've done that in the past. It's a lot of fun, but it's a lot of resets. And then for this run, it would be basically getting rid of a bunch of the Garys, because you can only bring 5 people with you. So it definitely feels like that'd be antithetical to this challenge. Well, like, the Arco Nexus would be the most straightforward one to do, because it always is. We are making gradual progress now, as we're starting to get our research up. Ship, we're nowhere near it. We don't have any, like, strong... Yeah, the solar pinhole doesn't stun, correct. We don't have anything that's, like, a really strong stuff for getting that area. The Odyssey ending also would require us to load everyone up and get out of here. The royalty one could be an interesting this one if we wanted to start pushing that. Usually royalty is one of the endings I'm less excited about, but thematically for what we're doing in this run, I can actually probably get behind the idea of we get Gary all the way up to max royalty, and then when it's done, all the Garys go on to, you know, take over the Empire. Maybe that's what we do. Maybe we need to start putting a concentrated effort on that. I don't need that. Do ranks get cloned as well? No. Ranks do not get cloned as well. The psychic powers you get from it, I believe, will get cloned. But, like, the actual title does not get cloned. So in your last Arco Nexus run, one of your pawns I was debating to take with you wandered into the map a few days after you started your second tile. Oh, that's fun. So you left them behind, but they still kind of came along. If we were to do the royalty ending, I will need to make, like, 2 proper bedrooms for royalty and a throne room. Which will be things to consider, and I can shove those over here. That's also depending on us having the people show up and or getting a bunch of gold or whatever to chuck at them. There's no gold ore on the map. Yes, we've almost got all of the granite construction finished. Yeah, so let's work on getting Gary a title. I think that's what we're gonna go for. It feels like the most suiting ending, because like I said, I could knock out the monolith real fast just to wrap it. Like 1 or 2 void provocations later, we can technically do the anomaly ending. And I might even be on board with doing the anomaly, and you know what? I think we do the anomaly ending regardless. We get Gary to be void touched. Keep doing our cloning nonsense, but like on the original Gary, so that they have like ghoul-like powers and all that. But we pursue what we can get going. Yeah, the anomaly ending is probably one of my favorite endings. I do also really like the Odyssey, like you go on the platform and you have to like systematically fight through and disable things while being attacked by mechs again. I think that's another good ending. I usually find the royalty ending to be kind of the weakest of them, even though it's a lot like building your ship. My big beef with the royalty one is if something happens and one of the royalty people takes any type of damage from your pawns, it'll consider it a hostile action, and they'll turn on you, causing you to instantly fail it. And that gets to be utterly obnoxious. Okay, so let's see. So sell the scratches of that. You have Nutramine for me, so you can make more of our immunity stuff. I don't care about Death Rest literally at all. Plants and cooking books, we could do that. I got a bunch of hats and all that are getting worn out. Pants are getting worn out. Shirts and all that are getting worn out. We just get ourselves a school desk as is. Alright, so with that, take the insect jelly. And you can't afford all that. Okay, and we'll trade you a second time wherever your person is. Okay, gift. Have the rest of the side T. Honestly, take all the dye for right now because I have so much of it. Take the bedroll just to get out of my life. And we're now allies. Because I threw copious amounts of corn at them. What are our faction standings looking at? So we got an ally there, an ally there. We got these 3 that we could ally that we're not friends with, an ally down there. We're actually doing pretty good in that by just chucking corn at people. Gauge Damantic his reputation. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot that goes into that. We've had the stuff we've talked about with before on dealing with that. Oh, right, it's microelectronics we get the trade beacon and all that. Masterwork Devil Strand Pants. Love to see it. Well, if we're going for the royalty, potentially, I want to save the gold for potentially just buying honor. Because I was going to make Jade Reliquaries for the memes, and then pursuing that. Honestly, I kind of just don't want to deal with caravanning unless I have to because of objectives. I'd rather use the shuttle and just be done with it. Okay. And we don't have a real rush to get the anomaly thing triggered now. Regardless, it's going to be after our next duplication anyways. So probably I'd like to get the anomaly ending done before the duplication happening now, but the next one, because it'll be 30 days and that's 2 seasons. That should be plenty of times to get one last person showing up. One last anomaly showing up. And then if we're lucky, we might manage to get some of these Ars things gone. Because the challenge I'm going to run in here is with the anomaly finale, you deal with the darkness. And I can use the pinhole thing to help with that. But I can't put unnatural things near this. So there is a limitation there. Alright, Gary, go poke the thing. Actually, who do you want to poke it? Because Gary can poke it. They're overall, that's fine. Brain wipe I don't care about. Gary can poke and that's good. I probably want Wrong Gary to do it again, because they're my researcher and crafter. And I think that's what we're going to need more right now. So we'll do that again. Get ourselves another researcher crafter. Alright, and we've got ourselves a brand new Gary. So if anyone wants to be our brand new Gary you got going on here, you are going to be primarily researching and crafting. You just do ! join. Okay, so it gets you all set up there. Weapon-wise, you're getting stuck with a bolt action because that's all I've got available for you. We do not know what is afflicting you yet, but we'll figure it out when we get there. Will everyone get their hats in the ring for just a minute here? Now, the pro and con if we take on the anomaly ending now, weapons-wise, we're actually okay. We don't have any armor, which is a pretty big negative. And we do have a couple of good weapons in our group, but we do have just numbers of weapons, but that doesn't usually help you in the long run, and the reason for that is the more pawns you have, the more enemies usually will show up, broadly speaking, and the tougher enemies. So the numbers game is usually not that big of a consideration. Meanwhile, let's have you transfer that over. Now we can get that switched. Alright, let's go ahead and get you named. So a brand new crafter and all that, so let's cue the drawing. So we already have Teddy. You're not allowed to have 2 people. You already got in. So I'm going to draw a new name. And so that'll be Mini Squeak. And you'll be the 13th? No, do we already have the 13th? It'll be the 14th, Gary, right? Is your 13th? Yeah, you're the 13th. Let's see, garlic or garlic bread? We can do that. Garlic bread. Let's see if that'll fit. Excellent. Well, thank you. So we got you in the colony, and I hope you enjoy your stuff there. And let me go ahead. Never mind, Luxray's already got it. Cool, cool. Get the queue sorted. Yeah, so definitely want to get you a better weapon. And like I said, you're going to have some negative effect kick in here. When that happens, we just have our unnatural healers. They'll run up. They'll get you sorted. And then we go about our day. We have all this Devil Strand pilot outside. Okay, cool. So they did get the last of the wall torn down. There you go. And I have a lot of limestone available, so let's go ahead and clear you up. So what I could do is floors, limestone. Crumbling mind. No problem. That's easy to handle. So we just run on down here. Let's actually draft you. You pop down on here. Let this one out of the fridge. And make sure you don't have any other stuff going on. And now you no longer have crumbling mind. You can pop this one out of here. And we're just going to let them walk around long enough for the cryo sickness to drop off. And then we'll have one of them heal the other. Oh, yeah, one of them will heal the other one. Oh, and you are all sorted. No more crumbling mind. That also means we're also getting a little bit more of a range of abilities, as opposed to just getting the same abilities again and again. Okay, so your crypto sleep is about to drop off. So you put the heal on the other one. All right. And then you two, you've done what you're allowed to do, go back to bed. And then this room does not belong to you. Honor Garys do not get their own rooms. Okay, and it looks like we've got all the granite perimeter built over here. You got one spot down there and a little package over there to deal with. We got more crafters going on, more researchers going on. Because eventually we're going to get this crafting caught up here. And then they should all help out with the research. All right, proximity detector, that's good. So with that, we're going to want those. How much power do you take? Like 100, isn't it? 75. We can spare it. So I want one. So I want them close enough to watch the doors, if at all possible. I also want to tuck it in the wall. Now, downside with these is I can't tuck it in the wall where... I made this area too big, it can't cover everything. It's fine. So that one's watching those two doors. That one's watching that door. You're watching this whole area down here. You're watching that area. It leaves one or two little gaps, but that should cover mostly everything. Light on the corn. That's pretty bad. So do not allow sewing, do not allow sewing. Work. And I'll have to fix it after the fact. The good news for Blight is they are very high on being able to handle that stuff. So yeah, so we've got that walled in over there. And a granite door. Same here. That's that way I have access to repair it when they get damaged, because that will happen. This one I'm going to leave alone. It's already in its own little box. Yeah, this way I got the one down here to watch this door, the one that watches both of those doors, and then the one that's watching that, and then this will be watching that, which does leave it exposed for this area, but the likelihood that something goes around into that door skipping, it's pretty low, and I'm willing to accept that risk. Oh, we have all the people on Plant Cut running around. Okay. So, work. You. Cool, so I got the blight sorted almost instantly. And the good news, I have so much food I don't care. Someone just found one leftover firework? Oh, you mean like real life? Just like in the middle of the night you just heard pew, pop, and then nothing else. It happens. Or they want to keep doing their fireworks, but they don't want to get into trouble, so they fired off one. That way, like, if someone were to complain about it, by the time they figured out where, like, you know, by the time people were paying attention, they don't know which way to look. Yeah, so you're pretty greedy for power. Solar panels, advanced lights. Sweet. So honestly, deconstruct all these outdoor lights. Like, these ones are fine in this really small space. But like the ones out in the big area out here, we don't want to use those. We want the big lights. All right. Because then potentially I could put an advanced light like right here, and it should cover most of that area. Go to floors. Do that. Okay. Oh, right, and you're still here. So your shuttle returns in 4 days. You're still getting that room built. Does that, like, cover the whole room? It does not. Chimeras are approaching. With a lot of them. So schedule into the safe area. Let's actually update our safe area. Make sure it's all covering everything. So you're all good there. You're all good there. Go ahead and cover this too. You can cover the inside of that. And that. And that. So everyone's assigned to the safe area. We'll let the Chimeras keep doing their thing. There is 13 of them, and that's a lot of Chimera. If we do go and deal with this, it's a thing. One of the things I ought to do, I've been snoozing on, is we can go here, and not right now, do this shenanigans. Because what that does, it makes the enemies move slower through there. Because each step they have to get on and off of the barricade again and again. That just buys you time. You'll notice I didn't put it here, so they couldn't use it for cover and all that. They can still stop at that spot, but it should help. It's not going to get built right now, or I think, because we have them said not to go out there because of the Chimera. I wonder... No, I'd be like, if I Manhunter pack, they're just going to dump back onto me, aren't they? Mech Hive Signal, we don't care about that. That's if we're doing the Odyssey ending. Which we're not worrying about at all right now. Now, the Chimera just chill out there for a certain amount of time. Eventually, they'll trigger to attack regardless of what you do. But they do kind of try and wait till things start to go wrong for you, and then attack. It's unlikely we're gonna get like a random group to engage them. It's not impossible. But yeah, so 13 Chimera. That's a lot of Chimera. We do have a lot of firepower, and I don't have a stun. But what we could probably do is spam Vertigo Pulse to send them kind of scattering and throwing up everywhere. And that could be pretty strong. We're slowly dealing with the slate. We got tons of stone out here. Good to haul. Is there corn? Anything can't do? Yeah. Corn is a crop in RimWorld. If you're on a map that has a year-round grow season, or at least a long grow season, it could be one of your best choices. The downside is, it's one of those things, if something goes wrong, you lose the entire batch because it's the slowest growing. But generally speaking, it tends to be one of the crops I prefer to use. Even though people make a lot of very valid arguments about doing stuff like rice and all that, or if your ground sucks, potatoes. There's arguments to be made for all of them. You know, with the strawberries, you don't take a mood penalty eating it uncooked, but you still risk food poisoning pretty bad. These grow all three. Generally speaking, historically, that's what I'd end up doing, is growing all the different crop types. So far, also the different foods. This one I've just gone ahead and gone hard on the corn because early on I just needed to have a crop that gave me the most nutrition for the least labor, because we were sticking with like only 2 colonists who could, you know, work on growing, construction, mining, research, and all that, while we had 3 crumbled mine colonists. Okay, they'll probably attack soon regardless. It has been quite a while. And honestly, I think the best we could do for this fight is we stand here in the open, we just engage as it gets in here, we drop Vertigo Pulses to send them scattering. I think that's how we're going to do it, because we could draw them back to the choke point, but they will have their buff up while that's going on, which means our tank, or like our melee pawns, are going to get hit hard. If I Vertigo Pulse them, most of them are going to, you know, stumble around and throw up, with a few who will get through. And then the hope would be, in that scenario, that one dropping in closer and getting into the shorter range weapons would effectively get focus fired. At least that's the plan on paper. They keep inching forward, and I'm not loving this, because I'm worried they're going to make their move and I won't be able to get into position in time. The other thing I could also do is, if I wanted to abuse stuff, is I could open one of the side doors, leave that closed, they start going to the side door, shoot a couple shots and immediately duck in, have another door open, and try and do that kind of kiting. Our base isn't really set up with that in mind. I'd have to have my people scattered a lot to try and make it work. It'd definitely be doable. But one of the challenges with the Chimeras is when they pop their buff, they move like 1.5 their normal speed. So it's kind of hard to take advantage of them with hitting them with a bunch of shots without them closing the gap before the doors close. And I use stone doors in the exterior, that way people don't run up and set them on fire. You know, making holes in my base while I've got things going on. Advanced lights. Alright, so if we go to the furniture now, we look at the advanced lights, it costs 50 power. Put one advanced light up there. That covers this whole area. Put advanced light there, that covers all that. The advanced light covers all this. All this. And all that. Let's see our power is once all that's built. Yep, so you got those two detectors built up there. The Empire is coming to defend, and they're actually bringing a sizable group. Okay. Let's get ready to jump in on this as well. So let's get in position in case they make a move on me. But we do have the Empire showing up on the map. So in case they make the move, we'll be in position. What are you bringing to the table? You're bringing a lot of firepower. So the plan here is they're going to engage. We'll just go off to the side. Try to split the Chimera so we're not hitting each other. That kind of thing. Alright, start getting ourselves into position to jump in on this fight. Because the plan is just to have the Empire take the aggro. They can get this started. And we're just going to do as much damage as we can, and hopefully most of the Chimeras stay on the Empire. You about to go down? Yes. Alright, only 2 left. Okay, nicely done. Alright, so what do we got going on here? You die in 6 hours. We could definitely make this not a death. So we're going to patch you up. Who or what is surviving here? So you're going to... I very much doubt I can save you, but we'll put our best doctor on it, and... see how it goes. Meanwhile, for the rest of you... did you drop anything cool? You usually have your weapons explode on this. Ha ha! Free mono sword. Don't mind if I do on that one. Usually they're bio-coded. And that one is not. You can try your best with the medicine. It's going to be very unlikely we save this one. They're bleeding really bad. And that's a lot of injuries, but we'll see. Meanwhile, you already patched up the missing leg and you're good to go. Nope. Not gonna happen. You tried your best. Okay, well that was easy enough. That is one nice thing about having a bunch of the allies. And the best thing is, with that whole fight, the allies ran in, got themselves really badly messed up, we bandaged them up, and went right back out. And we gained reputation for it. Okay, get power hooked up to you. So we get all our lights on and ready for the finale if we decide to, you know, hit that right away. Because we still have 25 days till that, till we can do our next clone. And it would be fun to get Gary as juiced up as possible. And all that. Disease, flu. I am sitting on a mountain of Glitter World. We're just gonna go right on down like that. Don't do that. So get in there. Get in there. Get in there. So tend, and who else are my amazing doctors? Tend. I've been doing a ton of that because the friendlies keep trying to dive in the lava flow events. It definitely happens. Earth Rush, are you any good of a doctor? Yeah, you're fine. Oh, nope. Get in the bed. Okay. Draw animals, summon flesh beasts, not worried about that. Can we see a research tree and what you have unlocked? It's actually not that much. So if we look at like earlier tech, we got most of the earlier tech stuff, nothing exciting I missed except smithing. For electricity, we have like the advanced lights and all that going on, but not really that much useful. Like I don't have the batteries, I don't have, like there's no geothermal. We are getting biofuel refinery, and we don't have microelectronics. So the big thing of why our tree is so far behind is the first year or so in the game, well, actually more than the first year, I was sitting on 3 people with mine crumble with 2 people desperately trying to take care of them. So we just didn't have the bandwidth to get hardly any research, so it just stalled out our research very hard. Plus the psychic powers, plus suppressing the obelisk and all that. The one was the daughter of one of your colonists, and you had a second with fire foam breath gene standing there. Like, come on, you can just get across a little bit of lava to escape. Oh, yeah. No, that's one of the things I keep every time I do, like, the lava tile. It's like, oh, the lava tile's so cool, and then you just watch people just walk into the fire, your own colonists, and other ones are like, look, man, something needs to be done to the pathing to Duatsa. Yeah, no, that's the thing. We have no armor, no helmets, no anything. Uranium or asteroid? Alright. You hate having to just restrict everyone to inside your walls during lava events? Yeah. It's a neat tile, but it does feel like they really kind of need to go into the pathfinding and that and be like extremely aggressive about having them avoid danger. You do run into it even with just regular old fire. It's just not as perpetual of a problem. But like having your pawns trying to get around fire and they just heartily jump into the fire and you're like, dude, just don't walk into fire. It's not that complicated. You think they updated pathfinding in the update a few weeks ago? Yeah, well, I mean, if it was a few weeks ago, then we would have done a lava run since then, and we had people plenty of times walk into the lava. I think they just need to aggressively have it so, like, when lava is involved, you know, it can just detect, is my path in lava, or within, like, 2 or 3 tiles of lava, and just cancel the path, redo the path. Something like that. It needs to just, like, either that or they just need to get rid of half of how that event works, unfortunately. You either need to get your pathfinding fixed, or you need to just do it without the thing that makes the pathfinding problem, you know, a problem. Okay. I'm hoping they get that walled in. Definitely still having trouble with it today. So you had a raid drop pod in the lava a couple days ago? Yep. It's a tricky thing. Like, don't get me wrong, over the years, the pathfinding in RimWorld has certainly improved. But, like, that is one thing, just with the nature of how important it is that people don't walk in lava, that it is a problem. Alright, let's go here. Let's drop you down to Industrial Medicine. And how are we doing? You are doing great. You're doing pretty good. You're doing pretty good. You're doing pretty good. That's fine. It's like the game thinks it's water. Well, right. I assume the mechanically still works the exact same. And I think that's just it, is it needs to go through and have a different property. I do think, very genuinely, both lava and fire, unless there's literally no option, the pawn should walk into it. I'm even of the mindset, if, like, I'm here, and I'm trying to have them walk around, and the fire's blocking the whole thing, they should treat it as if there is no path, and they'll just stand around here doing nothing. Unless I draft them and tell them to run through it. Because that to me is the idea behind drafting, is that saying, I don't care what your rules are, do it anyways. Where are you? You're normally finding the game not... Well, I wouldn't even call it playing itself. I would say bad pathfinding is its own problem. It's not the game playing itself, that's... You've got functionality that works really poorly. It's kind of like the same thing of when you get Blight, and even have Priority Cut 1, and a lot of times it would just... They would stand around to let the Blight go as they go and harvest other things. And they did improve that to not work that way. But that was always the big annoyance I had, was the Blight mechanic, because the way we used to have to deal with it is he would make a... We'd have to make it his own and be like, oh, this field's blighted, okay. Get them there, set everyone to the blighted zone, set them to, like, rule number 1, and then, you know, focus on 1. And even then, half of them would go to sleep, so you'd have to change your schedule. And just going in here and having to correct all that to just immediately turn it back in 10 seconds, I always hated. I always wanted to be like, okay, Blight, right-click, cut the Blight. Just do it all. Just keep going till you pass out, half a mood breaker, the Blight's gone. It's not just pathing. You had to save scum a caravan returning home because they spawned surrounded by lava. Yeah. Well, that gets just down to the problems with the caravanning mechanic. Why are you untreated? Everyone in this colony can doctor. Literally everyone in this colony can doctor. There's no reason for you to be unfed and untreated. Dealmaker. Alright, well, I'm not gonna like where this is going. Get up, run outside. Okay. Alright, well, the Revenant's gonna get loose. I'm not gonna be able to prevent it from hiding anyways. One problem at a time. Send them away. They did turn hostile. Metal Horror is emerging. Okay, so all of you go about your business and schedule, stay in the safe area. Okay, so wherever the Revenant went, it went out this way, or over here. Actually, no, he would have detected it by now. Yeah, so it either went up or left. Because, well, or it went down right. But it didn't go down, because we would have detected it down here. Most likely it ran out here. The chances we find it out there are pretty slim to none. That was a Revenant that we got as a spine and has never been researched. So we can't see it, we can't hear it, whatever. Oh, you're just gonna attack immediately? I can get behind this big time. So you're gonna go after Dutch Princess. So Dutch, you go for the corner as best you can. Just try and delay this as long as possible. Never mind, I'm gonna switch. Okay, jump on that immediately. All the rest of you, get right here, open fire. We can Chaos Switch Teleport. Alright. Cool. So that was easy enough. So basically we waited for it to start trying to stun someone. I didn't even care about like them stunning it. It was more the preventing it from running. So just keep the damage on it. So we just teleported the person away, and then the Revan had to, like, went after the person, realized they couldn't get to it, switch targets. And that was just the whole time we were just peppering it with shots. And I still don't have the Bioferrite Harvester, or Bioferrite Shaping, or the Flares, or any of that. Okay. So let's take a look at how people are doing. Flu, you're at 80%, so you're well locked in. You are good to go. You are pretty good. You're pretty good as well. Honestly, at this point, take all of you off there. And keep our 3 best doctors on it. I mean, I say that, but the difference between them, it's like 5 versus 7. It's not that big of a difference. You, go get medical treatment. Go to bed. Get medical treatment. Okay. Okay, sorry about that. Worst thing is I've got Penny Oxalin now, So flu is one of the only things I can get past. And you should not be left untreated. Oh, go ahead and get back out there. We did knock the Revenant out in a big way. Because that is one thing, is we got a master work and a legendary nerve spiker. So we do manage to get a lot of stuns in there. Which does help a lot for just preventing damage. Well, and we are chewing through all of our Devil Strand, which is fine. We're not that much ahead on the wood. But that's okay. Cool, so we got all our invisibility detectors except the one way down there. They're not telling. Oh, yeah, so we're still got to build the one down there. Okay. Power's doing fine. Don't care about that. Okay, got the cargo pods. Rhino leather that I don't care about. Okay. So let's go check in our people. You should be immune. Yep. How are you doing? Getting there. How are you doing? Getting there. And how are you doing? You're about to be immune as well. Looking pretty close to everyone being immune to their flu. Oh, we can start refueling that so they can burn all the worn out apparel. It's starting to pile up there. I can get the smelter, but I'm a little concerned about once we get all these lights. I mean, I still have a lot of excess power. I'm really surprised by that. Can go over here. Get the electric smelter. I remember you being very expensive power-wise. It's one of those things I remember I used to build all the time because you get all the bits of slag and all that from the drop pod raids and the mech raids and all that. But then these days, you just don't run into nearly, like, you just don't have as much of a need for steel. There's so many ways to get it that it's almost until, like, the chunks of junk laying around everywhere in itself is the problem that you start smelting them all. Because it's a very power-hungry machine at 700 watts. Yep, so our whole base is basically lit up now. There's a little pocket back here that doesn't have light, but I don't care about that too much. So whenever we do the anomaly thing, I feel like the interior of our base is in good shape. We would be dealing with the stuff outside of the base. Now, one nice thing about this big open design we have here versus the way our last couple saves have been, where we were like talking kind of cave situations in that deal, in this one it shouldn't be too hard to manage stuff. But I do see I got a warg chilling right here, which I don't love. So we're gonna go murder the hell out of a warg. Interesting thing, we started with killing all the plants around us. Killing all the plants around us. I mean, you mean like, oh, right. Where we deliberately were putting roofs around it to keep the fire from spreading? Yeah. Like, we had to do that early on because we didn't have stone, so the fire would overtake us. Now we just kind of don't care. Like, all our buildings are completely stone, the doors and everything on most of them. Like, 1 or 2 still have wood doors, but that's fine. But yeah, so fire is not really a big risk for me anymore. Like, obviously, if something gets in here and breathes fire in our hospital, then a fire pump popper goes off, and that's not a problem. Same with our storage room, same with our production room. Oh, good, so we can lock this door open and this door open now to save us walk time. And then we got a thing for detecting invisibility down here. Still got spare power left for the moment. This will cut through almost all that's left. Yeah, so I got a very solid setup right now. The only thing that's going to be a little bit tricky with the anomaly ending is the lack of flares. We're missing our AoE stun. And when we're going to like schlep out here to go after stuff, we do have the solar pinhole to show, to light things up, which is good. But losing out on that stun's kind of a big deal. You can abuse the stun from anomalies, flares, pretty heavily. Okay. So we're actually getting a lot of granite to spare now. They could certainly reinforce this whole area, which wouldn't be the worst. Wait, are you not in? Oh, hey. Yeah, so we could make the walls thicker around a bunch of this, would definitely not be a terrible idea. Because once you get into like the anomaly ending, you end up getting a lot of stuff like shamblers and all that just end up running up and start smashing your walls and all sorts of that kind of nonsense. So anything you can do to slow them down gives you chances to respond. I don't think I'm strictly going to wait to make sure I have the flares, because it's just going to take a while. Okay, biofuel refining. Production. Okay, smelt. Slag forever. Smelt weapon forever if it is bio-coated. We can go down here to where we got the smelt apparel. Copy you. Ah, it's not gonna let me add it that way. That's fine. So we'll remove you from here. So we'll say smelt or burn apparel. Actually, we're gonna want to do that for all this, aren't I? Alright. Smelt or destroy thing, do forever. Details. If it is a bio-coated weapon, get it out of here. If it is not clean clothing, get it out of here. Okay, and then smelt or destroy thing, do forever. Remove the weapons off of there entirely for right now. If it has a health of below, let's say 90%, is not armor or utility, go ahead and chuck it in there. And that'll do for now. Because then I should start taking all these shirts and all that are piling up and are half gone and start chucking them in the fire. So in Flesh Beasts, Sleep Suppressor came up next. I don't care about that. So power-wise, you've got 200 watts to spare. Oh yeah, I completely forgot they were working on that. That's fine. Like I said, that's just to slow stuff down trying to walk into our base, because you see how they have to, like, walk over it? Generally speaking, I probably want to put a set of doors here to make getting around easier. Shuttleborne attack. They give me a ton of goodwill and some neat stuff. We are talking about having Gary get royalty titles. We can send 7 doors to attack 4 pirate. Doing this. Or 7 days for 4 pirates. Let's do it. We just had an attack a minute ago, so we should be able to get in here, get this knocked out. So there's the shuttle. So with that, we're grabbing you 6. Get on there. And you have shield belt, get on there. I meant to disallow So what I meant to do is to make it so we would smelt bio-coated weapons. Yeah, so that's the apparel, the weapons. Yeah, so do not smelt bio-coated. Yep, that's what we care about. So what we're doing here is we don't want to smelt bio-coated. This is the ones we're going to destroy. So we will destroy the bio-coated weapons. Which is why we have non-bio-coated weapons unticked. I think the clown car comment is what got jumped on by Automod. That's cool. Okay, so let's see what we got here. We made sure to send Gary, because usually when you do these, the person gaining the stats must be on the away mission. Alright, so you can see what everyone's got. They're all melee. Alright. And I don't actually see any turrets. So this feels a little unfair to them. Well, I can destroy the solar panels for components, but unfortunately solar panels, you can't just pick them up as a thing. Could it be a trap? I don't believe so. I don't think they have that set up. So let's go ahead and have you hit the wall to trigger the attack. Okay, let's go ahead and... Oh, I actually don't have Vertigo Pulse among my people. That's fine. Zeus Hammer works very well. There is one sentry gun over there on the right. So we run all the way over here on the left. We shoot that wire. We can disable it without destroying it. Actually, it looks like it might be cabled up farther up than that. Yeah, it looks like it might be cabled up farther than this. That's fine. So we destroy the wire there. The point is we want to break the cable. Okay. So we can claim the doors. Walk inside. We can claim you, uninstall. Claim you, uninstall. Claim you, uninstall. And construction-wise, that'll be you. Okay, and we got all that sorted. And so with that, set to load. 1 second. Orders allow all. Okay, set to load. Everyone comes along. Items. We don't care about their crappy weapons. Bring the turret, bring this, bring the food. And then Gary gets the honor. Cool. And everyone's back. And then quest, Gary's Novice Ceremony, accept. Alright, so we're gonna need to go to floors. Because Gary's gonna need more fancy floors. We'll end up needing to make a special room for Gary and a throne room. Alright, begin bestowing ceremony. Let's get everyone in here. And get Gary your first title. Unimpressive. But we did gain a new title. A major break risk on you because the psychic drone. Put on Teddy, who's the one who's nearly breaking down. Everyone's getting sick at the same time. Don't love to see it. Okay, so we just need everyone to chill for a moment. We got the medium psychic drone going on. We can handle a lot of breaks where we can just knock them out using Word Serenity. It's a really cool ability that you basically trade mood breaks for unconsciousness. Alright, so we do have batteries. We could shove those somewhere. Honestly, a production room is probably not a bad place for it. Sight Kite binge, have a lovely time. We could take this. What we probably want to do is seal it up in the wall over here. And the reason we want to do this is to force the enemies into combat. So I could do is I could put it here, put a granite door there, make a granite wall around here. We keep the door sealed. And this doesn't need to be powered. It just needs to be present. Because then it will detect it as, hey, there's an enemy here like 2 tiles away. It'll force all the enemies to be considered in combat, which should then prevent them from doing other stuff there. And honestly, if people want to sleep through this, I'm down to let them sleep as long as they like. That's fine. You can enjoy your side tea. It's okay. Yeah, the minus 22 plus serious pain from food poisoning is not going to help our cause. Another thing we should do is assignments. Cool, the low psychic drone is ending. Now that we're not immediately dealing with problems there. Get all that going. How's our medicine? Got plenty in stock. Alright. So in all, that's getting into be pretty good shape. You've got plenty of steel, the components you got plenty of. Yeah, it's fine, that covers what we need. Okay. Yeah, so about to get that done. We'll get this all sorted out. We'll get that sorted out. From there, we might end up start putting down the floors. I'm mostly waiting for them to seal that off before we trigger, like even consider triggering the anomaly ending. Just so this is an enclosed space. So when everything goes to heck, we can just run through there. Oh, that's no fun, Silveraxi. Yeah, no, it's... having the kids in the game can be a big bummer, like, sad thing. Like, things can go wrong and the mom dies and all that, and you're like, okay, well, that's depressing as all get out. I got one person showing up. Why is the air shimmer? We have gray pall, so it's effectively a fog that's going over top of us. It upsets our people a little bit, but it has to do with the anomaly. It's just like supposed to be like an ominous fog kind of thing. And we got a drifter who's approaching the colony. Look. I'm already sending a whole bunch of... Oh wait, we got pemmican? After all these years, we have pemmican? Hey, Salford Cell. Thank you so much for the raid and all that stuff. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. Can we get a shout out for Salford Cell? Another fantastic content creator. Does a lot of similar games to what we do here, but is doing some Timberborn, does like Oxygen Not Included, a bunch of that kind of stuff. So if you like any of that, you can find it over there. We are about to tell this person to get lost, and they will probably turn on me and be murdered horribly, but you know. Okay, so we are going to be dealing with site stealers. And Dutch was like, no, and shattered their head with a hammer. So that's cool. Lily Stream, thanks. Do an experimental branch in Timberborn. Nice. I haven't noticed what's added on the experimental. Where are you going? This is not the route you should be taking right now. But it's going good. But yeah, no, again, check out Salford Cell. It does like lots of fun stuff in there. Doing some Timberborn, all good stuff. But we are doing an anomaly run here. Let's be a little greedy. So unrestrict everyone. And who are two construction people? Our construction people are Mgaro and you. Let's tell you to shove the battery in there and shove the battery in there. Nope, it's too late. We already have invisible creatures on the map. Disregard. So it's triggering up here. So we do have an invisible creature somewhere in this range. So we have to deal with that. So you get in position. It's about to be throwdown time. Yeah, no, a lot of games will do that. They'll continue adding stuff after 1.0. Get inside the perimeter as fast as you can. Because the site stealers are in that range. I got another beacon here to let me know when they start going into our maze. And this whole area is enclosed. They're probably going to murder the crap out of Krika there. But that's kind of not a me problem. That's maybe this place wasn't a place to be. Oh, so here they come. They're after Krika. Oh, we got invisibility detection in this one, so they're coming after me now. And honestly, close that door. Oh, they murdered her. But yeah, no, a lot of games do continue to add stuff after that. Visibility detection over there. Alright, so that means they probably close in, so they'll be here any second. And as timed by the thing instantly dying when Nexio just eviscerated it with a mono sword. But yeah, so we're doing a bit of a silly run this time. This run is themed around a vault from Fallout 3. Which involves Gary. That the only character in this vault, or in this city, these are all Gary. Every single one of these is Gary. Those two are honorary Garys, they stay in the fridge for when I need a pocket heal. But everybody else is just Gary, that they all started from Gary, and they're all clones. And Gary is not a particularly amazing pawn. Not a terrible pawn, a fairly like mid-range pawn. Has tough, but no other traits, and has a passion for melee and shooting and plants and nothing else. So just okay. Yeah, so we know we're still not in the clear because as long as that's blinking, something invisible is nearby. So because it was blinking with, you know, stuff there, it's the last couple ones coming through. So the question is that the last one now? It probably is. Okay, so we should be in the clear now. Go out of here. Schedule, you're unrestricted now. Orders, allow all. And you're the only one who took hits. You got scratched up a little bit. Meanwhile, Dutch. Let's see. That one lived, and we don't like that. So if you can correct that, that'd be great. Okay. Now they're dead for real. Said, if you have tough plus fast shooting, then you basically have twice as many pawns. Yeah. Well, I mean, we have tough. But we didn't go out of the way to, like, go for a super pawn or thing. Okay, we got another meteorite. That's fine. We just kind of rolled, like, the big list of people, and I had to choose one from the first list. And it was just kind of one of those things that's like, okay. Gosh, I think we did re-roll the list, because the first one I think we had, because it was a naked brutality start. And I think we had, like, 4 incapable of carrying, like 2 incapable of, what was it? We had a couple that were incapable of social, we had carrying, we had, non-violent, like pacifist. And it was one of those ones where it was like, I'm only, like, two pawns are, you know, physically doable without cheese. And both of them were, like, beyond wretchedly bad, and we're like, okay, we're gonna mulligan it. We're not doing that. But right now what we're doing is we're working towards the anomaly ending with the intent of actually doing the royalty ending. That way we might give the Gary a leadership in the Empire and unleash them upon the world. Alright, so you got an infection. Let's have you pop over and treat that immediately. And I cannot tame the thrombos. I have handling of 2. It needs to be 10 for them, so we're a tiny bit shy. Okay, so you tore down that wall before you did the other stuff. That's not really what I wanted to see. So if you quickly, like, build that so they don't bypass my entire defensive position, that would be great. I guess technically I could do doors on both sides of that, but... Well, we got a raid attacking immediately. They are going to try and breach the walls. They are almost exclusively melee, probably Neanderthals. So we're going to try and get over here as quickly as possible. Ooh, we might be able to abuse things. Alright. Hold that door open. Hold that door open. You are already in position. Oh, I really hate that you went that way around. Manhunter pack. Nope. Alright, change all that plan. We're not going to try and Manhunter pack. There's not enough time now. So... secure those doors. Get you over here. The good news, they're going to break up into groups. So if we hurry, we can start picking them off onesie-twosie. And not have too many holes in our walls. Stop breaking my walls. I've literally wiped out almost all of you. Man, the speed those breach hammers get to the walls is so ridiculous. It makes sense. It's what they're here for. Retreat. Why are you just going down to a random bedroom and trashing it? It's like, steal valuables? No. I was gonna beat the hell out of some limestone walls. What are you doing? You're just popping a hole into each and every wall. What's your deal? Right, you have an infection, so you get out of here. You're not going to be needed for this fight. Okay. So you got to deal with the patients. The rest of you, clean up. They basically broke every one of these bedrooms by just chipping a single wall out. You all suck, you know that? Okay, so orders allow schedule unrestricted. Stupid enemies. Cancel doing that floor for right now. Focus on rebuilding all the holes they punched in the everything. A lynx has self-tamed. A lynx has decided it would like to be on the menu. It is tonight's special. Yeah, they're all rocking in the breach axe at just how fast they shred walls. Yeah, so all 6 of these rooms became invalid. They didn't even like break anything of, you know, value. They just smashed walls. Ooh, alpacas. I do want alpacas. In this case, miscellaneous caravan hitching spot. That's fine. We have someone here who is handling. Yeah, so we got Teddy set to handle. They're the only one who got specialized in that. And you are dealing with an infection that I'd like it to be in a better shape than it is, so we're gonna go ahead and hit you with a preach health. And jump your medicine allowed to be better. Actually, I guess for right now, we could even go over here and go furniture. Where's the pen marker? It's miscellaneous. Limestone pen marker. Just tuck it in there and we'll let them just eat grass and let them do what animals do. Hey, and Frivolous Squid, thank you so much for the 34 stream streak. Rate of 34 people. I really do appreciate that. Brain is not fully braining today. Don't mind me. Yeah, so we need to seal those holes up that the breach raid knocked into it. We're playing some Satisfactory. I hope the Satisfactory went well and the factory grew as one hopes with Satisfactory. But thank you again so much for that raid, and I hope you had a good stream and all that good stuff. Words are hard. Fact. Words are hard. You know that feeling, your brain stopped braining an hour ago. Satisfactory will do that. Especially when you get to, like, aluminum. Well, game. If you just not do that, that'd be lovely. And all that stuff. Because, like, let's go give Rual some words. Yep. Reads out. Yeah, no, I've definitely done the thing where I've gone, like, really late in Satisfactory or Factorio, where you're, like, in the middle of something complicated, like dealing with aluminum or whatever. And then you're like, look, man, no more thinking today. Thinking is off the schedule. So animals manage. With the alpaca, we will allow 2 adult males max, and otherwise we're just going to let them cut loose for right now. I'm mostly using it as a way to get some animal skill going on. We'll get a little alpaca fur, which I really don't need. I mostly could use them as a pack animal. And also check out Treacle, another fantastic content creator on the platform. Been doing some Going Medieval recently, but also does like RimWorld and a bunch of other stuff. And thank you, author J.S. Morin. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. We're gonna have to wait for the cooldown on the shoutout because we've been just rocking them out one after the other, and Twitch, I believe, only lets you do 1 per minute, which is why we have the cooldown. But we'll get you the shout as soon as the cooldown runs out. But I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. What were you playing? How did it go? All that good stuff. Just finished up Dwarf Fortress. Nice. I hope you had a good time with Dwarf Fortress. We are dealing with RimWorld being RimWorld. And just kind of people destroying my stuff in ways that make no sense. Just chipping holes in my wall and then digging a tunnel through my bedrooms just so they don't count as bedrooms. But yeah, no, I hope you had fun with Dwarf Fortress, and whatever you got going on there is going good. My power grid only has 45 spare power. Getting close to a real hospital? Yeah, I mean, we're actually pretty good. I definitely have enough silver and steel that we could go in here and make the whole floor sanitary, and same with the kitchen. Maybe the lab will be pushing it, but otherwise. Where are construction people and what are they working on? You're sealing up the bedrooms. That should only take a minute, so that's fine. Yeah, now you're starting to rebuild the perimeter where the breach rage popped holes in our walls. And then we just need to keep having them carry all the corpses down to the meat-eating trees. Okay, so with this, I don't actually care for this to be on. That's actually not meant there for fighting purposes. The purpose of that sitting there is by being a combat whatever near enough. When enemies come into this area, they'll be considered in combat, which means they won't be able to stack in, like... When they're non-combat, you can have multiple things occupying the same space, but once they're in combat, only one can be there. That is deliberately so when they feed in here, they don't just all come through as one giant mass. That we can kind of funnel them a little bit. Manhunter pack of raccoons. Oh lord, they coming. Please, for the love of everything holy, get that wall closed. Now, we could choose to close the doors and ignore that. Which is probably the right decision. I do realize I just drafted the person we sent to deal with that. I'll deal with that in a minute. Okay, so you undraft, seal that wall. Horses collision. Yep. No one's caught outside? Cool, cool. So you seal that wall real quickly before everything comes rolling through. Now, like I said, realistically, the safest way for me to deal with this would be to shut these two doors, walk inside, and say, not my problem. But this is an opportunity to gain some combat skills and all that, which we certainly want as much as we can for doing the finale and all that. Who am I missing? Okay, you can move here. Now, we aren't going to, like, fully choke point them, because that's what you'd probably do here, is put 2 melee there, and have your whole group of people behind it. We are going to just cannon fodder this and use, you know, copious amounts of shots to deal with it. Where is our vertigo pulse? There we go. Those are raccoons. So it should be, yeah, so you see how they're getting considered in combat, so they're like kind of spreading out. That's also why I put it so far back. Exactly that. That can happen while you're in the fight, and they all just mush through into one big, massive glob of raccoon. You just go ahead and shift over there. Something you didn't expect to hear tonight. Massive glob of raccoon. They definitely are trying really hard to path all the way over here on the left. But yeah, so you see, by forcing them to only feed in here one at a time, it does give me a pretty good chance of keeping up with it. They can overwhelm our rate to knock them down, or you can just get unlucky and just miss a bunch of your shots. Such as with that one and that one. Those two managed to get past the point where melee people got into it. Hey, SP4, how's it going? But with all that, we're gaining a lot of shooting skill here. And that'll come in handy for when we have a more dangerous event. Alright. And with all that, that is everything handled. And we took one, not even bleeding, scratch to the torso and leg. Well, that's the thing. It can get to the point where the fight goes on, they have to be like, okay, do I have to have, like, rotating shifts of people fighting? Not with something like that. But, you will have pretty large fights that you'd end up having to almost have your people fight in shifts when you get far enough in the game. I don't like when you get to that point. It starts to become very annoying to manage. Alright, we're already fully healed. And that's, we don't have any, like, genetic shenanigans going on yet or anything like that. But we are gearing up for the anomaly ending for the purposes of getting Gary to be basically void-touched and powerful. But the intention is to go for the royalty ending ultimately. Okay, let's go ahead and we're going to go and do a lantern party because we haven't done one forever. And we're going to celebrate the conquest against the raccoon army. And by that I mean I'm hoping we'll be able to reform our ideology and maybe do something there. Alright, beautiful. Cool. Good enough. Oh, and all of our people have maxed out psychic powers. Because they are clones, and when you clone, you do get the psychic powers with them. And we had 3 people who got crumbled mind because of dealing with cloning problems. And so for those ones with the crumbled mind at the beginning, we just had them standing around praying to the tree all day because they couldn't really do anything else. At this point, we have fixed their crumbling mind, though. The way we fixed their crumbling mind is we gave them death refusal, we murdered them, we ripped their skulls out of their head, including their brain, thus removing their ruined brain, and then we had them resurrect themselves. Just normal RimWorld things. I don't have Molotovs or anything in here, do I? No. I actually do have a spare mono sword. If we get another clone, we'll make another melee pawn and we'll give him the mono sword. Hey man, it is what it is. I get what you're trying to get me to say there. And I ain't doing it. Okay. Yeah, I just want them to build that last little area. And I'm honestly probably going to immediately trigger the anomaly ending, because we got 14 days left till our next clone. And I kind of really do want our next Gary clone to have the death refusal and to have, like, all the other stuff. Oh, flashing emergency light doesn't bode well? Oh, you're talking in real life? That's no fun. I mean, mainline some coffee? Yep. Got tons of corpses here we'll need to deal with. I just need them to seal that off so when we're doing the ending, I can run someone in there, and even if it takes an extra minute or whatever, that's fine. We also should probably wait for the heat wave to go away. Alright, I need someone to go in here. What are you working on? You're smelting slag. No, you're not. Haul the corpse. You are hauling... You're consuming meal. You're meditating. No, you're not. Go haul a corpse. You're meditating. Go... No, you're not. Go haul a corpse. You're harvesting that. No, you're not. Haul a corpse. Just want them to get it away from these doors. Okay, cool. So heat wave's over. Then grab those two. And tell them to not refuel the passive coolers anymore. One of the other things we need is we need to get our harvest of corn in here. We did sell over 5,000 corn. But we are at kind of the point now where I do really need that to be resupplied. Because with the anomaly ending, you have, like, it takes several in-game days to do. And so we definitely want to make sure we've got a stockpile of food ready to rock and roll. It's also going to get pitch black, so anything not under a light, we won't be able to grab, and then on top of that, it won't be bright enough even with our lights for those to grow. Let's see, one of your ancient neighbors must have called an ambulance. Not sure which one, but it's close. It's parked next to your house. That's no fun. And yeah, no, I hear you there. We have a bunch of people around us that are, you know, fairly old and all that. So when we see the ambulance, it's like, oh no. You know, what's going down? Okay, so we got that. I got a bunch of slate. So this works out for us. So we have almost 400 slate. So let's go ahead. I'm doing that so we're slowly making our rooms nicer and nicer. Okay. So with that said, we got the whole property sealed. We really should wait till we have a little bit more. So the corn, how long do we have on the corn? You're actively being harvested. We want to get more of the corn in here. Let's see, we all have them have, like, super low priority hunt. So what we could do... Let's go to, wildlife. And if people don't have anything better to do... How did you get... Oh, the doors are left open. That's right. I was like, how did the alpaca get out of their pen? Right, I opened the doors. That would do it, would it not? Can you use the raccoon meat? Some of it. The problem is a lot of the raccoons rotted instantly. It's what happens when they have scaria. That there's like a 50% chance or something like that they instantly rot. There's a couple of raccoons that were able to butcher inside there, but the vast majority of them are rotten instantly. That we can't eat them. Likely we have butchered several of them. Oh, one thing we should change. Do not make fancy meals anymore. Because we can start making pemmican, and that gives us, you know, long-term food. Well, fairly long-term food. It'll last like 2 years or something like that. Sterile materials. Geothermal power does nothing for us. We can start with our floors in here. I probably won't be able to get in there. Alright, we got a lot of people in there researching because there's nothing for them to craft right now. The research is just blasting along. So that'll be good. That'll be the fancy floors there, or the sterile floors there. Okay, and how are we doing in the Devil Strand? Got tons of it? Yeah, we do. Which is likely to actually be a problem for wealth. Oh, do not allow rotten, please. Yeah, so unfortunately all the raccoons, they have gone dodgy. But that's what happens when you have like 100 raccoons roll in. You just do not have a time to process them all before, you know, they start to rot. Okay, meanwhile, I'm gonna actually have you poke that door to close the space again. That way they bring the alpaca back in here. How much longer? 12 days. Okay, so what I'm thinking we're doing is, the food-wise, we should probably be okay. Worst case, I could pull this up, and all that. I'm not super sweating the food, because it's only gonna be probably like 4 or 5 days that it takes us to do the finale, one way or the other. Like, we'll either win or die trying in that kind of a time frame. And we should have plenty of food for that length of time. We might have a little bit of struggle of food afterwards because we won't be getting new, like our food won't be actively growing during that time, but it should be okay in the interim. So I'm going to quickly do is, before I trigger the anomaly start, I'm going to quickly, actually, I can't even do that. What am I talking about? All right, so ignore all those things I'm saying. I'm going to go ahead and, where are you at? Avoid provocation. We're just going to chuck a bunch of Gary at it. It's just what you do. And we're going to restrict everyone to stay in the safe zone. And make sure our home zone and our safe zones cover everything. So home zone needs to cover you. And you. And you. That's fine. Cover that. Cover the inside there. And then safe zone. Cool. Alright. Ignores everything you just said. I forgot we had one more advanced anomaly we needed to see before I can trigger the ending. So we're going to go ahead and hope that we get one that we can knock out quick. Honestly, what would you even consider the best one? Of the remaining ones, probably the teleporting one to be the best one, the teleporting obelisk. Because the moment I realize it's the teleporting obelisk, we just run up and shoot the crap out of it, do the maze, and then get out. Yeah, that would be an easy one. I guess the Nociosphere wouldn't be a problem, because it would just show up, and we don't have to finish it or anything. We could just seal it in there for now, and we would be done with the anomaly ending long before it does anything worth substance. Something from below. Okay, we got the heart. The heart is not my favorite for this. The heart's going to take time. It'll gradually spread. And let's go ahead and really fast. We can do something to help ourselves out. Let's put a barricade there. And there. We're not, like, if it gets up there, bad things have happened. So schedule, unrestricted on you, and I always forget the second, and you. So start working on that, and start working on that, because it won't break through barricades. Okay, there's a flesh mass heart. A bunch of awful things are going to come out. Okay. Technically, I can awaken the anomaly while it's up. That sounds like a terrible idea. Have the spires appear down there and get sprayed with acid the whole time. So schedule. You go back inside. Yeah, no, we're not doing that, but it's definitely well like, oh, you could do that if you hated existence. And the reason I'm building wall, like the barricades here, is that'll prevent the enemies from being at like the heart from poking its way through the walls. If you have just the doors, it will smash your doors down. Now, one of the big dangers that happens is that we look at this acid spitter, it's got a huge range. If we get an acid spitter up here, it will spit on us as we're inside our base. We really don't want that. But until we hit the point where we get all 3 nerve clusters up, I can't defeat it anyway, so we're just kind of waiting. And it will be a thing that will then start killing all the crap around here and doing the nerve clusters and all that garbage. Interestingly enough, I'm willing to bet where we can trigger a dry storm over top of this. I think that actually might be a fast way to clear out a good chunk of it. Just dry storm right on the middle of it and just let it cut loose. Well, but door next to the monolith, if it does start to get over there, we'll deal with it. I don't expect it to be needing to get that big before we'll be able to make a move on it. Because they also have another door here. Like, and it grows in, like, spurts and stutters. We need 3 of these nerve bundles to show up. Once we have 3 of those, then we start carving our way into this mess. But the acid spitter is my biggest concern. Because usually they end up pretty well embedded in there. And so you have to, like, bait it out to spit acid at you and hopefully avoid getting hit by it. And then carve in as fast as you can. And it can get really nasty when you have them overlapping each other. But we'll see. It's also reasons I'm not putting effort into clearing out the random enemies. They will respawn after a bit. Come on, give me nerve bundles. It's one thing we can do real fast. Let's start cleaning up some of the stuff over here. If they're going to separate out that far, because they're going the whole way around, so I can pick at them. It's not super helpful. Just get back for now. No point, we're just gonna slow boat it. Yeah, so we just need to wait for it to get more nerve clusters. This one being right next to it's not bad, because ultimately once you study them all, you have to get to the heart itself. So that being right there means the person studies that one and immediately injects and kills it. And then as we carve our way into it, it will spawn more enemies for me to fight. And that's kind of the whole thing, is it's a war of attrition. Yeah, if we have a spitter up here, it's going to be in range to hit our houses. It won't attack our buildings directly, but it will attack our pawns and splash and hit our buildings. But I'm mostly worried about we don't have any armor to speak of. We haven't had the chance, like, we're researching, but we're using random research. So it just hasn't given us what we want. Okay, another meteor we don't care about. let's run out here. Clearing up some of the mess. I'm going to shoot at it a little bit. I'm just worried about it potentially putting a... There's the second one. Okay, so you got... Those are really closely overlapping each other, which I'm not loving. We do have our second nerve cluster. Okay, where's your range edge? Okay, so we can go over here. I'm just trying to carve this back so that hopefully when it does its third spitter. Oh no, don't do that. So hopefully when it does its third spitter, it's not right on top of us where it can drop it on the wall or wherever. This will trigger it to spawn more stuff, but I'm okay with that. Okay. In hindsight, I should have left these doors open. Okay, all of you start dropping back. Oh, I was actually expecting a far more significant response. Okay, where's your range? Why is there one way up there? I don't love that. I'm going to shoot at this for a minute more. I see it's going to circumvent everything to go hit us. Alright, let's go deal with our friend who's making their way over this way. Do not hold those doors open anymore. Alright. So it's mostly just trying to carve that back, so hopefully it doesn't put, like, an acid spitter right there. Okay, you take care of yourselves for a minute. Alright, so we just need one more spitter and one more nerve cluster to come up. And like I said, I think if we use the dry storm or whatever it is, I think it might be able to target up on the wall and set a whole bunch of this on fire and just stand back and let it do its thing. To try and get rid of the acid spitters. Now, one of the other ways you deal with this is just mortar the crap out of it. Is definitely a completely viable strategy. You mortar it a bunch, deal with the stuff that pops out, and then while the spitters are down, you just go through and mop up. Still 10 days on the clone. Now, usually the way I deal with the acid spitters is I deliberately have someone walk along, like run along their path, going full speed, and most of the time they'll miss the person. And then while it's on cooldown, because it's like a pretty long cooldown between shots, I just push hard to try and get them taken out. Right now, with the way this is formed, I would run this way, come down through here, shove in here, get all those, go for these 2 nerves. I need the 3rd nerve to show up to see what we got, because you need 3 to do it. Okay. That last nerve's location sucks. Alright, so that's not what I wanted to see at all. So as soon as everyone wakes up, they have their brekkie brek, we're going to start pushing. And of course that's going to close off to give me not easy access. So this is going to be one that we're probably just going to have to carve into this thing and just live with that. It also does have the acid spare there, and I can't go around the edge here. So we have lots of overlapping thing. Guild member waste pack. That's okay. But it's going to take some work. So everyone's getting their food, getting all sorted. I need you two to eat real quick. Why are you still asleep? Get up. Alright, everyone's eaten. It's time to roll. We are going to open those doors. So just need to give them a second to back off. Okay, get a position on the flanks, in the middle. We can get all the way up to there before we're in danger of getting acid spit on us. Alright, get to the edge here. Okay, start to carve on into this garbage. And then, who is the faster runner? Neither. So you're going to run off here to the side. Okay. That's bought us some time to push before we have more acid. Okay, we need to move everyone up. So you're way down there, so we can go down here. The big thing is I gotta watch that timer. We do not want to be standing down here when that acid spit comes back up. It does hurt like hell. And actually, for that matter, shoot the stuff next to us. We're gonna do this the slow boat way. They continue to clear out more and more space around us. Flash mass response. Back up. Okay, minor scratch on you. Okay, and how's the timer look? Alright, 1 hour. Let's double check on these. Run up to the edge here. And you have the Flash Storm. Who is the one with the Flash Storm? There you are. Run up here. Please start a new run yourself, anomaly decided for this character. Prepare carefully and all that stuff. I hope you have a good one. I definitely prefer having an anomaly. Ooh, you're too close. We do not want to be spat acid on. Is everyone clear? Just barely. Okay. So 1 second, 3 seconds. Okay, we're clear to get back in. And eventually I have to back off. Oh, we got stuff coming up behind me. Deal with that real fast. And how are you two doing? Minor bleed, minor bleed. Okay, we can run over here. And if we're quick, I probably can carve in enough to get the 2 spitters out of here. So what's the range on you? So I can get all the way down to here. Let's do that real fast. Start pushing. And you two get ready, because we'll probably get a flesh response in here and not have much time to react. Okay. Just keep the fire on it. Kill it, then worry about the response. Alright, now defend yourselves. Okay, so we got the spitters, so let's back off real fast. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure... can I get all the way through to the other one? Because the problem is once I go across here, if it starts growing behind us, it's going to be much harder to get ourselves clear. How is our hunger and sleep? Oh, it's appalling. Okay, so we're not pushing. If I try for the push, we're just going to get really mad. But we did get both the spitters. I left the doors open, so we got stuff running in behind us. Oh, wait. Big guy right here. The good news, he walked all the way up to my defensive position and is taking out lights, which cost me almost nothing to replace. Alright, so we got ourselves 2 of these acid spitters. There's one down there. Most likely before we're ready to go again, I'll probably have another one respawn. That's not what I wanted to see. Get in position here. Stop hitting my stove. Go give him a whack. Alright, get back clear. Cool. Okay, do all your tending, all that sort of stuff. A couple enemies who are going the long way around. We'll have to deal with them in a minute. So, you two and you all still got time. Please tend to them. So all of you, just get up there. Yeah, so cleaned out most of the rabble. And then what we'll end up needing to do is to reach that one, I can either carve through this way, hit that, and then try and work our way up. Or we could just cut right in here and try and just wiggle down. Both of them have their problems with strategies. Alright, get that one. I need you both back on your feet. And I need everyone, like, taking a moment to recoup. We just can't take too long, because otherwise we'll get all our spitters back and we'll have wasted our time. Unless the spitters spawn, like, way over here where we don't care. Alright, everyone's good. I think realistically, for the next go, we probably want to carve this way, cut through that really fast, go for this spitter, and then we should be able to cut in, get the 3 nerves coming from this side. That's kind of an all-or-nothing play, though, because if I get back here and it grows in behind me and we start, you know, pushing our luck, gets acid spit on and that, I have to fight my way back out the whole time, and that'll be a mess. But for the moment, we just let ourselves recover. Yeah, I think it is the play though, because I can bait that thing out, cut through here. Every one of these is on this side. And we'll just have to like try and push it and all that. We've got the firepower. I think when we do that one, I'll actually pop my combat shout, or combat command, whatever it's called. Yeah, I don't mind this one, but yeah, we gotta keep moving. As soon as Dutch is healed up, the plan is to go. If people haven't figured out eating and sleeping and all that by then, they're not going to. And that is what it is. Okay, it's growing. Come on, no acid spitter. Or if you do an acid spitter, do it like right next to that one where it's easy for me to get at. Okay, doing a quick check on needs. You, I need you to eat a meal. 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 Cool. Food poisoning. Eat a meal. 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 Come on, get in there. Cool. And drafted, and it's time to go. We did get a new acid spitter, and it has coverage on everything. I still think we take the strategy we did the last time. I am going to have to bait it out. Yeah, we're just going to have to carve into this thing. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. You're not going to be able to do much of anything in this fight. Is it just the one who has the food poisoning? Yeah, so it's just you has food poisoning. And you're just going to have to live with that fact. So I can probably hit this one from this side pretty easily. The other one going way down here and going in. I don't think we get to do that right at the start. Oh, crap. 1 second. I'm just worried about this bear popping in behind us. Murder the bear real fast. There we go. So we can get all the way over till about there. So we're going to carve into this thing. You're useless. Get out of here. You're just going to get caught is what's going to happen. Okay, you're there. Well, I should have gone wide. How bad was the acid? Very minor acid burn. So rush on up here. We got that sorted. Keep pushing for the acid spitter. Okay, so we got the acid spitter. There's the other one down there. How are we doing? Do we push? We can probably push. This is a little risky. The challenge is going to be that acid spitter is very embedded back there. And the distance around I have to go to reach it's pretty rough. I could try and cut through here, but that's still rough. I think we run down here to the edge of its range, and we just carve away at this thing, knowing we're going to trigger another immune response. We just try and give ourselves some breathing room. Crap, that's gonna hurt everyone. Oh, no, we got lucky. Just got you. Back off a couple steps. Yeah, it can be rough. I believe if I cut through this, that won't grow for a minute. But yeah, no, the problem is that one way back there is a little touchy. We're definitely not going to be able to stay on it this time, but my hope is I can keep the pressure up here for a minute. Oh, I see you sneaking around behind me. Yeah, so I believe when I've cut this part off, if I disconnect it from the rest, it will, like, slowly retreat. You're probably fully... Oh, no, you're still recharging. Again, cut this all back. Back off again. This will probably be the point where we back off to recoup. Alright. Back off, recover. So we did saw a decent ways in there. We did get one of the spitters. Is a rainy thunderstorm, so we should be fine there. Okay, so I need you to get patched up. You're dealing with food poisoning, which didn't help us at all. Considering I think you're still working on trying to get back after that. Gary is actively starving, and that's the reason we were backing off, is noticing our people getting a little bit madder and a little bit madder, which was just begging for trouble. So if it doesn't grow in too much, we could saw in here and get to that. And then once we've got all of these spitters out, we can just go right in for it. Oh, stop getting food poisoning. It's not the time. Cows join. We're gonna set them to auto slaughter. Or if it makes an our spitter, I just hope it's someplace I don't care about. And that's another instance of food poisoning. Okay, our people got splashed with acid are starting to fully heal. Yep, so you see it here, it broke the door there. As annoying as it is, that's fine. Having like 3 people with food poisoning is not helping right now. Why do... Oh, I have negative power because you need to refuel. They should be fine. They're in the freezer. It'll grow around it, but it won't break them. Power back on. Come on, I can't sit here and wait. I need you to get over your food poisoning. Because the problem is the movement speed penalty when they have food poisoning just makes it so... Like, both my melee people have food poisoning, so I can't really do it. I won't be able to hold the ground. That's very badly timed food poisoning. If we're also lucky, sometimes you get a trade caravan or a raid or something else will pop in there and attack it as well. Where are you going? You're clearly on your way up. Okay, you're recovering from your food poisoning. Yours should start getting better soon. Okay, so Earth Rush also has food poisoning. So far, only one spitter still up. Nexio's recovering from their food poisoning. Dutch still has it and injuries. Stop getting food poisoning! Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I also have already cleaned up the kitchen again. But we're just rotating out food poisoning. Why are you... Suddenly, like, individuals of you are deciding to attack. It's actually pretty inconvenient, because then I want to rally people to run out and deal with it. I need them to be doing their self-care, getting over their food poisoning and all that. Okay, how are you doing? You recovering yet? Or are you still just... I can't keep delaying. We need to push. We at least need my melee to have one of them. Okay, so we actually are starting to get people through their food poisoning. Okay. Everyone's healed. How many people have food poisoning right now? 1, 2, 3. We're gonna go for it. I have to. Like, the whole thing about this encounter is if you, like, wait, you slowly lose all the progress you've made. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? So plan is carve through this and then hit that spitter. Once I get the spitter, if we've got the steam, we just push in. All 3 nerves are right there, and there's the heart. So there's our 3 with food poisoning. You chill back here and deal with your crap first, because all they're going to do is get out here, throw up once, and then complain that they're hungry. There's your range. Draw the spit. Nicely done. Okay, And they got that. Alright, so start sawing through here. The goal is to cut straight through here, get to that spitter. And the danger we run into with this is it can grow in behind us, we can get unlucky and get a spitter along the side of us. When it does the response, we get closed in from all sides. So, okay, there's that. Let's back off slightly. Kind of feel out what we're getting. Okay, how's your timer? So you're gonna be ready to spit again here in a minute. That's fine. Okay, so where's your cover? Make sure they're not in there. Yep, okay, grab all of you. So this is tricky because if we have something jump out of that spot next to us, that's a problem. Let's try and again. Just trying to bisect this. Once we do that, I can run on in here. Back off a little. How goes your food poisoning? You're recovering and you aren't hungry anymore. Get on down here. And you are recovering. Get on down here. And you are still food poisoned. Okay, minor hit to the ear. So you're ready to acid spit, so let's go ahead and get that acid spit out of the equation. Alright, grab everyone else. You might get caught by yourself. Okay, fine. Get over here, take care of those things real fast. Ooh, we got another acid spitter way up there. Let's keep that in mind. I was just worried if I just went for it, that we were going to end up having enemies get in behind us. Alright. So we don't have a lot of time before that acid spitter comes back up. You two, go for the melee. Don't even wait for the rest of the team, just go, go, go. We are in send it mode now. Pop the bonus. We are probably getting sprayed with this one. I don't think we avoid this in time. Are in position. Open fire. Just try and get it before it's too late. If it looks like the countdown's going to get down to its minimum, we just scatter. So at least it doesn't hit everybody. Come on, come on, come on. Okay, everyone on it. Don't let it spit. And Earthrush, keep working your way over. 0.3 hours. Okay, cool. Alright. And the other spitter up here has no coverage over anything. So now we get over here. Get into position up here. We start carving for nerve nodes. It's dangerous as Hades? Yeah, it is. Did we get another acid spitter up? Thank goodness. Alright. What are you running from? Oh, that sucks. Chaos skipped them away. Get the shot. Okay, there we go. Get yourself some space. Get back over to Gary. Burn them. And for right now, you just run in here. Never mind, you are surrounded. Yeah, and your food poisoning and all that means you can't really get anywhere. Okay, so get in the wall real fast. And I'll deal with you in a minute. Okay, can you buy, I forgot, but can you harvest that flesh? Harvest in what kind of way? There's not really something I could do with it. Why are you still so slowed? Okay, so everyone who is not Rongor who has a gun down here. Start opening fire. How did you lock that door open? I don't think you can get there in time, but keep running, Gary. Oh, no. There's no material to it. There's probably a mod to do that, but then you're getting to the whole... You did not warn me that you had a flesh response. That I do not approve of. Alright. Pop up here. We're almost in the clear. Open fire. People are starting to get hungry. Just open fire and everything. Just carve yourself an opening. Oh, you are a turd putting that spitter right on top of my head. We can still make this work. Shoot that. Rongor, you do not shoot that. You do this. Melee people get here. And you get there. Gary, how are you doing? You still running? Yeah, and they're making chase. You still got another heat dump you could do. Alright. Who is one of our other researchers? Dutch. Get on it. I don't need to clear out much space. But keep the heart from overtaking. Alright, let's stop shooting it. I don't want to trigger another immune response if we don't have to. Alright, Rongor, make it die. Alright, let's start going. Yeah, you can grab the heart itself, but it's not a crafting material. Okay, so you actually fell over because of your food poisoning and malnutrition. So you should actually have a little bit of time before we have any serious stuff. So I need the rest of you to run back. Because everyone's getting upset. I need to get back there, see what the stuff's doing in my base, because it's probably trashing everything. Okay, you on the other hand are going to detour. How hungry are you? That's fine. You're going to tend to them real fast. Stop destroying my stuff. It's just been in here destroying one bed after the other for no reason at all. Okay, everyone who is not Rongor, stop and chill right here. Okay, drop back. Go here. Get there. Okay, undraft and get yourself tended to. So you can recover that. Everyone else start eating, doing their stuff. We're gonna have all this crap come after us in a minute. That's okay. I just need to get original Gary back home, get them fed, because they're now dealing with lots of penalties against them that can start getting dangerous so far as loss of consciousness between starvation and everything else. We will want to capture that before it has a chance to get its activity too high. But we'll wait till a lot of this decays and are patched up before we focus on it. Okay, you should be out of there long before they get free and start killing. Could you, like, all stop recreationing for 2 seconds and get bandaged? Yeah, no, it just spurts out twisted meat everywhere. Okay, so you're resting. Stop doing that. You're resting. Stop doing that. You're sleeping. Stop doing that. You're sleeping. Stop doing that. Start tending to all the injured people. As all of our beds were destroyed. Except for a handful in the corner. Which won't help us because I'm low on wood. Okay. And I do see we've got one of them beelining up here. Gary got their gun hauled back. So go grab your charge lance. And anyone who is not injured, get into position for the fight. All right. Yeah, everyone's slowly recovering, which is good news. Okay, we got another one coming in. It looks like a bunch of them are coming in. How's the activity on that? It's up to 45%. Pretty much what we're trying to do now is just take turns taking out whatever pops in here until we clear all the crap. How are you doing? You're almost recovered. Yeah, you're the one who took the worst, is Gary. Just because you had food poisoning, so I left you behind, and everything ignored my group and just went for you. It doesn't look like they actually got any of our actual benches or anything destroyed. They just trashed the beds. Which is still annoying because they don't have much wood. We got 2 more of those. Need them all to have a minute to do their self-care. I'm actually surprised. Oh, it's because you haven't slept in your room in a long time. That's a lot of flesh. Yep, that's the flesh heart. That's what it does. It just slowly takes over your map until you defeat it. I need to rebuild all that got destroyed down there later. We'll worry about that when we get there. We do have what we need to do the final encounter. We just need to stabilize things before we consider anything like that. And right now, that's kind of our big problem, is we're dealing with like one thing after the other for people like just breaking down. Because of how long we had to fight it, our recreation, our sleep, and our hunger are all bottomed out. So give him it to recover. So Gary's in a bad mood. Other than Gary for right now, let's grab the others and start cleaning up. We gotta get this out of here. And I do have a spare room for it, that's good news. So we gotta get the handful of enemies that are on the map out of here. Is there a pop limit? There isn't a pop limit as in a hard limit. The game does actively do stuff to make it harder for you to get more people as the game goes on. And then in addition to that, the difficulty of the encounters is based on your wealth and number of pawns. So as you start to get more and more people, you'll start getting larger and larger raids. There's also definitely a point where the game starts not playing nice so far as like performance-wise when you start to get too many colonists. And yes, I can trade. But yeah, so generally speaking, there isn't a hard limit like, oh, you've got your 50th pawn. No. But like the game stops being fun once the colony starts to get too big. Like, things just stop working right. Or it's like, it's very framey. Like, the game starts kind of running the simulation a lot slower, that kind of thing. Right, honestly, don't worry about that. You capture the plus mash heart. You should be in the all clear for right now. If this thing aggroes, we'll have one of our melee pawns run over and give it a smack. Okay. There you go. You did 100 colonists once on a previous patch, the performance scaled much worse. You quit the run because it was slideshow. Yeah, no, and it's definitely like, even if the performance doesn't become a problem, the game becomes harder and harder to enjoy, because part of the big thing with RimWorld is each and every one of these individuals has their own like little personality going on, traits, things they like, don't like, the relationships with each other and all that. And when you have, a manageable number like 18, 20 pawns, you can kind of get a good feel for like everyone's deal and all that, so like they kind of matter. But there's definitely a point once you cross a certain number of pawns that you just stop caring about them. Like, there's just too many for you to have that kind of a connection with. And then it just becomes some, like, big city builder that, as a city builder, RimWorld is not a good game, because it's not meant to be a city builder. It's a colony builder that it's mostly focused about the individuals more than anything. And the stories that they build between them. Alright, so it's taking a lot for Gary to get back in their stuff. What are you complaining about being worn out? Ah, your flak pants are getting badly damaged, and I can't make replacements, so you're still wearing them because they offer better defense. Okay, so the heart is basically completely cleaned up. A couple straggling enemies here and there. I want to get those out of here. But I also need to get my chance for my people to recover stuff. Visitors! Okay, well maybe they'll take out one or two things, so I don't have to deal with it. Let's go hit you, Gary, with Word Joy before you throw a fit. We penalized their consciousness a bit, but we gave them a mood bonus that should keep them from having a break. Alright, so it looks like we only got about 7 enemies left. Once I've got Gary here a little bit better off, it's actually fine. Alright, let's grab everyone. Let's clean up. You can kill the last couple enemies that are on the map, so that we don't have to worry. Going good. We actually are at the point we could run the anomaly ending basically anytime we want now. We've talked about doing the royalty ending. We'll see. Because one of the things I'm running into is with the cloning of Gary and all that, I do think it's going to get to the point where it stops being fun. Like, it's a fun gag, and it's been enjoyable so far. But we're starting to get to that point where we're on that edge where the populations will start to be not fun to manage. To me, it's around, like, the mid-teens to early upper teens kind of thing that the game goes from fun to being like, okay, there's just too much crap going on now. And honestly, this icon tray on the bottom is just shenanigans. Only 3 more enemies left. So you're getting upset, get out of here. You're getting upset, get out of here. You're getting upset, get out of here. Okay, and that leaves 2. Now we don't have to restrict anyone on the map anywhere. Alright, and with that, all enemies are downed or dead. Okay. Yeah, you would be over-garried after a few days. Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is. It's kind of a fun gimmick of a run, but I definitely don't want this to be a run I'll have going for, like, weeks and weeks and weeks or anything like that. You know, the idea is gone here. We've got it stable where I could just keep producing a Gary every 30 days. And it's just kind of one of those things. Everyone can be unrestricted. Alright, bear with me, chat. I have got to badly use the restroom, so I'm going to go do that, and I'll be back here in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Alright, and we are back. Hey man, I will use my restroom however I choose, for I shall have to live in my own filth. Good, bad, or otherwise. Alright, so what's everyone upset about? Observed corpse, ate raw food, mediocre bedrooms, all that stuff. Okay. Does the restroom door go to the kitchen? Oh, did the Sims clip come up? Where we were just making, like, a weird cursed house. I remember what the people we had in that one was. I remember they were all, like... Oh, I think we went with a bunch of, like, different style of, like, influencer nonsense. I think it was, like, a group of brothers and sisters or whatever. But, like, they were all utterly cursed or something. Man, I don't remember. But yeah, it was the whole thing about, you know, putting like bathroom doors and all in the wrong places, whatever. Okay, so we have bodies everywhere. The wood is actually recovering well enough. And the good news, we will get a harvest here. So if we can just get our people to have a little bit of time to cook a bunch of meals, that'd be swell. I don't think we're gonna have any time to hunt because we haven't done that in a priority in forever. We also need to build all our floors, rebuild our beds. Oh no. I'll be curious to see what that clip is after stream. I get what it is, it's just like the timing I'm curious about. Okay, so clean that kitchen because I can see it's gross already. So already getting that built. Oh no. I'll be curious. We get some good clips here from time to time. I don't get a ton of clips on the channel because I'm not like a heavy reaction kind of streamer or whatever. I was really kind of hoping you would leave me alone, Chimera, for a little bit here. I am actually trying to do the finale, and if you don't go away, I can't actually start it. Is original Gary around? Yep, we've only had one Gary die. So we've had 15 Garys, and only one died right by the beginning. They got flu, and we weren't able to keep them alive. If the game offers me a Mech Resurrection Serum, even if it's a very dangerous one, I will probably go for it. Please focus on the kitchen so everyone doesn't get food poisoning again. It's still dirty. It's still dirty. Oh my god, just clean the kitchen! Oh yeah, there's the wood. Alright, so we should be good on wood for the finale now. And as far as raw food goes, we're about to get all that pulled up. And we're getting the beds built. We're improving the quality of our hospital a great deal. I just realized I don't have a light leading down here, and that lights itself up. Alright. So our meals are starting to get all squared away. The pawns need a mat to the kitchen. I'm seeing this. Now, granted, part of it is this is still a dirt floor. I just don't have the materials to do much with it. I mean, technically I could put the grav core thing in here and put down the grav ship floor in there. It's not really what we're looking for. We are slowly getting our nicer floors in place and all that. I really wish you would do something, or one of our allies would show up to kick things off. We should have... Yeah, so we have a slight excess on our power. Let's also tell you to keep that down to 20. Just like we're doing with the cloning thing, just as a safety. I have no idea what that is, but I'm glad it's helping. Because back pain is no fun. Let's see, are all the Gary's followers the same faith? Yeah. Or has there been a division, potentially leading to a sect of the Garys? No, they're all the same faith. Ultimately, we're gonna do probably the anomaly ending. We'll see if I'm feeling up to it. I was gonna make the royalty one, and then I forgot how snobby they're gonna get. We'll see about doing that ending. It just takes a while because we have to do a bunch of stuff for honor. And I'm already starting to be like, okay, I've got a lot of Garys. Them just chilling up there is not helping. Exotic goods trader. This might work for us. Get close enough to aggro them. Come on, man. Need to step like 2 tiles farther. Shoot and then run. Okay. Run, 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 run. You made a friend. So many friends. Hey, caravan? Don't be mad. Okay, all of you, drop here. Vertigo Pulse. Okay, with that, they should solidly aggro over to this. And so while they're fighting, we just want to mop up. Okay, so we don't shoot through and hit friendlies. Back off for a moment. And would you look at that? We saved the day. Yes, actually, rescue them. Rescue them. So what all did you have? Venom Talon, Bionic Tongue, Wimpy, a bunch of books. So go ahead and haul the... Oh, wait. Schedule unrestrict. Haul the book back. Haul this back. Haul that back. Haul that back. Guess I don't really care about that. Pretty much all your weapons are actively on fire, so we probably won't worry about that. How sure are you? Nah, I'm not as confident. All right, let's make sure you stay dead. To be fair, the other way I could have dealt with this is just stayed back. Ooh, Psychic Shock Lance. The other way I could have dealt with this is just stayed back until the Chimeras came after me. But when the traders showed up, it's like, all right, we're dumping them on the traders. And the best part is, we're going to gain reputation for saving their lives. Oh wait, you're alive. Hold up. I'm apologizing? I thought you were dead. Where is one of our healing Garys? You're one. Actually, probably don't have time to rescue this person. You're taking way too long to get this person back. Alright, so we've saved 3 of them, and there's a good chance we'll get a reputation for each and every one of them. I'm also deliberately not helping it because I would like to eat the Muffalo. The Muffalo is made out of delicious, and I would like it. Game. Calm down. You've been back to back to back things without giving me any time to stop and do anything. Like, literally, I drug people back here and I filled the holes in their bodies, and then you're attacking me again. We haven't had a sleep yet. Oh, you best hurry. Dutch, get those doors. You probably don't have anything to help with this. Why did that door close? Okay, we're probably fine. That's a lot of bad news, and a lot of our pawns are still upset because they haven't had a chance to take a break and recover. Hey, stop banging on that door. There's no need for it. Okay. I know, you're upset because there's a bajillion rotting corpses in here and you've had 0 time to be able to catch things up between the fights. But the good news is, since, for those who don't know, behind the scenes, RimWorld works on a point system where the higher your wealth is, the more points you accrue, and yada yada. Because we're getting all these things, it is using up those points. And we're definitely getting more raids than I'm gaining points to go with. So it should mean we should start getting ourselves a nice little gap where we're not immediately under attack by more stuff. Okay. That's all dealt with. Schedule. Unrestrict. Get back to it. That's fine. That's just a mood break. Considering how many are upset about all the corpses and everything, it's not surprising. Frenzy Inducer, we're definitely not using in this run. Disease Infection on Goldie. Disease Infection on Steb. Generally speaking, I don't tend to use Go Juice and all that stuff. It's useful. Like, it's strong. But it's just not my preference. We do make Penioxylin, though. But yeah, stuff like Go Juice and Yayo and Wake Up and all that, they can be very strong. Like, Go Juice, especially in a fight, will make the difference. But, yeah, I don't tend to make a bunch of it, and I don't have my people carrying it. Like, if we get into biotech, you can definitely use that as a thing of juicing people up and giving yourself immunity to addiction. And all that, which is strong. But yeah. Please clean the kitchen again. Actually, do I even have the drugs researched? Yeah, we don't have Go Juice, but we do have Wake Up. I probably still wouldn't do it, and that's because we're using the semi-random research. And this is, like, not judging anyone who uses the drugs in the game. It's not, like, immoral or ethical being like, how dare you? It's just not my preferred playstyle. Kinda wish I'd kept one of the Molotovs just so I could huck it up here and let these bodies burn. I usually don't end up with giant piles of bodies too often. Is the smoke leaf good for people being broke down so they don't break down? I generally, personally, find smoke leaf to be probably the worst of the recreational drugs. It penalizes your consciousness, which can genuinely be dangerous at times. It also massively reduces their movement speed. It also massively reduces their manipulation and all that, so it makes them terrible at everything for a while. And so it's just one of those things that they tend to use and all that. Is there a random Penioxylin allergy? No, why would there be such a thing? This isn't a game where they just, like, randomly, like, this person can't have shellfish, this person can't have that, because that would be utterly obnoxious to deal with. Penioxylin in this game is effectively a vaccine. It's just a miracle vaccine that's temporary, that vaccinates you against all major illnesses. Penicillin joke? I'm guessing. Yeah, no, it's just like, it's more of like a vaccine kind of thing. Okay, so you were winning against your infection. It would be obnoxious but funny to have random allergies that you didn't know until you ingested it. No, because imagine you're doing stuff like Naked Brutality, and then your character goes and they eat some, you know, some vegetable, and oh, they have a potato allergy or whatever. and now you've just lost your run because you're doing a, you know, you're kind of doing a run like that. I don't think that would be fun. Because where's the play counterplay there? It's just kind of RNG, oh, I got screwed this run, now I can't use potatoes. Or whatever thing's going on. That's the kind of stuff, it would be fine as a mod. But for, like, base game, it'd be one of those things I'd get a mod to disable it, because the big thing you gotta watch when you're making a lot of game design decisions is RNG is fine, but there needs to be a play counterplay to it. If RNG just happens and goes, haha, F you, you lose, that's not fun RNG. That was like the, one of the ones that people would bring up all the time in Project Zomboid. They'd be like, what if, when you're walking near zombie bodies, you had a chance to trip? And it's like, well, you'd trip, and then you'd instantly die because of how Project Zomboid works. And then I'd uninstall the game, because that'd be the stupidest mechanic ever. Because the play counterplay is to not fight the zombies for extended period of time so the bodies decay. Like any game that the mechanic that is recommended is to kind of like stop engaging with the game until a timer runs out is a bad mechanic. And that's something that live service games are notorious for. Because we're like, oh, here's your timer, go away, you're not allowed to make more progress meaningfully right now. Oh, you played for this much, now you're now the amount of XP you get per hour is massively penalized because you played too much. There is a mod for that? That doesn't surprise me. You're watching someone jumping on multiplayer server and they were tripping over the fences. Well, tripping over fences in Project Zomboid is a thing. If you just climb a fence normally, you don't have to worry about it. If you run at a fence so you vault it, you have a risk of tripping it. And I think that's fine, because the play counterplay there is don't run at fences. So it kind of punishes you for rushing. Versus a random allergy, you know. Like, it'd be one thing if RimWorld wasn't such a punishing game when people die. Like, if you're talking a more casual game kind of thing, yeah, having your character have a random allergy could be a lot of fun and silly. Let's say, apparently Nimble helps a lot? Yes. You never understood why timers as a core mechanic ever existed? Oh wait, microtransactions. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. There's a couple different reasons why you have games that have timers. There is the microtransaction angle of it, where it's like, oh, darn, you gotta wait 5 hours till you get your item out of there. Well, better buy this, you know, $5 make the thing done now thing, or make it faster thing, and you got that angle, which is one thing. But even games without microtransactions to speed it up, sometimes it has to do with like multiplayer balance for games that they don't expect people to be on 24/7. So you can have a timer to artificially slow down players, so that in your like PvP Rust style combat, you can have a thing where you can attrition the other person down. There's also the thing that with live service games, they don't want you to just binge the game all at once at the beginning, burn out the content and be done. They want you to keep coming back. So they'll do stuff like add timers to make things take a while, and in addition they'll have like daily quests and weekly quests to get you to log in to start the next timer, so that you keep coming back each day and just breadcrumbing because you want more but you can't have it yet. Because it is kind of in the storytelling replayability game-wise RimWorld, where the run that ends with everyone dying is just as fun as a playthrough. I mean, that's fine, Dutch. I don't disagree, losing is fun. But there's a difference between losing in, oh, I've got this really tough encounter, I didn't play that right, versus, like, losing because RNG decided your character died. That's kind of the key difference, is it's very rare in RimWorld that you could never make it work, like an engagement or whatever. Like, there wasn't a good path to survive. Very rarely it happens, and sometimes with Randy, that'll get like a combination of things just badly timed. You're like, well, I guess I die now. And there's definitely times where you're off balance, and then an event happens. All right, so we got got a new person. But as far as the game just straight up being like RNG, your character fell over dead. Like, you have heart attacks and all that, but heart attacks, they still give you a chance to deal with it. And broadly speaking, they only happen to older pawns. I can actually probably have you hunt. I'll have you hunt. Okay, actually, I said I was gonna make the next pawn a melee pawn, so you're not gonna hunt. You'll go take that other mono sword. So you're not gonna hunt. You can be a hauler cleaner. We can use another one of those. But yeah, like I said, it's kind of the big thing when RNG just ends a run in the sense that like it rolls the dice and says, okay, you now die. It's one of the reasons why a lot of people get upset with food poisoning. Is yes, you can improve the odds of food poisoning, but it's always a risk. I personally don't have a huge problem with food poisoning as it's implemented. It can be kind of a crap thing where you'll have your cooks, there'll be a, like 18 cooking skill in a clean kitchen, it'll be like, oh, well, you got food poisoning because of incompetent cook. And you're kind of like, you know what? Honestly, at a certain skill level, incompetent cook shouldn't be a thing anymore. There should definitely be a point where it's like, there's definitely a line in the sand that's like, alright, come on, man. It's not that food poisoning shouldn't be able to happen, but like the idea that your cook wasn't skilled enough, it's pretty BS. Okay, so with that, we're gonna go ahead and roll the dice here in just a minute. We got our brand new colonist in here. If you would like that colonist to be you, you'll do !join. We'll give that another minute, and then we'll get that going. You're basically being a hauler cleaner for the time being. And that, like I said, that'll probably be the last colonist we bring on until we finish the anomaly ending. Because I do think here, in just a minute, I'm going to trigger the anomaly ending and we're going to go for it. We are going to use the strategy that is tried and true of YOLO. I'm not giving you half my medicine. Alright. So, let's pop in here and going to draw our colonist there. And this would be Dutch. So we've got Dutch. Touched, and you would be... What the heck number are we? 16th? 16th, Gary. If I win... Okay, other Dutch works. Because it does mean, like, man is going to truncate it to both of them, and you're both going to be melee. Alright. So, sooner or later, we're going to get to see what's wrong with you, because you are a clone. And almost certainly there'll be something wrong with you. And we're not giving them their medicine because they want... How much do I have, actually? Yeah, they want more than half of my medicine. And look, man, I'm willing to give up medicine and all that normally. Actually, pretty consistently, I usually help refugees and all that. But at the same time, we're like, look, man, like when it's penioxylin, or like, hey, man, I see you have 46 penioxylin. We would like 45 of it. By the way, there's 4 of us. And you're like, go F off, man. Alright, Crumbling Mind. But that's no problem, because I can have you run right on over here. And... go back in the fridge. And no more Crumbling Mind. It's good to have a pocket healer. Alright, so with this, is there anything else I should be doing before I trigger the finale? Obviously, if we were going just giving ourselves the best odds for winning, we would be waiting for the bioferrite shaping to get done, and then the disruptor flares and all this sort of stuff, and I simply cannot be bothered. As we have 1,000 gold, can I have 995? At least gold isn't important to stay alive in the game. Alright, so we've got everyone here, we're, you know, secure to the safe zone. Let's do this. Original Gary, you... Okay, it's Dead Life Dust anyways. Original Gary, you demand this goes down. We've got over 1,600 fuel, so we're good on our fuel for our power. We have over about 5,000 corn, over 5,000, there's still some laying on the ground there. So we should be good on food, that this will be done one way or the other long before that's done. Alright, meanwhile, close these doors on the inside of the perimeter. The sky darkens, and a malevolent hum fills the air. The monolith has begun to awaken. Your actions have attracted the attention of something beyond human understanding. Soon, structures of the void will begin manifesting into this reality. Activate the arriving void structures to fully awaken the monolith. The first wave will appear shortly. Prepare yourself. So yeah, we got lights all around here. Everything's good. We are not getting rid of any of these things. Void structures. Oh. Inside my perimeter. That'll be interesting and spicy. Gather everyone, rally. Now, honestly, inside the perimeter doesn't bother me, because it's got a light under it. Oh, wait. Flesh Beast tunneling. Okay, Flesh Beast first. Oh, right, there's 3 of you now. So I deal with the Flesh Beasts. And once the Flesh Beasts are done, this one should be easy. We just aggro them, we clean it up. Nice, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. That's actually quite a few Flesh Beasts. We deal with that one, lemon peasy, easy squeezy. Then we got the one out there. I'm actually tempted to kill the metal horrors here, then kill the metal horrors there, activate that one, run like hell back here, deal with whatever pops out, then do it again over there. And we got other Dutch here, kind of just sitting around the corner here, so that way when they run in and try and circumvent it, we catch them on the way through. Alright, a lot of splitters back there. This is where I really wish I had the flares. That is a lot of flesh beasts. A little concerned when we actually defeat one of the things and get all the enemies done. Alright, okay, so get everyone back. So let's see, you got a couple of scrapes, you got a couple of scrapes, and you got a tiny little scrape. They should be in relatively good shape. You're already being treated. You're fine. You're fine. You need to be patched up. Not super worried about the others. I'm keeping an eye because we haven't set them to not go over there. Like I said, what we want to do is just snag a couple of the metal horrors, get them sorted, which I probably can just run up here, drop the thing that enrages them, make them fight each other, come around the corner and kill them all while that's going on. Alright, grab everyone. Because these are inside our perimeter, so we definitely want to deal with them on the soonish side of things. I'm honestly surprised they didn't attack that light. I'm not complaining, I'm just surprised. So he could run you and pack you all up here. It's a little risky because they'll see me and respond. Okay, one hit did get through. Come on. Okay, so we got all those done. Let's get everyone patched up, make sure people are in good order. And then we go and we kill the metal horrors around that one. Once we're all good with that, we run over, we tag that one, we run back, hold our defensive position, deal with whatever comes in. Come back out here, tag that one, do it again. And what we do is we hope we don't get a shambler response. Shambler response means they'll start hitting our walls, which forces me to go outside and deal with them. Which isn't the end of the world, but it does mean most likely our defense are going to take a hit. You need to get patched up. You're bleeding. I know you want to socialize, but you have blood leaving your body at a rate that is definitely not sustainable. Where are you going? Oh, you have a minor stab scar. That's fine. Calm down with your noise. Oh, that's fine. I forgot they were on the map. I'm like, where are all these enemies going? They went after the people asking me for medicine. That's not my fault. You can't blame me. You like garlic bread? Yep. Oh, Goldie, you're gonna have a real bad time. I'm sorry, Goldie. I've already rescued you once, and it's way more dangerous out there than it was before. Okay, so we're just waiting on other Dutch to get a bit more recovered and Nexio to get a bit more recovered. There'll be time to go out for another round. Well. Hey, Maya and Steb, don't get hurt. Okay, you're getting close to fully healed. You actually have quite a few injuries left. Yeah, we'll go when Nexio's fully healed. Because other Dutch is pretty close. Looks like about 2 hit points left on a lot of the limbs. So honestly, by the time we get out there, should be good to go. All right, round 2. Plan straightforward. We pop through here. We open fire. Let's grab these doors and hold these open for the retreat. What we might be able to do is pop the door, open fire, and then drop back to bottleneck him. Are you just gonna let me do that? Okay. The same plan, drop back here. Okay, 1 per square. 1 per square. We got rules here. Alright, you all get patched up. You all finish the job. Cool. That closes the door, which is what we care about. Okay, so we got 1 minor injury, and it was on Dutch, the other one. Not the other Dutch, but the original Dutch. Oh, hey, you got a friend inside here who snuck in while I was doing other things. There you go. Hey Maya, you're bleeding from your other thing, your everything. Are you aware of that? No one gonna treat you? Okay, Will's on it. As long as someone's gonna treat you. Because I'm actually appreciating that these 2 people keep drawing enemies to them versus my beds. So we've got these 2 guests who keep getting mauled every other time something sneaks in there. I'm not trying to get them injured. I'm succeeding, but I'm not trying. Okay, so I want you to go over there. Close those doors. Alright, so in a minute, and I'd say who's the fastest runner, but you're literally all the same. You're clones and none of you are wearing gear that affects movement speed that I'm aware of. So that is what it is. We'll need to run down here, kill the Noctil, activate that, and retreat out. And get ready to hold the line here. 3 health left on that. You got some more significant injuries. And we're not going to be able to grow anything. The light level is too low. Give her a chance to sleep, recover a little bit, and then we wake up and we kill whatever's here, activate that one, retreat to this spot, hold our ground. You know, repeat the process with this one we've already cleared inside here, hold our ground. And then we do it all again on the other end. Honestly, don't mind these appearing inside the base. This is not a bad spot for it. It'd be a lot worse if it's in there, because I wouldn't be able to really attack the metal horror from one side or the other. It'd be just kind of a mess. Over here would be fine too. I could pop that door, let him attack me, and deal with it. Okay, you're getting pretty close to recovered. Yeah, grow rate 0% because it's not bright enough. Disease, infection, and Maya. That's fine. That's some serious Gary right there? Yep. Honestly, in this case, go to sleep, Other Dutch. The risk of you accidentally walking out of the perimeter is too high. We just knocked you out with psychic powers. Oh, Steb. You, my friend, are about to have a really rough time. Unless you manage to thread this needle and avoid everything. Shows me. Just waiting for the psychic coma to drop off, and then we'll be good to go. Because you're basically recovered. Hey, we maxed out the relationship, and you're back at it, so go grab your mono sword so you're ready to rock and roll. And with that, grab everyone. So hold these doors. Okay, and Rongor, you're the researcher. Do a science. And the plan's straightforward. Rongor activates this, runs like hell. We slam these doors closed behind us. Actually, don't tell him to slam the doors yet, because he'll slam them in Rongor's face. Okay. Because when we activate this, we will have stuff attack us. And then this is why I have this crew here, is basically if something were to attack while Rongor's doing this, they're basically laying down covering fire. Alright. Get over here. Close the door. Close the door. Okay. You two in position there and there. You in position up here. Start getting everyone where they need to be for their stuff. Alright, so it does look like a Shambler one. If I had paid attention to that, I would have gotten a position, taken out those Shamblers. Alright, so this is actually the one I like the least. And the reason I dislike this one the most is the Shamblers won't go to your defensive positions. They're just going to start smashing the walls. Are you making a liar out of me? You are making a liar out of me. Well, that is really suboptimal. Normally, they don't follow this, so we might be late to the catch. This might be a really, really bad result. I'm going to have one of them stay behind to deal with the door there, but I need everyone else over here in the defensive point. Okay, who's going to pop the door stuff? You. Okay, you got it done. Get where you need to be. Oh, you only got a couple bruises, too. Oh, yeah, no, this is what I expect from them. Because I expect them to just start tearing into the walls. We'll fight what we can here. Yeah, so they're gonna Shambler attack our walls. We're just gonna have to deal with this, and then we can clean up the Shamblers in a minute. Yeah, so they're gonna break their way in and breach, and then we'll have to clean up. Oh, come on, stop attacking the walls, just keep going. If they stop to attack the walls, they're going to block everything up, which is going to slow it down, so we start pushing more and more into mood breaks. Let's run you over here to force them to separate out. Also, other Dutch. Okay, they have breached. Other Dutch is just trying to hold the line here so they don't break into the hospital while we're fighting the rest. Honestly, in this case, you two are free. Go kill that one. Who's getting mad and why? Gary Tank, because you're ravenously hungry. So the problem we have here is they're going to take forever to actually break through these walls, and they're damaging a bunch. I will have to rebuild those, which is a problem. You're going to get in there in a moment. Okay, that's them working from this side. Okay, for just a moment, step down there, clear that out. Okay, well, that's about to be broken. Doesn't matter. Okay, so we got one banging in a wall down there. See if we can't get these ones out of here. Alright, Luxury, take it easy. Okay, so you got that. That wall's still holding, so you're gonna rush around here real fast. Like I said, I actually dislike the Shamblers the most. They're not as bad on the second wave, like the last wave kind of thing, but the earlier wave does mean they're gonna punch a bunch of holes in your defense that you're gonna need to repair while everything else is going on. We got a bunch. Ooh, wait. You got a bunch of extreme break risks because it's taking forever, so people are getting really hungry. No, they would not give up. They would just keep pushing through. Basically, their AI with the Shambler Assault kind of thing is that they will just kind of keep pushing and pushing through, like, what's effectively a fairly direct route. They'll do a little bit of wiggling around, but broadly speaking, they are going to go whatever the straight route in after you is. So I want to deal with that one down there, but right now everyone is an extreme break risk because they're all starving because of how long that took. Alright, Dutch, someone has to turn around and do it. That thing's almost dead. You got a Zeus hammer in your high melee. Just finish it. Thank you. Okay, everyone's mood should start improving soon. Alright. Okay. So give everyone a chance to recover, and then we gotta plug all these holes in our base. Because we don't have one of our construction people actively on the edge of losing their minds. Insane ramblings. Oh, they went right to bed. That's good. Alright, we got another one's breached the perimeter. Who needs medical treatment? Not really. Entity Slayer. That's not helpful, man. I honestly don't mind what you kill. It's the fact that you're running with a Noctil chasing you. Okay. Okay, meanwhile, you've got some clear. Work on that. Who else? You've got some clear. Work on that. Gotta plug the holes. Meanwhile, you recapture the Revenant. You haul the Noctil. That's fine. And keep grabbing Bioferric from it. Why would you walk outside when you could just do it from inside? You're trying to get yourself killed right now. Okay, try this again from inside. Cool, so that's sealed up, that's sealed up. None of that got breached over there. That's actively being sealed up, and none of the other walls got breached. Does that mean if you did a mountain base, they would dig into your base? Yes. Breacher raids and Shambler raids, or the Shambler Assault raid, will just kind of target where your bed is or where your people are and just keep fighting to that point. They will not respect the pathing. There is some limitations that if it's way too far, they'll choose a more efficient route to like breach and whatever. But that's kind of their whole gimmick, is that you can't reliably get them to follow a path. There's exceptions to that. If you know the way it actually works, you can fuss with them, but it's not as easy. Oh, I just realized there's a hole there. Because they need to plug up all the holes they dug in, otherwise we'll just have enemies bypass. Okay, you got spotted. Where are you going? You shouldn't need more. Oh, you're one block short. Psychite Addiction. Lovely. Okay. The walls are all sealed. We do have a social fight happen, so they're all bruised up and injured. But get everyone a chance to get their crap together. We did have someone who got a Psychite Addiction, which is not my favorite. But they're all trying to maintain their moods because... yeah, so you got an addiction, which is pretty annoying. It is what it is. We'll just let them feed their addiction until they're ready to be done here. Meanwhile, you need to clean up that kitchen that is endlessly dirty. Okay, so you have a very minor injury. Your injuries are mostly self-inflicted. Just disallow it. It's not that important right now. There's enough damaged spots of wall in here that we don't need to worry about trying to add the gate door to it. Because we already activated that one out there. We got this one to activate here. And this is effectively on a timer as well. We do have, like, our ability to grow food if we don't have hydroponics is very limited. As you can see, we're just not growing stuff out here because it's just not bright enough. it'll just rot. But I do have 4,000 food, so we have at least like 30 days to deal with this. Which it shouldn't take that much longer. Okay, so our melee team is fully healed. This team has some bruises, but otherwise is good to go. I'm going to consider that ready. Rongor, get in there and activate this thing. Everyone else can sleep and do it, so. This is DLC content. This is Anomaly. Generally speaking, I run pretty close to no mods. The only mods I'm running make it so I don't have control of my research, and that I started with no research at all. All the other mods are like music and UI, but no game changes. Dimming Sky. Alright, Entity Attack. What do we have this time? Devours. Bunch of you dudes. Okay, I'd much rather deal with this kind of a thing. Alright, so this is pretty straightforward. We want to bait them into attacking our melee pawns. We want everyone else bunched up back here as much as possible. And the reason we're doing this is the Devourers are effectively a DPS thing, where they jump on one of your pawns, and they just go nom 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 until said pawn stops existing. There's only 2 of them, and all the rest are those guys, which will shoot quills at us. Yeah, it's only 2 Devourers. That should be an easy one to burn down. Let's put all 3 of them right here. And scoot you up just a smidge. Oh, makes that 4 Devourers. Well, they'll be in here first. So for right now, you duck over here. You duck over here. And you do have a shield, so you go ahead and just stand in front and grab some attention. There's gonna be a lot of Devourers on us at the same time. We are going to hit the Devourers with the nausea, because that seems to work extremely well on scattering them and making them not nearly as effective. Oh, right, our path is torn open. You switch over here. I forgot about that. I should not have popped that early. So, melee team, do one of you have the nausea thing? You do have Vertigo Pulse. Alright, get on him. And just so we don't have any trickery happen during this fight, finish that one off. But yeah, the Vertigo Pulse seems to work exceptionally well on Devourers. Also goes zones, home zone. Okay, and how are you doing? You're hungry. Yep, so the only injury is a very minor burn on Dutch. Oh, also assign. You attack, you attack, you attack if you get caught. Prioritize working on that. Prioritize working on this. So we hopefully get that repaired before the next wave. Just trying to seal this off. I'm shocked that these ones are actually getting away with like all the dangerous crap running around everywhere, and they're just like, nope, we got our path. Okay, so that's good news. So we observed rotting corpses, which is definitely not going to hurt our mood. Or definitely not going to help our mood. Like, if I had anything I could put fire in here, I would just light this thing up. I don't even have chem fuel or anything. I don't have an incendiary launcher. No Molotovs, no Hellcat rifles. No, so, I mean, actually I take that back. There is a way I can put fire in there. It's not what I should do, but it is what I am going to do. Who the heck in our colony has the flash storm? You do. Run up here. You're gonna flash storm the corpses. In zone. You're not in the home zone anymore. Alright. So it probably wasn't the best way of dealing with it, but there's too many corpses for us to handle, and we can't drag them out the way we've been dealing with them normally. So we're just burning the whole pile. Alright, 1 second, so you don't move those. Orders, forbid. All of that for right now. Just let them burn. So here's hoping for the next Void Sculptures to be good placement. I would not mind having another one inside the perimeter. That's okay. The worst case scenario would be like up here. I don't think we'd get that. There's not much cover. I guess back here would also suck quite a bit. Alright, let's whirly... I mean, that's fine. We can just leave that unfinished. It's fine. But this one is just chilling here, waiting for me to try and repair that. Doesn't look like we have much silver, that's fine. We won't worry about their fare. Okay, so we basically got almost all the bodies sorted out. You're not allowed to use that door. I literally forbid it. Alright, you're just gonna keep doing that unless we sort this out. Actually, we'll do it this way. There's no door there anymore. Stop it. Where are you going now? What are you doing? get back inside. I appreciate the enthusiasm. All right, schedule. So you're set, right? Zones, home zone. So for right now, none of that's the home zone anymore. Stop going outside trying to repair it. You are just going to get murdered. Oh my god. I literally unhome zoned it. You're not allowed to repair it anymore. I shouldn't have to babysit you like this. Like, I need to just go out there and kill it, but we're about to go into the darkness, so I'm trying to avoid that. Yeah, no, they're in the safe zone. And then we look at the safe zone. It is on the interior. They do have access to that spot. I'm going to actually take that off as well. But they shouldn't be able to repair it. That's the whole thing. If it's not in your home zone, it's not allowed to be repaired. Okay, there we go. We're just doubling up. So basically we're waiting for the next wave of these to show up. There should be, I believe, 2 more if I remember correctly. And then it's a question of where they appear. Since we did already have 1 up here inside our perimeter, what I will do is when it's about to hit 0, I'm going to grab all of my people and bunch them up. That way if it, say, like, drops right here or something like that, I'm in position to dispatch the metal horrors without that. I think this would be a great spot for it to land. I'd really like that spot very specifically. Over here would be fine. Most likely it'll be out here in the perimeter. That's the odds. That's fine. There isn't a particularly better or worse spot out here. Okay. Shoot Frenzy, that's fine. Our power is fine. We have the tiniest surplus on power. Now, one thing is, if we have a nasty breach after this, I don't got more stone to block my walls. I got enough to replace maybe a couple of tiles, and then we're completely out of stone. No, it's not going to be worth mining it. Because the darkness is going to hurt us soon, and I'd maybe get 2 or 3 chunks. If it came down to that, we'll just tear down some other walls and then take the scraps and shove it in the hole. Might have burned the burning fire area? Yeah, anywhere outside is kind of equals. Like, we've got different doors, so you could have it more accessible by a door. But broadly speaking, anywhere out here is not a big thing. I mean, out here, the bigger concern would be, like, it's way up in a corner where I have to hit it and try and run out of there in time. Oh, I forgot, we got all these bionics and stuff. Oh wait, did some random animal come into my perimeter and we hunted it because I had that queued up forever ago? So they're running out of food outside there, so they're running in here. Darkness soon. That's fine. The entire save zone at this point should be lit up. Yeah, no, absolutely. Alright, I do see a problem. So let's first of all grab everyone, be ready to react, except you. I've got one little spot here that our lights are not covering. I do happen to have a spare light, which we can chuck right there. So you're going to go there and you're going to quickly slap that light into place. Okay, we got one appearing over there. One up here. And one down there. Alright. So not too bad. I got a door right here. I got a door right there. I got a door down here. So it should all be pretty accessible with like 1 or 2 solar pinholes. Okay, so you got that sorted. It'll come online on its own. Alright. Let's go for the far... Let's not even worry about going for them yet. Let's go ahead and kill the metal horrors. Whoa, where are you going? Get on him right away. We do not want that light destroyed. Okay, you got the hits in there. Let's immediately move. I do not want to hit that light. Nicely done. Reposition. Okay, so we got that all sorted. We can go here. Melee all took hits, so undraft you. You deal with closing the door. And you all run up to here. And fill these with bullets. Alright, first one sorted. Metal horrors down. Okay, and you got minor scratch, lots of scratch. It's a little concerned that there might be a spot there in the darkness. And there. Please do not stand in like the one dark spot in the whole area while you're actively injured. What are you doing? You're playing hoops? No, you're not. You're putting that light there before everyone kills themselves on it. Also put a light on that wall as well. I can't do that. Those take... How much power was it? 15. We're pushing the edge of what we can do. What? Don't! Alright, 1 second. Zone. Clear. Safe zone. This back part of the room? You're not allowed to be in the back part of the room, okay? Turn that off for now. We have spare power. Okay, they're all patched up. Next we kill this group. Then we kill that group. And then once that's done, it's activate, recover, activate, recover. I'll probably go boom, boom, then boom. Kind of going by what's nearest to the edge of the map first. Because the chance we'll start taking hits and all that, that'll slow us down. Oh good, no one bothered to patch you up. The tried and true classic. Every single colonist in the place has one for doctoring, just if you're curious, as no one's patching them up. The entire colony, one for doctoring. Get that light built real fast. You think the fire would give off light? Yeah, the fire gives off light, but it's a very small area versus these lights are a very, very large area. So we're using the big lights to cover this giant area versus the fire is relatively small in its coverage. Okay, we do have a Noctil inside the perimeter. Alright, Noctil dealt with. So we've got another one starting its way over. Okay, we got another one coming in. We'll try and give our melee a chance to recover before we get him into the next fight. And the reason I leave this open for them to attack is the alternative is they start poking holes in my walls. Okay, how are you doing? You're mostly recovered, and you are still in sorry shape. What I'm actually going to do is we are going to preach health. Who was the one who's in bad shape? Was it Dutch? Yeah, okay, so we're going to preach health Dutch and get them back into the fight as fast as we can. Okay, we got another one on the way in here. Or not. Never mind. Disregard. Alright, hold up. Zone. Clear. Safe. Get out of there. Okay, that might be good enough on you, because it looks like your ear is the main thing. Yeah, all the rest of that has... I mean, your shoulder's actually pretty badly hurt. But I think we keep pushing. So this is the door here. Let's grab our melee team, grab our range team. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So you can pop through here real fast, drop the light. And I honestly might just act... Well, we'll see how it goes. If we manage to dispatch them without taking hardly any damage... This is a mess. How are the injuries? So once again, you three. So you all get out of here. And the rest of you... make sure they don't get back up. Run through here. Run back. Okay. Yeah, so you still got a bunch of injuries. You took a bunch. Yeah, you got properly throttled. Alright, that just leaves that one down there. And once we got the metal horrors off of it, then it's just a matter of activate, defend ourselves, activate, defend ourselves. And you still have your preach health on you, so you should recover most of those injuries relatively quickly. Are you coming down the corridor? You need to die? Disease infection on you. Just hit him with the glitter. Go back to bed. And having you do it, you're one of our best doctors. 6% 10, that's fine. This is also fine, because it's slowly burning that fire past this door, so we're just going to need to do that. Interestingly enough, I might be able to open this door, tag those, and blow them up on it. I don't know if we'll get that opportunity. They have to stay in the general area, which is... who knows. So you're definitely winning against your fight there. So I wait on the infection and the fire to get out of the way. I'll just do that. One downside with this door is there's no space for my people to get here. So I'll do something like open this door, open that door, and try and shoot in there to aggro them and pull them up into this area. Give me a window. It's also possible I might be able to aggro them to attack up here. You've got Noctil going in here. You're just gonna have to manage for a minute. You all get ready for the Noctil. Okay. I'm not gonna be able to make the move on that. so you're doing fine so far. The alternative is I run out here and I just open fire, like drop the pinhole and get out here. I think the idea is we do a hit or two to try and drag him in. But we're not quite ready to do that. I need at least 2 of them to be back up. I'm down to keep other Dutch just chilling here, recovering from their infection while the others go out for another go. But I don't want to do the metal horrors with just 1 melee. You're mostly healed. You're getting pretty close. And then when the metal horrors are done, it's literally just poke the one, you know, deal with the stuff that waves, poke the one, deal with the stuff that waves, and then we just wait until the anomaly thing itself is ready for us to poke. Major break risk on you, because intense pain. Honestly, word joy, other Dutch. Yeah, everyone else is in good shape, so other Dutch is going to sit this one out and recover for a minute. We're going to grab you two in case things go south. All the rest of you, be ready to deal with this. You're going to get to that door. We might also be able to Berserk Pulse and make this work. So open these doors. Because the plan's straightforward. I want to tag one of them to aggro, run back leaving the doors open, draw the metal horrors into this hallway, and just dispatch them one by one in the hallway. Okay, you wait at the door. Oh, I'm probably going to need you to use... Who has solar pinhole who can do it? That's not what I wanted to see. Okay, range team. They're splitting up, which is not what we want. Just get the heck up there. You run... Actually... Yeah, you run up there. And you poke these doors. And you made sure it's dead. I was not expecting them to not just go for the obvious hole after us. But that's fine. This is actually a better position to fight from for us. We just got to get there before they do, which we should because I have to go over all those barricades, which is why I put them there. So with that, that'll be all of the metal horrors dealt with. I think we only took... Did we even take a hit there? No, we didn't even take a hit there. So this is perfect. So that means other Dutch can keep recovering in here. In fact, Rongor, you go ahead and jump on tending to them real fast. You're probably not going to be needed for this fight. All of this is not going how it's supposed to. You get over there so you don't friendly fire. Jump on it. Nice stun. Nice secondary stun. Okay, well that was a mess. We did have... Whew. Eat your food, then all that. So you took a minor hit. That's fine. Dutch got properly whacked. But with that, we've got all of the metal horrors dealt with. Now we just gotta activate things. And our fuel is holding up just fine in both of those, so that's good news. Mutation weaponry unlocked. That's not relevant to anything right now. Okay, everyone's treated, so you have some minor injuries. You've got a lot of injuries. You've lost a pinky. You are solidly winning against your infection because we're hitting you with Glitter World. So you let everyone just kind of recover for a minute. Then we're gonna pop this door, solar pinhole here, tag it, get out, do our fight. Did you take the ones that's out? Yeah, all the metal horrors are down. Now we just gotta activate the 3 spires. And each time we activate, we'll get a wave of enemies. We're just dealing with the fact that both our melee pawns got, well, 2 of our 3 melee pawns got pretty badly diced up, which is a shocker to nobody. That's just life of a melee pawn. Burn bright, burn short. Okay, so you're all doing relatively fine. Let's get down here. Because the melee pawns are basically up by the door there. Actually, you should be down here too. I don't know why I didn't bring you. Okay, and we need the solar pinhole. Start the process. I have not played Band of Brothers. Or Battle Brothers. It looked interesting, it's just one of those games I just never end up getting to. Not that I was, like, actively avoiding it or anything. Like, I know it's a good game, it's just kind of one of those ones that by the time... like, I was ready to check it out kind of deal. That's not what I wanted you to do. But then I was like ready to check it out. You know, it kind of already... had already been, like, out a long time and all that. Okay, everyone start getting into position. Make sure you close those doors behind you. Okay, so what are we looking at? Lots of Noctils, lots of Noctils. Okay, a whole lot of Noctils is a nothing burger of one. We just gotta get in position before they do, which might actually be tricky, because they do move real fast in the dark. So, get into position here. Get into position there. U5, get into your position. I'll deal with that in a minute. Get in position there. Oh, please let us not be that late. Oh, we also have... Okay, change of plans. There are site stealers. You, get that door done. Close that door. We're not fighting them as they enter. We'll get swarmed. I should be doing this the other way. You, hop that door. You, hop this door. So close it. Open it. Be fast. All of you, pile in here. We might actually... Okay, so there's the invisibility detection, so they just entered the area, the site stealers. Okay, so the doors are switching. I know, break risk. There's a lot of Noctils, and then somewhere there's a bunch of site stealers too. Don't you dare open that door. Yep, that's fine. Okay, our light got destroyed by just... whatever. Okay, first melee is down. There's still invisible enemies here. Till that light goes out, we're good. We're not in the clear. Okay. So nothing more there. That's not prompted. So everyone, unrestrict. Just, oh my god, there's so many that aren't dead. Meanwhile, when you're done with that, prioritize rebuilding that wall section. Okay, so that's all handled. Now the problem I have is there's a bajillion corpses in here, and we can't burn this up. So I just need a lot of people. Are you not being tended to? You are being tended to. Okay, haul it. Haul it. Haul it. What are you doing? No, you're not. You're hauling it. You're tending. You are building that wall. You're suppressing the obelisk. You're tending. Haul it. Haul it. Haul it. I can set hauling to 1, but they'll haul a bunch of different stuff, and I am trying to have them specifically haul that stuff. Because I don't need to get all of this, I just need to get the stuff out. of like this little pack here. Because once I take it outside of here, I can light them all on fire. Haul it. 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 Hide in room, that's fine. Okay, so with this, unfortunately I can't get the storm over there enough. We're just gonna kind of endure that for a minute. I don't have like Molotovs or anything left. I do see it's working its way down here. We're just gonna give everyone a chance to recover before we have some break risks. I need someone who's got word joy to deal with you. Okay. Gotta deal with this. Nicely done, get back. So you already activated that one. As soon as our melee is good, we can activate this one. Go grab your sword. Okay, how's everyone doing? You're doing okay. You get a bajillion hits. You're past your infection, so get back to normal medicine. But you get a bajillion hits on you. And everyone else is good. So clean up the hospital. Zone allowed safe. Okay. There's also not much else for our people to do. So you should be getting to the point of hauling those pretty easily. Alright, so still lots of hits. Still lots of hits. Probably this one next. That one's already in our defensive position, so that should be nice and easy. Okay. So Preach Health will be available in not too long. We'll probably wait for that to be done for the next wave. So change the rules here. You can allow Rotten. Haul it. Haul it. Haul it. Haul it. Haul it. Haul it. I'm basically just grabbing whoever runs up here for any reason. and telling them to haul it anyways. Okay, so corpses are basically out of there. Okay, so everyone's eating, so how are you doing? Still get a lot of health damage, still get a lot of health damage. They did get thrashed pretty badly. We only got 2 more to do. That one's nice and easy to get at. This one's nice and easy to get at. Like I said, I think I'm going to drop a pinhole and we'll go for this one next. Just because this one's right next door, I can pop this out. And it should be, even if like things go bad, we can probably run down here and just tag this before it's over. Whereas this one, depending on how they attack, could get messy. But we can't do anything until we're not shredded to ribbons. I do really like the Anomaly finale. I think of my endings, this is probably my favorite one. The Odyssey one is also really good. I just like the fact it's like you kind of hit the go button. And, you know, it is a gauntlet just like the ship launch and all the other ones. But the ship launch is like, okay, here's your regular old raids just hitting you more aggressively. And this was like, okay, your food shut down, your power, like, the darkness hurts you, everything is awful. And it's kind of like, other than like the 2 days you have to wait from going from phase 1 to phase 2, it's pretty much as fast as you can handle it, you can do it. Why did time slow down? Oh. A Nocto got in here and then got murdered. It's just your map. It is a thing, like, if you realize, oh, I can't handle this, if you flared off to the edge of the map, you technically could go and just, like, be like, nope. The thing to think about is RimWorld, this is your play area. There's almost nothing in the game that applies to the map at large. There's no affecting the world in a big way in a normal playthrough. There is, like, scenario things you could set up with, like, the World Destroyer weapon and all that, but that is a scenario thing you set up before you start the game. Hey, look! We're doing the finale! And we just unlock, or well, not unlock, we're unlocking smithing. Okay, so you got about 7 health missing from there. And you got about 7 health missing from there. Alright. Yeah, so you see all the trees and all the plants are dying because it's taking us a while. And that's because we are taking our time. You can do this where you rush it, it's very high risk. And the way you do that is you get to this last scene, you clean out the metal horrors, you recover real fast, get one person staged at each of these, and then do them all at once. You will get a completely unmanageable number of enemies here, and then it's a matter of just kind of holding out. You have to wait like 4 in-game hours for this to activate or whatever the time it is. You just have to kind of hold out while they all swarm and start destroying everything. It can get super sketch though. I have done it that way more than once. Okay, only 4 health missing on your torso. 5 health missing, so we're getting close. But yeah, now generally speaking with RimWorld, just imagine this is all the more play area you ever get. This map until Odyssey, only that much mattered, and only where things were going on. But don't think of it as like you have your section of the wider world you can walk out to. It's you have your section, and the rest of the water world doesn't exist as far as this gameplay mode. That you kind of have like civilization in like the simplified version sitting on top of this, and then you operate in isolation. So like, if you have a cold snap on this, only matters in this tile. You have like, you know, solar flare, only in this tile. Like none of those are impacting the larger world. Like until Odyssey, literally the rest of the world didn't matter outside of, is there someone I could trade to nearby? Okay, well now it's just a timer to reach them. And then did you have like a toxic fallout spewer appear next to you? But otherwise the rest of the world is utterly irrelevant beyond like ship to the stars, which is effectively, I have this tile and I have a timer of food that's ticking down before I show up at the ship. It'd be cool to see the world map on a with the black spot. Yeah, you could do stuff like that. That'd be kind of cool to see like darkness around you that you've like influenced the surrounding area. It is a thing that for the next DLC I would really like them to make the world map more interesting so far as like your diplomacy, your interactions with the other factions, all that kind of stuff. Because now that we can travel around with the Odyssey ship very easily, it really kind of makes the pain points of how shallow all that stuff is really stand out. Alright, so you're almost fully recovered. We're just waiting for Rongor here to get over their binge eat. Binge eat is usually not that long of a break. Please don't be down there. Okay. Yeah, because when you're in the darkness, you'll start taking a bunch of like little tiny hits. They will add up and kill you, but it is a thing that you can't just be out there. So that one doesn't matter. It was like a little baby hit's gonna heal up. Literally, they're gonna heal up before the other person does. So Rongor should get over their break any time now. And the moment they do that, we pop out here, activate this. 1 second, we've got someone intruding in here. Yeah, you took a hit. Little, I mean, it's not that tiny a bit, but small enough. Is this final stretch of anomaly? Yes. Do not do the R&R. Get in here. Get patched up. I want to get on to the next thing, and I can't if all of you are hurt. But yeah, we're right at the tail, and I just have to activate that, which we've already cleared, and activate that, which we've already cleared, and then that will be the end of the, like, anomaly ending. Are you all patched up? We good to go? We good to go? It's good enough for me. Alright, grab everyone over here. And we'll drop a solar pinhole here so I can just see what the heck I'm doing. There's the door. We will be embracing it. We are doing a thing with like cloning and all that. I'm debating whether or not. I said it's like, we'll do the Empire ending after this one. On the fence whether or not we're actually doing the Empire ending after this one. Alright, so you got this here. Rongor, go touch it. Only because I keep thinking about how long it's going to take me to go through and work up the Empire rep and all that kind of stuff, and we just keep getting a new pawn every 30 days from cloning. But yeah, every one of these pawns here is a clone of one pawn we started out with. The only pawns we have ever had are clones, and then these two are unnatural healers we picked up along the way. They're not allowed to meaningfully participate. You can't see it. but there is an ancient danger down there that they're hiding in the fridge. Okay, so with all that, you all get in position and ready. So it'll be you here, you there, you here, you two there, you two there, you two here, and you five back there. Back there. Cool, then the door should close behind you. Alright. So that should be a new wave of enemies. Oh, it's a Shambler wave. Shambler wave is bad news. We're going to try to deal with this directly. We might have a couple seconds before they get in position. The Gore Hulks will just have to do our best. Alright. We have their attention. Drop back before you get tied up in melee. They're trying to keep them from hitting the walls. Meanwhile, the rest of them are going to go and breach into our hospital. It is what it is. I could fight on one front or the other. It was not a Shambler wave, we could have forced them all into this area and had a much better time of it. I need you dead so I can move on. Okay, all of you. You're not going to be able to get in time to prevent them from getting in here. Get over here. You get over there as well. Who has... Okay, you have the flash storm. Alright, you two work on your way, getting over there. Just get to the doors. We'll worry about figuring that out in a minute. And I do see that we do have one more Gore Hulk going for us. I'm hoping he'll just chase us over here. Oh, we are way too late to this party. All of you just get here and group up. The hospital's gonna get wrecked, but that's just fine. That was friendly fire. I don't love it. That's fine. I deliberately started that fire. I want these bodies to catch fire. That's why I did that. Alright. So you have... Who has the shield belt? You have the shield belt. You run here. Get their attention. And everyone else pile in right behind. Okay, so with that, you're good. You're good. You two start punching these to death. You start punching that to death. You start punching this to death. You start punching that to death. You toggle that door real quick so it closes. Let's see. Haul you out of here. Actually, start tending to you. We'll probably get an infection because this whole place is pretty grody right now. I don't care about that. So let's see if it aggroes again. So haul this out of here, haul that out of here. Haul you out of here. And to them instead. Then haul this out of here. All. We got a Noctil coming in. Gather everyone. Okay. We only got one more pillar. All that out of there. All you out of here. 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 Clean the hospital. We are definitely getting some infections here. Okay. Major break risk on you, because observed rotting corpses. I mean, this is all just rotting corpses in bulk back here. We did burn away a lot of the corpses, enough that we could close the door. This will be fine, you trust the process? Yeah, you know what? We got the setup right. Okay, you're back in business. How are you doing? You're still cleaning up all the blood. You're mostly back in business. And you are properly beaten the hell out of. You should be back in business soon as well. Haul it. 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 Okay, so I got all the corpses just chucked in the back. We still have more corpses around here, but it's mostly just getting them out of the hospital and the kitchen. Also, please repair this. Just the volume of corpses over here. Alright, looks like we might have a Noctil coming in, maybe. No, it's just going for a scenic route. Okay, no one's broken. Moods are starting to improve. We've replaced the destroyed beds in the hospital. Hey! Sim, thank you so much for the raid. I have definitely gone pretty late if you're raiding into me. I hope you had a good stream and all that stuff, but thank you so much for that raid, Sim. For those who don't know Simcopter1, absolutely fantastic content creator. If we get a shout out for Simcopter1, I'd much appreciate it. What were we playing tonight and all that good stuff? But does like lots of simulation, settlement builders, all that kind of good stuff. Here, I'll get the shout out. It might be a lot of the mods are starting to call it a night and all that, so let's Simcopter1 doing some retro. Oh, you're probably doing more StarCraft. I've got a good one, but thank you and welcome in everybody. For those again, check out Simcopter1, plays a lot of simulation strategy, all that good stuff, but doing some StarCraft 1, the OG, and all that good stuff. But everyone popping in, I am RimWorld Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. A lot of similar games to what Sim plays, so if you like the content here, you'll probably like it there. And of course, the inverse is likely true. You are actually coming in as we're right about to roll credits in RimWorld, but thank you so much for all those raids, where we are doing our colony here that is a tribute to Fallout 3, that we have Gary here, who was the start of this colony, and all of those people there are clones of Gary. And then we have 2 honorary Garys who heal us. But every single colonist has been cloned one by one using the Corrupted Obelisk, which is part of the Anomaly DLC. And the Garys are winning. I just got this obelisk, or this sculpture here to activate, hold my ground against the last wave, and then touch this thing here to get done. We are having a problem where the enemy corpses are becoming unmanageable, and then the darkness hurts us, so that's a whole thing. We are using the no starting research and semi-random research mod, so I don't control my research, as well as it didn't start with any. So we're literally running the finale, and I have no body armor of any kind. One of my people has a marine helmet I got from a quest, and everyone else is running around in t-shirts and capes. You know, living that life. So we get pretty jacked up in fights. Surprisingly, with all that said, we have only lost 1 Gary. And we lost them to the flu. Pretty early in the game. But these last couple exchanges, you could see our melee pawns are having a rough go of it. Holding the line against things with claws and all that when you're rocking, like, a cape and a t-shirt, not exactly smooth. But yeah, no, it's a very fun time and all that stuff. But yeah, no, it's I hope StarCraft went well. I know you were working on the Protoss campaign yesterday. I didn't get to see what you were doing today, obviously, because normally I wrap up about 2 hours ago, but like, I don't want to leave this with the finale hanging out here. And thank you again for all those files. I do really appreciate it. But I've also been playing like Vintage Story and a bunch of other games like that recently. Alright, so you're down to about 2 or 3 health till you're fully recovered. You are about the same. And the good news is I got a door right here. So I just pop open those doors. I drop a flare. Well, I don't have flares, actually. I drop a solar pinhole. We activate this. And then we just need to hold our ground long enough that I could run down here and activate that. Alright, we got a Noctil who's sneaking into our base while everyone else is sleeping. As they do. And as I do, everyone's going to get into position and fill it with bullet holes. The tried and true easy way of dealing with a threat. If it threatens you, more bullets, and it's dealt with. It's actually pretty funny, like, generally speaking, if we're looking at our research is in pretty awful shape. We don't have smithing yet. I literally cannot make a helmet yet. We almost can, but no flak armor, none of that, no microelectronics. With this run, it started out where we had our first 5 Garys, and 3 of them got crumbling mined. So, my other 2 Garys spent their entire day just trying to keep the other 3 Garys alive. Which did not give me room to research hardly at all. Alright, so 1 and 2 hit points left, and you're fully recovered. Okay, so it is time for the last push. I'm gonna grab everyone. Okay, so hold this door, hold that door. Who has solar pinhole? You do not have the psi focus for it. So Rongari has it. Okay. We're gonna go here, and then here. And there's solar pinhole, which works out because you're the one I have doing all this. Alright, everyone else just goes out here to basically keep an eye on Rongari while he activates this thing. They'll tell them to not hold the door on the way back. So we activate this. A couple seconds later, we will get a big wave of enemies. And what I want you to do, chat, is I want you to make sure it's not Shamblers. Because they punch holes in my walls, and it's very inconvenient. We have a really good defensive setup, but the Shamblers keep showing up and tearing up my walls, and I don't like it. Got Noctil making a move. Okay, that's fine. We don't care what the Noctil does from here. Get in. We did what we came for. Alright, get ready to repel. It's fine. Just go over there. Okay, everyone's in positions ready. Hey, Penny, how's it going? Entity attack. Alright, so what do we got? We have a bunch of Noctils. I can get behind that. Is that it? Is it just a bunch of Noctils? Just as a precaution, word joy on Gary. I cannot have you having a mood break while this is going on. Invisibility detection. Okay, it is not a bunch of Noctils. There is a bunch of Sight Stealers in here too. So in that case, trigger that door over here. All of you hold this line. The Sight Stealers are basically invisible until they get really close to you. So I can't use my range to my advantage. Not really. If we had flares, I could use the flares to reveal them. Meanwhile, Gary, you need to get ready to live your destiny. Alright, so he should be clear. So Gary, you break away. It's all about you, buddy. It's literally your colony. Because if Gary finishes that, all the scary things go away. But we have to wait 3 more in-game hours for Gary to activate, which is not that long. It's probably maybe a minute. I'm not seeing the warning that we have invisible things here yet. So Noctils are getting all stuck there. Ooh, very genuine. It's going to take them that long to get there. We can probably hold much... no, it's fine. We'll just hold there. Okay, there's the invisible stuff. So we have our thing that detects invisible, so the Sight Stealers are in this range, which means they've just entered the pipe here. So yeah, it would have been a mistake for me to step out. I wouldn't have finished them off before the Sight Stealers closed in on us. Do you have anything we can use here? Vertigo Pulse is probably not useful. Oh, did Gary have her actual leader ability? Yeah, it's on cooldown anyways. Alright, hold the line. Alright, first injury. More than likely we're going to have at least 1, if not 2 of our melee go down before this is over. Alright, the lights are out. Let's go ahead and, just as a precaution, solar pinhole. Alright, there's the Sight Stealers being revealed. Okay, we're taking a lot of minor hits on our melee people, which is about what you expect. Okay. Are we in the clear? I guess go about your day. All of you. Don't let them get back up. Meanwhile, you start trending to them. Okay, all of them are dead. Do your self-tend. How you doing, Gary? Doing good? Chilling? Enjoying yourself? Wait, what is the arrow I'm seeing up there? Oh, it's a Noctil outside, that's fine. You're definitely going to make the right choice and not doom us all right. Twisting intensifies. The monolith shape has begun to distort and shift with growing intensity. Something is about to happen. Alright, and we're going to activate it. The Void Monolith has fully awakened. A swirling dark vortex sits atop its peak, forming a conduit to the void. Go to the monolith and use it to pass through to the other side. Doing so will end the unnatural darkness and end the horror assault. Alright. I forgot to put metal horrors there. Gary almost got killed there. Alright, Gary teleported. Gary has been teleported to the monolith and ripped from the space-time into another place. She finds herself in a room of jagged metallic spikes. Every surface is slick with dark fluid. The air vibrates with power. This metal hell is connected to the channel of inhuman hyperintelligence. Okay. And we can touch the void node, because we did get hurt. A sphere of writhing psychic energy rises before Gary. Gary feels the presence inside her mind, deeper than the normal human sense. She stands on the shoreline of an infinite black ocean of power. It beckons her in. Nearby architect devices support the sphere along fragile connections. Gary could disrupt them, closing the link between worlds. Or she could step into the sphere and merge with the void. It's unknown what dark power could be gained from such an inhuman act. So Gary didn't listen to any of that, and just went ahead and touched it anyways. Gary steps into the void, and a black ocean floods into her mind, overwhelming every sense, suffusing every thought in her mind. The void node has been refocused away from the world, towards a single person. The void structures scream, and they blink out of existence. Gary has embraced the void. Her story continues. Yeah. Trust Horrocks. Horrocks would never betray you. I'm just going by Gary doesn't seem like the kind of person, like, Gary would look at the warning label and go, eh, and then do the thing it told it not to anyways. That's pretty much how we approach the entire anomaly thing with Gary, was it's like, oh, this monolith is doing weird things? Yeah, that's fine. That seems reasonable. But yeah, so that is the anomaly ending. With this, we will now have leading original Gary will heal extremely rapidly, can come back to life from death a couple of times, will have a thing where they can use a psychic scream to make things run away from them. They will have the inhumanization trait, which basically means they will gain no benefit from social interactions or any of that kind of stuff. But at the same time, they also will feel no negatives from social interactions and all that. I generally consider the inhumanization to be a very, very terrible trait. Because while it does let you ignore a lot of their needs, at the same time, a lot of those things give you the thing, like the mood bonuses you need to stay happy. So very, very genuinely, I like to get rid of that as quickly as I can. We also get a thing where they no longer need to sleep, eat, or require comfort, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's like, Inhuman, it's like, oh, they have a couple of things that are good about it. It's like, no, there's... Also, yeah, their hair and eyes become white. Of course. But yeah, no, it's definitely... The Inhuman trait, you definitely want to get rid of that, because, like, you can be an awful person with Inhuman and not have direct consequences from it. But you lose all the positive human interactions and like other things, so it's really hard to keep your pawns happy with the inhumanization on without like using all sorts of drugs and all sorts of that just to keep them from melting down. Well, the music went away, so I'm gonna go ahead and skip the credits because the music's fun. Alright, and the metal horror that was stabbing Gary in the back while they were activating, because I completely forgot they appear there, and I do that almost every time. Okay. And we can go and allow our people out. So yeah. So everything's good there. It does give a natural permanent mood boost. It does. But it's still like... a tricky one to manage. Okay, so corpses. We need to get all of these entity corpses out of here, and do not allow rotten corpses there. And Gary returns. Gary has reappeared. She looks withered by an inhuman thought patterns of the void. All traces of humanity have left her eyes. Gary's mind and body are now permanently linked to the dark void of inhuman rage. Powered by this new connection, Gary no longer feels tethered to the mortal needs like comfort or sleep. She has gained the ability to induce terror in others using a power of the void. The monolith is awakened. It hums louder. With Gary's reappearance, a reminder that its connection to the void has been open and made permanent. Yay! So we got glowy white eyes now. You can't really see the hair because we're wearing a hat. Can you clone Uber Gary? We can. Sadly, the clone is not available for 17 days. But yeah, so if we look at what we gained for this, we gain Void Touched, where it requires no more sleep or comfort. We heal 100 hit points per day passively. We study twice as fast as normal. And then we also have Psychic Sensitivity of twice as much. We have Inhumanization, which gives us a penalty to social, artistic, and animals. We no longer care about beauty or art doors. We're far more durable against temperature. And we also have a reduced amount of pain we experience. We get 4 uses of Death Refusal. Basically, if we die, we get kind of 4 mulligans, as long as they don't happen back to back. And all that kind of stuff. Was there a trait they gave us as well? No. But yeah, so overall, like, we are juiced. But you notice all the anomaly stuff that was outside has gone away. And now it's just a matter of everyone recovering and everything. But yeah, we should be able to clone Uber Gary just fine. Yeah, no, 200% psychic sensitivity is great for like doing anomaly stuff. Colonist needs rescue because you are bleeding everywhere and not in bed getting yourself treated. Like, I think you were literally trying to haul stuff and ignoring your copious amounts of wounds. Alright, clean up the corpse. Yeah, they're actively trying to get all the corpses out of here. That's so Gary-like. Yep. What are all those dark-looking corpses? These are Noctals. They're creatures that appear in the darkness and move really fast and are really dangerous when it's dark. You'll notice I put a solar pinhole right here, which makes that whole area super bright. And that was basically to make them less of a threat. Because during the light, they just don't work nearly as well. Alright, so what we're doing right now is I'm working on carrying away these corpses, one by one by one. Before they all start corpse stinking, and then, you know, Dutch in there has a real bad time. Okay, I'm just kind of working through the line, having each person grab one so I have enough time to carry our stuff away. I'm just trying to get the ones out of the hospital. I don't care about the ones elsewhere. The ones elsewhere they could deal with on their own time. But we just don't want them in the hospital. Alright. You got your first mechanoid cluster. How do you handle it? That always depends on what you're looking at. Like, with a mechanoid cluster, a lot of times you'll have a couple things. Let's say you got a couple of guns here, and all that, and then you have a bunch of, like, little random mechs all around it. If you're lucky, you'll also have, like, a wall or something around it. So in this particular scenario here, you got all your loose mechs. You'll just have to learn the different types. Some of them are long range, some of them do fire. But ideally what you want to do is aggro these mechs, to where you can fight them safely if possible, or dump another threat on them if possible. Sometimes you'll get lucky and you'll have like an obstruction nearby that you can poke around, hit one, back off, and then EMP them kind of thing. Yeah, the Lancer's your biggest threat there. The Scorchers could scatter you if they get on top of you, but they're very short range. The Lancer hits hard, and it can one-tap you. Smoke grenades will disable turrets. Auto mortar's a bad time. Auto mortar means you can't wait. You will have to deal with it, because if the auto mortar time hits 0, it will continue to hammer your base until you die. Like, it will just keep going and going and going until you are dead. The thing is, your character's only tribal, aka only bows and spear. That's rough. Your least favorite mech of the Scyther? Yeah, no, if a Scyther gets on you, they will definitely do damage. Most of the time, you can dispatch a Scyther from away or CC it to that. Yeah, tribal only with a an auto mortar and some solid mechs is pretty rough. If you've got enough damage to take down the Scorchers, you know, with your bows and all that, and you can get a melee on the Lancer, that can work fine. But that sounds like a messy fight you're in for. Yeah, no, if you can quickly save, that's honestly not a bad idea. Do a quick save, try to learn like a couple different attempts like against them, see what works, see what doesn't work, get a feel for them. It's actually surprising you're dealing with your first mech cluster and it's going right for the auto mortar. That's pretty unlucky. Auto mortar is one of the ones you're most worried about. Because otherwise, usually you can take your time, make decisions, all that, but an auto mortar does light a fire under you. Alright, so with that said though, chat, we are getting to be around that time. I've already gone over 2 hours over my normal stream time and all that kind of stuff. And I do appreciate like all the raids and all that we had in here. But we have just done the finale on this, and I need to be wrapping up for the night. But don't go anywhere. We'll find someone to pass this raid on forward to. I really do, again, appreciate it. It means a whole heck of a lot. But for those who have enjoyed tonight's content and are not already following, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. If you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly because I do not have a host ready over there, but don't forget to like and subscribe. And for everyone over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop a raid on tonight.